Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter raised the fire dragon? Heat pressed on Harry from every side. Not the gentle kind from banked coals, but sharp and bright, the way rock felt when the sun sat straight above it. The humans had brought the cold in with them, their scent cut through the familiar air of ash and stone, cloth and soap and sharp metal. Harry crouched close to Xanthara's front leg, fingers digging into the smooth, warm edge of one pale scale. Her chest rose and fell under him, slow and steady. Each breath a deep rumble he felt more than heard. The old human stood closest to her. White hair, long beard, layers of cloth that smelled of ink and lemon and age. His power sat around him like hot air before fire. Harry could not see it, but his skin prickled where it brushed him, and the scar on his forehead gave a soft, warning itch. "Headmistress Morrow, thank you," the old man said quietly. "I think it is better if I speak to her alone now." Harry heard the noise of the words, low and careful. To him they were only that noise. Human tongue still tumbled in his ears in thick pieces he could not always separate. He understood some things now. Names. Simple commands. The way Xanthara said his name, the way she said hunt, the way she said nest. Human words did not sit right in his mouth. The woman who had come with the old man, the one with the tight mouth and stiff shoulders, bowed once to Xanthara and stepped back. Two other wizards moved with her. Ors. Harry knew that word. Hunters. Their wands were already in their hands. The smell of wary fear came off them, sharp and sour. Xanthara's head lowered, pearl-white scales catching the faint light that made its way into the cavern. Her long slit pupils pinned the old man in place. Smoke curled from the sides of her mouth as she breathed out. When she spoke, the sound shook dust from the ceiling. The words came to Harry as clear as always, the harsh draconic hiss that had raised him from the time he could first crawl across warm stone. "Little flame, stay." Harry pressed into her leg and hissed back, the sound rough in his throat. "I stay. I am here." The old man touched his wand to his throat and murmured something. The magic hummed in the air. Xanthara's next growl slid over itself, changed, then broke into English inside the cavern. "You come again, little wizard," her voice said, deep and slow, echoing from the rocks. "You smell of old promises. You smell of war." The oars shifted. One of them cursed under his breath. Harry bared his teeth at him, a small, sharp warning. The old man inclined his head. His eyes, blue and bright, never left Xanthara's. "I come because the wards failed," he said. "Because the protections that should have kept him in one place did not. Because his magic chose you." Harry understood one word in that string. Him. The old man glanced at him when he said it. Xanthara's tail scraped along the stone, just behind Harry. He knew that sound. Annoyance. Not yet anger. "Your protections," she said, tore the air. "Your dark soul shard burned like a wound in the sky." He cried. "And I came." Harry remembered none of that. His first memory was heat and heartbeat, the steady beat behind a massive chest, a safe rhythm that had never failed him. Scales under his hands, the strong smell of smoke and salt wind, the distant roar of the sea outside the preserve. "On that I will never argue with you," the old man said. "You saved his life." He took one careful step closer. The oars shifted again, but none raised a wand. They would not dare. Not in this cavern. Not with Xanthara's long body coiled in tight loops the size of houses, wings half spread, ready to move. Harry stared at the old man. So small, so fragile. Only one heartbeat that Harry could sense. Only one pair of lungs. No scales. No fire. Yet the air around him felt hot in a different way. Power. Old and layered. Xanthara lowered her head until her eyes were level with the old man. "You wish to take him," she said. Not a question. A statement. Harry's fingers dug harder into scale. He had known this was why the humans came. He had heard their earlier talks, the visits he was not allowed to watch from this close. He had hidden in the high rocks then and watched the colored dots of human robes far below, the small flashes of magic as they warded paths and cleared brush. He had heard his name in their noise. Harry Potter, the old man said now, and that name had weight. Harry heard Harry as more than noise. Xanthra had used it for him when the Dragon Keepers visited, and she needed a sound they could accept. Inside his own mind he was little flame, claw, hatchling. To humans he was Harry. The old man looked at him, and Harry stared back without moving. He belongs to no human, Xanthra said. Smoke leaked between her teeth. You left him to die on a stone. I found him. I fed him. I taught him not to burn himself when he sneezed. Her tail shifted again. Her voice dropped lower. I carried him away from your country so you could not chain him. The old man flinched very slightly at that. His eyes closed, then opened again. You are right, he said. I placed him where I thought he would be safe. I was wrong. I have been wrong about many things. Harry watched his hands. They were empty. No wand in sight now. He had tucked it into one of his sleeves. The old man was showing his throat to a dragon and acting as if that were sensible. But I am not here to demand, the old man said. I am here to ask. I am here to offer a trade. Protection for you. Knowledge for him. Harry's heart beat faster. Trade. He knew that word too. The Dragon Keepers brought sheep and cows, and in return Xanthra allowed them close to count eggs. Trade meant meat or shinies. Food or warmth or rare stone. He shifted behind her leg, leaning out a little to see the old man better. One of the Aurors saw him and tensed. His wand twitched. Easy, the old man murmured without looking away from Xanthra. He is a child. He is a child who melted the last cage we tried to build. The woman Moro muttered under her breath. Harry did not understand the words, but the tone was clear enough. Wary, bitter, afraid. He bared his teeth at her too, just a little. Xanthra's tail moved again and pressed him gently back against her leg. The old man heard the rustle and let out a slow breath. Xanthra, he said, using her true name with care. His magic will keep growing. You know this. You feel it. You feel how the Horcrux fights your fire every time his scar burns. Harry lifted a hand to his forehead without thinking. The scar was quiet now, just a line under his fingers. But he remembered the times it had hurt. If anyone sent dark magic too near the nest, if too many wand spells flashed at once, then the pain would spike. Xanthra would roar. Rocks would fall. Horcrux, Xanthra said, tasting the word. Your dark trick. Your unclean soul piece. Yes, the old man said. It is bound to him. It draws things to him. Danger. Power. People who would use him. Xanthra's pupils narrowed. Like you, the old man did not deny it. I will not pretend I am free of selfishness, he said quietly. I want him safe. I want our world safe. I think he deserves to grow where he can meet other children. Learn with them. Laugh with them. I cannot give him a dragon's sky, but I can give him a different kind of flight. Harry caught one word in that string. Laugh. The way humans made noise that was not pain. He had heard it from keepers sometimes. High, short sounds when they were amused. He did not do that often. Most of his sounds were hisses and growls and sharp cries when he misjudged a jump and scraped his knees. Xanthra's head moved. A slow tilt. One long claw dragged against the stone. Children burn, she said. Small ones are not careful with fire. I will not see him thrown into a nest of them without claws. There will be rules, the old man said. Wards. I will arrange for you to have a territory nearby, in our forbidden forest. You will not be hunted. You will not be caged. You will have a safe lair. He will be able to see you again. Harry's head snapped up. He looked from Xanthra to the old man and back again. His fingers slipped against warm scale. His mind tried to drag the sounds into sense. See you again. His brain did the slow work. See you again. He hissed, the sound shooting out of him without plan. Mother, he said in rough Parseltongue. Is he lying? Will I see you? Xanthra's head turned to him. Her golden eyes softened. The old man could not follow their tongue, but the translation charm caught some of the intent and twisted it. Harry heard his own voice as broken English in the faint echo from the spell. "Is he lying?" the double voice said. "Will I see you?" The Aurors stiffened. Moro's hand went to her throat, hearing Parseltongue that clearly did not calm them at all. Xanthara exhaled gently, a warm gust that ruffled Harry's wild hair. "He keeps many secrets, hatchling," she answered in the old tongue. "But he fears me. He fears my fire. He will think twice before he breaks a promise to me." She paused. Her head moved closer until her eye took up Harry's whole world. He could see his own small reflection in the black slit of her pupil. Scar, thin frame, bare chest, old shorts just hanging on his hips. Skin browned by sun and flame. "The world outside is sharp, little flame," she said. "Stone that cuts. Air that bites. You will hate their cold. You will hate their rules. You will want to burn them when they grab you." He made a small noise that was almost a laugh and almost a snarl. "I already do." Her mouth opened in what he had come to think of as a dragon smile. Teeth as long as his arm flashed in the dim light. "You must not," she said. "Not unless you must. Not at first. Learn their ways. Learn how they bind fire with words. Once you know what they know, you will choose where to burn." She drew back a little and looked again at the old man. "You swear you will give me territory," she said aloud. "You swear you will not let them chain me. You swear you will return him to me when it is safe." The air shifted. Power grew thicker around the old man. Harry could feel it crawl over his skin. "I swear," he said. No bright flash. No dramatic crack. Just quiet words that made the Aurors stiffen as if something heavy had settled over them. Moro stepped forward then, eyes wide. "Headmaster," she said, voice high. "Are you certain? A private sanctuary for a dragon on British soil. The department will never accept that without a formal vote." "I am not asking them," the old man said. "I am telling them when the time comes what I have already done. And I am not leaving here without his agreement." His gaze slid back to Harry. "We can do this kindly," he said. "Or we can do it under pressure. I would much rather he walks beside me than be carried while he fights." Harry did not understand all of that, but his name, his, and the tone were clear. The old man was not talking to Xanthara anymore. He was talking to him. Xanthara lowered her head again until her muzzle rested on the stone in front of Harry. The tip of it almost touched his bare toes. Heat pulsed from her breath. She could have kept him. She could have thrown the humans out. She could have torn open the roof of the cavern and flown away with him clutched tight in her claws. He knew that. She knew that. She did not move. Her huge golden eye fixed on him instead. "Choice," she said in the old tongue. "You are no longer a hatchling who only follows. You stand." Harry's throat went tight. He had never chosen anything this big. Hunt left or right. Sleep on warm rock or in the nest of coins. Always small things. This felt as if someone had scraped the floor out from under him. "Go, little flame," Xanthara said. "Learn their tricks. Bring them back. 1 nest. 2 nests. You will always smell of smoke." His scar ached. His chest hurt. The idea of leaving the only warmth he had ever known sent a cold spike through him. And for a second he hated the old man in front of him more than any Horcrux shard in his head. He bared his teeth at Dumbledore and hissed one word. "Why?" The old man seemed to understand that one without magic. His shoulders sagged a little. "Because the war will find you here," he said, voice soft. "Because you deserve the chance to decide what kind of wizard you want to be. Because if you stay, someone else will come. Someone who will not ask your mother. Someone who will not bargain." Harry flicked a look at the Aurors behind him. The way their hands refused to leave their wand handles. The way their eyes kept flitting to his scar. The way their boots trembled slightly on the stone. He knew hunters. He knew how they watched. He knew what meat looked like in their gaze. He shivered once. Xanthara lowered her head further. He stepped forward and wrapped both arms around the warm edge of her jaw. Her scales were smooth and solid under his cheek. He felt the faint vibration of her purr, deep inside her chest. "Do not forget," she said. "You are mine before you are theirs. Fire before wand. Claw before word." He nodded hard. The motion rubbed his forehead against a small ridge between her scales. I will come back, he said. I will burn anyone who tries to keep me away. That earned another soft puff of hot smoke. Almost fond. Good, she said. He stayed there for a long breath. Then another. Each one felt shorter than it should have. The cavern air seemed thinner. Finally, her head lifted him. Not much. Just enough that his feet left the stone for a second. Then dropped again. Go, little flame, she said. Harry let go. The space between him and Xanthara felt wrong as soon as he stepped back. Too wide. Too cold. The old man took one slow step forward, as if afraid to spook him. Harry, he said. Harry flinched at his name in that smooth human tone. The old man paused. He did not reach out yet. I am Albus Dumbledore, he said. I am the headmaster of the school where you will learn. Hogwarts. It is a castle. It is old. It has its own kind of magic. I would be honored to walk there with you. Harry understood very little of that, but he caught the way Dumbledore did not try to come between him and Xanthara. He walked to the side instead, leaving a clear line of sight between dragon and boy. That mattered. Harry narrowed his eyes, sniffed once. Dumbledore smelled of lemon, ink and old, solid power. Not like a hunter, more like a storm. Dangerous, but not always aimed at you. Harry stepped toward him. One step. Another. His feet left small prints in the ash on the floor. The Aurors tensed, but did not move. When Harry reached Dumbledore, he tilted his head back to meet the old man's gaze. School, he tried, the word thick on his tongue. Dumbledore's mouth softened. Yes, he said. School. He reached into his robe. Harry's muscles went tight, ready. But Dumbledore only pulled out a folded bundle of black cloth. Clothes, he said gently. Robes. They will help you fit in. He held them out. The smell hit Harry first. Cold cloth, new dye, someone else's soap. His nose wrinkled. He took the robes with stiff fingers. The fabric slid over his skin in a way he did not like. It clung. It dragged. Cut off the warm air where it touched. He scowled, muttered something rude in Parseltongue under his breath, and pulled the robe on anyway. The neck opening caught his chin. He yanked it down. The cloth brushed his shoulders, his arms, his chest. Every new touch sent a shock through his nerves. Felt wrong. Here, one of the Aurors said suddenly. He stepped forward and reached out, fingers aiming for Harry's collar to straighten it. He did not ask. He did not give warning. His hand touched Harry's throat. For one small second Harry froze. His heart slammed into his ribs. The robe cut his skin again. The cold hand. The strange smell. The narrow stone tunnel of the future closing around him. His magic leaped. Heat exploded out of him without a word. No wand. No aim. Just a blast of raw fire that flared from his chest and hands, roaring over the Auror's arm and up into the air. The air crackled. The Auror screamed. His sleeve burst into bright flame. Dumbledore shouted something. Xanthara roared. A sound that shook the cavern. Harry stumbled back, chest heaving. His hands burned. Not from the fire, from the strain. He could feel his magic still pushing at his skin, wanting to keep going, wanting to turn the whole world into safe, warm ash. The Auror dropped his wand and flailed at his arm. Flames jumped. The smell of burned cloth and singed hair hit Harry's nose too fast. Dumbledore moved faster than Harry thought an old man could move. His robe swirled as he stepped in and flicked his wand. A jet of water shot out, hissing as it hit the fire. Steam rose between them. Enough, Dumbledore said, voice sharp in a way it had not been before. Harry stood there, chest rising and falling, hands shaking. His eyes flicked to Xanthara. She watched him. She had not moved from her coil. She had not leapt to his defense. She had roared once, then gone quiet. You will always burn, little flame, she said in their shared tongue. But you must learn to choose when. Harry swallowed. His throat hurt where the Auror had touched him. The scar on his forehead burned again, a sharp, bright line. The Auror, coughing, stared at Harry with wide eyes and held his scorched arm close to his chest. He could have killed me, he rasped. He could have, Dumbledore agreed. And you could have kept your hands to yourself. The rebuke was mild, but it held iron. Dumbledore turned back to Harry. I am sorry, he said. We will have to work on boundaries. On both sides. Harry did not know the word boundaries, but he understood the apology in the old man's face. He looked at his own hands. Pale old skin from burns long healed crossed his knuckles in old thin lines. He had done that as a child, sneezing and lighting his own fingers by mistake. Xanthara had laughed then, but she had still made him learn to aim. He flexed his fingers now. They tingled. They hurt. He grimaced and shook them out. Fire, he said softly. Dumbledore nodded once. Yes, he said. Fire. Xanthara shifted behind him. Her great head leaned down one last time. He turned to her, robe still hanging wrong on his shoulders. She nudged him forward with the tip of her muzzle. Go, she said again. He raised both hands and pressed them to the warm scales of her nose, right below one bright golden eye. He could feel the fine ridges in the surface, the tiny scratches from old fights, the pulse of her blood. He closed his eyes. Thank you, he told her. For Nest. For warmth. For everything. Her breath moved his hair. Do not thank me yet, little flame, she said. Come back from their stone castle. Then we will count what they have done to you. He huffed something that was almost a laugh and almost a sob. Then he stepped away. The walk out of the cavern felt wrong. His feet knew every rock, every small dip and rise. He had hunted here, slept here, learned to climb here. Now each familiar point felt like something pulling at his ankles. He did not look back until he reached the mouth of the cave. Outside, the sun hit him full in the face. The sky over the preserve was wide and clear. The scent of sea and dry grass blew in on the wind. Dragon keepers watched from a distance beyond the ward line, their robes bright against the rough ground. Wands hung at their belts. Dumbledore stopped beside him. Ready? He asked quietly. Harry did not answer. Ready meant nothing. There was no ready. There was only go or stay. He had already chosen. He held out his hand, stiff and reluctant. Dumbledore took it. The old man's hand was warm, not as warm as Xanthara, but warm. His grip was gentle. A silver chain flashed in his other hand. At the end of it, a small bent piece of metal dangled. Harry frowned at it. Port key, Dumbledore said. This will take us to Hogwarts. Hold on. Harry did not like the look of it, but he had already stepped away from the nest. The air outside was cooler than the cavern. The robe itched. The burned smell from the Auror sleeve followed him like a bad memory. He tightened his fingers on the chain. The world lurched. For a second his stomach turned inside out. Wind roared in his ears, but there was no air on his face. The ground disappeared. Every part of him felt pulled in one direction. His fingers clenched around metal until they hurt. Then the pull stopped. His feet slammed into stone that was not his cavern floor. He stumbled. Dumbledore's hand tightened on his arm to keep him upright. The old man staggered too, then straightened. The air here was different, cold, heavy. Harry took a sharp breath and almost coughed. The smell of grass and sea was gone. Instead there was damp stone, candle wax, hundreds of old spells sunk into walls, and under it all a faint hint of many humans. Sweat, perfume, ink, dust. He jerked his head up. They stood in a small stone chamber. Narrow, high ceiling. Torches in iron brackets burned on the walls. A single heavy wooden door waited ahead. No sky, no open space. The floor was smooth and cold under his bare feet. He hated it at once. Dumbledore watched his face closely. It is a lot, he said gently. I know. Breathe. Take your time. Harry sucked in another breath, this time slower. The air was still wrong, but it moved through his lungs all the same. The door opened. A tall witch with black hair pulled into a tight bun stepped in. Her tartan robe swished around her ankles. A thin line of disapproval had already formed around her mouth. Harry did not know her, but Dumbledore relaxed a little. Minerva, he said. Thank you for coming. Albus, she answered. Her voice was crisp. The first years are waiting. The sorting is about to begin. The staff is already on edge, and the hall is full. You asked me not to tell anyone why you were late, so you will forgive me if my patience is thin. Her eyes slid to Harry. The complaint died on her tongue. She took him in with one long look. Bare feet, tan skin, scar, robe hanging crooked, hair wild and messy, still full of the smell of smoke and dragon hide. His eyes, bright green, watched her without apology. Her expression changed. Not softer, not exactly, just less sharp. Her voice dropped. "This is him," she said quietly. "Yes," Dumbledore answered. "Harry, this is Professor McGonagall. She teaches Transfiguration. She will lead you into the hall with the other new students." Harry heard his name again. Heard the title Professor. It meant teacher. He had heard that before when keepers spoke of each other. McGonagall smelled of ink and cat and something sharp that reminded him of claws. She inclined her head to him, polite. "Welcome to Hogwarts, Mr. Potter," she said. Her words were slow enough that he could follow some of them. "Welcome, Hogwarts, Potter." He felt the shape of them, heavy and serious. He stared at her for a long second, then gave one short nod. It was all he could manage. Dumbledore smiled faintly. "I will join you shortly," he said to McGonagall. "First impressions matter. I suspect his will be memorable no matter what we do. But there is no harm in trying." McGonagall snorted softly at that. "Memorable is one word for it," she said. She stepped back into the corridor and held out a hand. "Come along," she told Harry. "Stay close to me. No wandering." Harry eyed her hand, then moved without taking it. He did not want more strange fingers on his skin. McGonagall noticed and did not push. She simply turned and walked down the corridor, trusting him to follow. He did. The corridor smelled of stone and oil and old magic. His bare feet slapped softly on the flagstones. Torches burned in brackets, sending small shadows dancing over the walls. His eyes flicked everywhere. Corners, doorways, the roof. Instinct measured every angle, every possible escape. No sky, no high rocks, only walls. Voices grew louder ahead. McGonagall led him to a large wooden door and pushed it open. Noise hit him like a wave. Hundreds of voices, laughter, hushed whispers, the scrape of benches, the clink of cutlery, the rush of air as spells moved overhead. It all crashed into his ears at once. Harry flinched. The room beyond the door was enormous compared to the small chamber they had arrived in. The ceiling rose high above, filled with floating candles and, somehow, stars. The walls were lined with banners in deep colors. For long tables stretched from one end to the other, packed with students in black robes. Every head turned as the door opened. Harry froze on the threshold. The smell hit him second. So many bodies. Sweat, soap, perfume, ink, parchment, cooked meat and bread and gravy from the food that waited on the tables. It was thick and layered, nothing like the clean smoke and stone of the cavern. McGonagall reached back, not to touch him, but to block him from stepping back. "Forward," she murmured. "You will be at the front with the other first years." A small crowd of children already stood near the front of the hall, away from the long tables. They all turned to stare at him. Some looked nervous. Some looked curious. One or two frowned at his bare feet. "Is that him?" someone whispered. "The boy who lived. He smells weird," another voice muttered. "Like smoke." Harry's head snapped toward the second voice. A boy with pale hair and a pointed face stood near the front of the group. His robe sat neat on his shoulders. His chin was tilted up, eyes cool and sharp. Draco Malfoy. Harry did not know the name yet. He only knew that the boy looked at him not with fear, but with narrow interest, like a predator watching another predator walk into his territory. Their eyes met. For a moment the noise of the hall faded. Harry saw only the boy in front of him. Pale skin, gray eyes, hair the color of bone. He smelled not of smoke, but of clean cloth, expensive soap, and a faint sharpness that reminded Harry of cold metal. There was ambition in his gaze, a kind of hunger that was not about food. Harry's instincts sat up. Rival, some quiet part of him said. Pack, another part answered. Threat, interest, something that did not fit into one neat space. The boy's eyes dropped, flicked over Harry's bare feet, the crooked robe, the scar. His mouth curled. "You really do smell like a fireplace," he said, voice low enough that only Harry and a few near them could hear. "And your hair looks like it lost a fight with a broom." Harry did not know the word fireplace, but he caught the tone. Mocking, testing. He stepped closer until he was well inside the other boy's space. Close enough to smell the soap on his skin, the ink on his fingers, the faint nervous sweat hiding under it. He sniffed once, slow and obvious. "You smell soft," he said. His English came out rough. The vowels were wrong. The words hit the air like stones. But they were clear enough. The boy blinked. Then, to Harry's faint surprise, he laughed. A short, sharp bark of sound. "Soft," he repeated. "No one has ever called me that to my face." Harry frowned at laughed and face. He knew laugh. Face made sense from context. "You are strange," the boy said. "This is going to be fun." McGonagall's voice cut through their small circle. "Line up," she told the first years. "Names will be called. You will walk when you hear yours and sit on the stool." She moved away toward the staff table, where the other teachers sat. Dumbledore had already taken his seat in the middle. His eyes twinkled behind his half-moon glasses as he watched the new students gather. A ragged old hat sat on a stool at the front of the hall. Harry stared at it. He did not like it. It smelled of old sweat and dust and countless heads. It did nothing, though, until a rip near the brim opened. The hat sang. Harry did not care for the song. He could not follow all the words. It spoke of houses and traits and something called Slytherin that made the pale boy next to him stand a little taller. The sound bounced around the hall and set Harry's teeth on edge. When the song ended, the hall clapped. Harry did not join in. "Abbot Hannah," McGonagall called. A small girl with plaited hair stepped forward, looking as if she might be sick. She sat on the stool. The hat dropped over her eyes. Harry watched, chest tight, as it moved on her head. Then it shouted a word. "Hufflepuff." One of the tables cheered. The girl ran to it, face pink with relief. Name after name went up. Student after student walked, sat, listened, ran to a table. Harry's eyes flicked between them, the staff, and the hat. His scar had settled into a dull ache. His hands had stopped shaking. The robe still itched. Beside him, the pale boy shifted impatiently. "When they call Malfoy," he muttered to nobody in particular, "there will not be any doubt." His drawling confidence made the boy next to him bristle. "Think you are special, do you?" the second boy snapped. "More than you," Malfoy said. Their small spat washed over Harry. He filed the name Malfoy away without comment. Tasted sharp in his head, like the boy himself. Potter Harry. His name, clear and loud, cut straight through his thoughts. The hall went silent. Harry felt all the eyes turn to him. The weight of their stares crawled over his skin. His first instinct was to bare his teeth and hiss until they all looked away. He did not. Xanthara's last words burned in his mind. Learn their ways. He walked. Each step toward the stool felt heavy. The stone under his feet was colder here. The robe dragged at his shoulders. The hat sat in front of him like a test. He stopped beside the stool. Up close, the hat smelled even worse. Old dust. Old sweat. Old magic that hummed faintly, not like fire, but like something damp and creeping. "Sit down, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said. Her voice was steady. Her eyes were not unkind. Harry lowered himself onto the stool. The hall stretched out in front of him. For tables. For blocks of color. For groups watching. His eyes flicked once to the Slytherin table where the pale boy would soon sit. A group of older students already in green watched him with narrowed eyes. Some looked curious. Some looked wary. One dark-haired boy in the middle had a small, amused smile. The hat dropped over Harry's head. The hall vanished. Darkness wrapped around him. Not like sleep. Not like night in the cave where he could still smell Xanthara's warm bulk next to him. This dark was dry and dusty. It smelled of old magic and old sweat and too many thoughts soaked into the fabric. "Interesting," a dry voice murmured inside his head. "Very interesting indeed." Harry jerked. He did not speak. He did not need his mouth. The voice was already there, sliding into his thoughts. It did not feel like legilimency that he would have snarled at. This felt more like someone poking at the outside of his skull, looking for a way in and finding only thick, hot scales. "What a mess," the voice said, not unkindly. "Dragons and wizards and a soul shard humming away in your scar. You are full of surprises, Mr. Potter." Harry's first instinct was to push back. Not with words, with the same raw, hot force he used when a strange wand came too close to his mind. He let his magic flare, just a little. The hat made a startled noise. "No need to scorch me," it said quickly. "I am only here to sort you, not to hurt you." Harry could have laughed if he had been the type. He kept the pressure steady instead. A warning. He did not like anything near his mind. "Brave," the hat went on. "Brave enough for Gryffindor, certainly. There is courage here, a readiness to leap. But there is more than that." Images flickered in his head. Not his own. The hat was reading him as much as it could. Claw marks on rock. Xanthra's huge shadow over him. His own small hands reaching into fire without fear. The way he had listened to her lessons about territory and prey and patience. "Cunning," the hat said. "Oh yes, you know how to wait, how to stalk, how to strike when it matters. You have learned survival from something ancient and wise." Harry did not answer. His magic settled back a little, enough to listen. "Loyalty," the hat said. "Fierce loyalty. For your mother. For the nest. For anyone you decide is yours. You would go far in Hufflepuff with that, if not for the way you look at the world." The hat paused. The dust smell grew stronger as it shifted slightly on his head. "You are not made for simple paths," it said after a moment. "You look at rules and see cages. You look at power and see tools. You have ambition, Harry. Not the petty kind. You want to protect what is yours. You want to burn what threatens it. You will take every scrap of strength you can find. You will use it." Harry thought of Xanthra, huge and bright and powerful. He thought of Dumbledore, old and dangerous and still choosing to show his throat. He thought of the Auror's burned arm, the way fear had flashed in the man's eyes as the fire roared. He did not want a quiet life. He wanted control. He wanted enough power that no one could take his nest from him again. The hat hummed. "Yes," it said. "You are not afraid of the dark parts of yourself. You know they exist. You do not flinch from them. That will frighten them, you know, the humans. But it will also make you strong." The hat's voice grew louder, as if it were speaking not only to him now. "Better be," it said. "Slytherin." The word slammed into the silence like a stone into water. The hat was pulled off his head before he could react. Light and sound rushed back in. The great hall exploded into noise. One table cheered loudly. The Slytherin table. The others murmured. "Slytherin," someone whispered from the Gryffindor table. "He went to Slytherin." "Of course he did," a second voice answered. "Look at him." Harry slid off the stool. For a second he stood there, heart pounding, eyes scanning the hall as if it were a new hunting ground. He could feel the stares, some fearful, some angry, some thrilled. His gaze flicked to the staff table. Dumbledore sat very still. His eyes met Harry's. There was something like regret there, something like determination. Harry did not bow. He turned and walked to the Slytherin table. The green banners fluttered above it. Silver serpents wound across them. The students made space without anyone needing to ask. Instinct, maybe, or something in his walk that told them he would not be stopped. He slid onto the bench. The pale boy sat opposite him. Draco. Harry still did not know the name, but he knew the face now. The boy watched him with a new intensity. "Slytherin," the boy said. "Figures." Harry tilted his head. "Figures," he repeated slowly, testing the feel of the word. "It means it fits," the boy said. "I am Draco Malfoy." He said it as if it mattered. Harry took that in. Draco Malfoy. The name sat in his head with a strange weight. Drac sounded like something from Xanthra's language. Something old and sharp. "Harry," he said. He did not bother with the surname. That one felt too heavy in his mouth. Draco's mouth curved. "I know," he said. Everyone here knows. He leaned in, a little gray eyes bright. You set an ore on fire, he said quietly. Before you even got here. Word traveled fast, apparently. Harry's lips twitched. He touched, he said. He should not. Draco barked a soft laugh. We are going to be very good for this house, he said. Around them the sorting went on. Names called. Houses shouted. Applause rising and falling like waves. Food appeared on the tables, rich and steaming, and the hall filled with new smells. Roast meat, vegetables, bread, gravy. Harry stared at the spread. In the preserve he had eaten meat almost straight from the kill. Warm, bloody, sometimes half-charred when he practiced breathing fire. Here the meat was cut into neat slices and piled onto plates. Everything shone with sauce. Hands reached for serving spoons instead of tearing with fingers. He reached out automatically, fingers closing on a drumstick. The heat of it seeped into his skin. He lifted it and took a savage bite. Grease ran down his chin. Across from him, Draco raised his eyebrows. No table manners at all, he said, but there was more amusement than disgust in his tone. Harry chewed, swallowed, and licked his fingers. Food, he said simply. Draco snorted. Fair enough, he said. We can work on the rest. Harry was not sure what work on meant. He was not sure he cared. His shoulders were tight. The hall was loud. The robes still felt wrong on his skin. His heart kept stuttering in his chest as he thought of the empty cavern and ocean away. He let his eyes drift once more to the enchanted ceiling. Stars, clouds, moving slowly across the false sky. If he squinted, he could almost pretend he was outside. He could almost hear Xanthara's wings beyond the stone. Learn their ways, her voice echoed in his head. He took another bite of meat. Draco watched him over his goblet, eyes thoughtful. Around them, house rivalries flared quietly. Grins and glares. Names traded. Harry felt the tension in the air and recognized it. New pack. New territory. Old rules. Different tools. He did not know yet who would be friend or foe. He did not know how much of himself he would have to cut away to fit inside this stone cage. He only knew one thing for certain. He would not let them tame his fire. Not completely. He lifted his head and met Dumbledore's gaze again across the hall. The old man raised his glass, a small, almost invisible salute. Harry did not return it. He only stared back, steady, unblinking. A promise settled in his chest, hot and clear. He would learn. He would watch. He would grow stronger. And when the time came, he would go back to the ash and the enclosure, back to the dragon who had taught him how to live. No matter what this castle tried to make of him. Sources. The Slytherin common room smelled of stone, cold water, and a faint, sharp trace of something that reminded Harry of wet scales. Green light filtered through the tall windows that looked out into the lake. Shadows shifted as fish moved past outside. The ceiling was low compared to the cavern. The air was damp instead of hot. A long fire crackled in a stone grate, its flames tame and polite in a way Harry did not trust. He stood just inside the entrance and listened. Voices moved around him. Hushed, laughing, annoyed. Robes brushed against one another. Chairs scraped. The room hummed with energy that was not fire yet. Older students had gathered in loose groups. Some stood near the fire. Others lounged in armchairs that looked soft and inviting. A few leaned on the walls, arms folded, watching the new first years with flat, measuring eyes. Draco walked at Harry's side as if he had always done it. This is it, Draco said. Slytherin common room. You will not find a better space in the castle. Gryffindor has a tower. Ravenclaw has stairs. Hufflepuff has a cellar near the kitchens. We have the lake and the dungeons. No one bothers us unless they have a reason. His voice carried the same lazy drawl as before, but Harry could hear the pride under it. Harry looked around without answering. His eyes moved over the couches and tables, the curtained doorways that led deeper into the sleeping areas, the cluster of older students near the fire who had gone quiet when he walked in. One of them stepped forward. Tall, dark hair cut short, prefect badge on his chest. His eyes flicked over Harry. Bare feet, crooked robe, scar. So, he said, the boy from the stories. I am Marcus Flint, Slytherin prefect. Harry stared back. Draco cleared his throat. Marcus, Draco said. This is Harry. He is different. Harry could hear the friction there. Draco was used to introducing important people. He was not used to the person in question being dressed like a wild thing. Flint looked Harry over again. I worked that out, Flint said calmly. You set an ore on fire before you even reached the castle. That took some effort. A few older students snickered. Harry's shoulders tightened. He touched without asking, Harry said. His accent clipped some of the sounds, but the words were clear. He should not. Flint watched him for a moment, then nodded once. Fair, he said. Listen up. He raised his voice. Slytherin rules for this year. First, do not bring ministry trouble into our den. If you are going to cause chaos, be sure you are not caught. Second, do not turn on your own house unless they turn on you first. We may fight inside these walls, but we watch each other's backs outside. Third, keep your secrets unless you are willing to pay for them. Fourth, do not make life harder for me or our head of house without a very good reason. He lifted one eyebrow. That includes setting professors on fire. A ripple of quiet laughter moved through the room. Harry did not laugh. His eyes stayed on Flint. Professor touches without asking, he said. I will burn him too. The room went even quieter. Flint studied him once more. He did not look impressed. He did not look afraid. He looked interested. Good thing our head of house prefers glowering to touching, he said. You will meet him in the morning. Until then, find your beds. First year dorm to the right, door by the silver frame. Boys inside, girls further down. There is a bathroom through the arch, try not to drown in the tub. Draco tugged at Harry's sleeve. Come on, he said. I will show you. Harry let himself be pulled. He could feel eyes on his back as they crossed the room. The fire in the grate called to him, but it was small, weak, house-trained. He did not like it. The first-year boys' dorm was round and low, with green curtains around each bed. Trunks sat at the foot of each. The lake pressed against the windows here as well. A large wardrobe stood against one wall. A carpet covered most of the floor. Blaise Zabini stood near one bed, arms folded, expression bored. Theodore Knott sat on his mattress and watched Harry with careful, dark eyes. A pair of smaller boys were still arguing quietly over who would sleep near the window. Draco pointed toward an empty bed near the corner. This one is yours, he said. House elves brought your things up already. Harry stared at the bed. Soft mattress, thick blankets, a green canopy above, heavy and dark. He stepped forward and pressed one hand into the mattress. It sank. The soft give under his fingers felt wrong. He had grown up on rock and on the packed nest of gold and old bones in Zenthara's cavern. This felt like mud. This will swallow me, he said flatly. Blaise snorted. It is a bed, not a monster, Blaise said. His voice was smooth. You lie on it. You sleep. That is all. Harry pushed down harder. His hand disappeared into the blankets. He pulled it free and shook his head. I sleep on stone, he said. Hard. Warm. Draco frowned. You cannot sleep on the floor, Draco said. It is cold, and the rest of us will trip over you. Harry looked at the fireplace. A smaller one than in the common room, but still wide enough for him to sit in. It was not lit. He walked over, knelt and pressed his palm to the empty grate. Cold brick met his skin. He breathed in, deep and slow. Heat gathered in his chest. A familiar weight. Comfort. He let it move down his arm and into his hand. Flame bloomed under his palm, bright and sudden. It caught on the wood stacked there and licked up the chimney. The other boys shouted. Merlin, Blaise said sharply. Warn people before you do that. Harry watched the fire climb. The warmth spread out into the room, pushing back the damp. I did warn, he said. I walked. Draco covered his face with his hand for a second. When he lowered it, there was a reluctant smile there. You are impossible, Draco said. Fine. I will ask the elves for an extra pallet. You can sleep by the fire like some sort of dog. Harry bristled. Dragon, he said. Draco nodded once, eyes thoughtful. Right, he said quietly. Dragon. Blaise watched them with a faint smirk. If you set the curtains on fire, I am leaving you to explain that to Snape, Blaise said. Harry sniffed the air. Snape, he repeated. The name tasted heavy, dark, like smoke that had gone stale. Head of house, Draco explained. He teaches potions, and he has the exact sense of humor you would expect from someone who spends his life in a dungeon with exploding cauldrons. He will hate you, Blaise added with cheerful certainty. He hates everyone. Not everyone, Nott said quietly. He hates Gryffindors. He tolerates Slytherins. Blaise shrugged. We will see, he said. Harry did not care yet whether Snape hated him. He cared that the fire he had lit was weak, small, still better than nothing. He dragged his pillow and one blanket off the bed and dropped them near the hearth. Draco stared. You really are going to sleep there? Draco said. Harry lay down and curled around the heat. Yes, he said. Move if you are afraid. Draco huffed a laugh despite himself. I am not afraid of you, Draco said. He walked over to his own bed, sat down and unlaced his shoes. Yet, Blaise muttered. Harry closed his eyes. For a moment the glow of the fire and the low murmur of the other boys' voices blurred. His mind drifted back over the day. Departure, Xanthra, the cavern, the roar of the portkey, the Sorting Hat pressing against his thoughts, Dumbledore's eyes, hundreds of students staring. His body hurt in a quiet way, not the sharp pain of a burn or a fall, the deep, tired ache of a day that had been too full. He let the fire warm his back and listened to the crackle. It was not Xanthara's heartbeat. It would do. Sleep crept up on him like smoke. For a little while it was almost peaceful. Then the scar began to hiss. A sound that was not sound tore through the edge of his dreams. Thin and sharp, like a snake hidden in stone. Harry jerked. His hand flew to his forehead. The line of scar burned under his fingers. He heard something inside that burn. Words, broken and distant. Mine, a voice whispered. Mine, he gasped and sat up. The dorm was dark. The fire had burned low. Draco snored softly in his bed. Blaise had one arm flung over his face. Nott lay curled on his side. No one else moved. The hiss crawled through his skull. Mine, it said again. Come. For a moment he felt the same pull as the portkey. Not in his stomach this time. In his scar. He clenched his teeth and forced himself to breathe. Fire, he thought. Xanthra. Nest. He imagined her bulk between him and the strange whisper. Her heat. Her smoke. The hiss wavered. Come, it said once more, thinner now. He pressed his palm flat over the scar and let a trickle of warmth seep into his own skin. Not enough to wake anyone near him. The burn eased. The voice faded. His heart kept hammering. He stayed upright for a long time after that, watching the embers in the hearth. By the time sleep dragged him under again, morning was near. The next day began with confusion. Harry woke to the sound of banging and the rush of water in the bathroom. Voices shouted back and forth. Draco strode past the fire with his robe half on, hair sticking up. Get up, Draco said. Breakfast, then Snape. You do not want to be late for either. Harry sat up slowly. His muscles felt stiff. His scar throbbed. The room smelled of soap and steam. He pushed himself to his feet and padded into the bathroom. Several boys were already in there. Showers ran behind fogged glass. Sinks lined one wall. Mirrors watched from above them. Harry caught sight of himself and paused. Wild black hair. Green eyes, clear and bright. Scar a thin jagged line. The new robe hung crooked on his bony frame. His bare feet looked out of place on the wet tile. He stared at his reflection for a second, then snorted. He did not look like a legend. He looked like a half-starved stray that had wandered into the wrong den. He splashed his face with cold water, scrubbed at his teeth with the brush someone handed him, and went to dress. The robe still felt wrong. He tugged at the collar until it sat in a way that did not scrape his neck. Draco waited by the dorm door, tapping his foot. You walk like someone on guard, Draco said as they headed down the corridor. Relax. No one will attack you at breakfast. Harry gave him a flat look. You do not know that, Harry said. Draco sighed. Fine, Draco said. If someone attacks you, you can set them on fire and I will say I warned them. That made Harry's mouth twitch. Great Hall at breakfast was different from the night before. There was less noise, less crowding. First years huddled with others from their houses. Older students read letters or talked quietly. Some looked half asleep. The enchanted ceiling showed a soft gray morning. Clouds pressed low. A few owls swooped in through nothing and dropped letters and parcels onto tables. Harry followed Draco to the Slytherin table. The smell of food was strong again. Eggs, bacon, toast, porridge, tea, fruit. He sat and reached for whatever was nearest. Try not to eat like you are on a hunt, Draco murmured, eyes flicking toward the other houses. Gryffindors are already saying we keep wild beasts in the dungeon. Harry took a large bite of toast and spoke around it. Then they should not come near the dungeon, Harry said. Draco covered his mouth with his hand, shoulders shaking in silent laughter. On the other side of the hall, at the Gryffindor table, a girl with bushy brown hair glanced over. Her plate sat untouched. Her eyes moved from Harry to Dumbledore at the staff table, then back again. Hermione Granger. Harry did not know her name yet, but he felt her stare. Prickled. She turned to the red-haired boy next to her and said something, her hands moving as she talked. The boy scowled and stabbed his sausage with more force than needed. Do you see them? Draco said quietly, nodding toward the same spot. That is Granger and a Weasley. She tried to demonstrate every spell she had ever read about on the train. He tried to eat the entire trolley. Harry watched them. Hermione frowned, said something sharp. The boy flushed red and looked toward the Slytherin table with a glare that had more fear than hatred behind it. Harry recognized that look. Enemy, he said under his breath. Draco followed his gaze. Weasleys are blood traitors, Draco said. They hate Slytherin. They hate my family. That one told me I have no right to call myself a wizard. He set his cup down a little too hard. He said that, Harry asked. Draco nodded. Harry kept watching the boy. The boy had his back to Harry now, shoulders hunched, ears still red. Harry filed him away under danger, but not the kind worth spending fire on yet. Not while there were bigger threats in this stone nest. They met Snape in the dungeon classroom later that morning. The room smelled of herbs, old brews, and something bitter. Jars lined the shelves, filled with floating things that moved in the corner of Harry's eye. Cauldrons gleamed on tables. The air was thick and heavy. Harry did not like it. Slytherins sat on one side of the room, Gryffindors on the other. Harry could feel the tension between the two groups, as real as heat. Snape swept into the room like a long black shadow. His robes billowed around him. His face was pale and lined. His eyes were dark and sharp. He did not look at anyone at first. Potions, Snape said in a voice that cut through the murmur. The subtle science, the precise art. Those of you who are gifted may learn to bottle fame, brew glory, even stopper death. Those of you who are not gifted will do your best not to blow us all sky high. His gaze lifted. It went straight to Harry. Silence pressed down. Ah, Snape said softly. Our celebrity. Harry met his stare without flinching. Snape looked from the scar to Harry's bare feet. He frowned slightly at the lack of shoes, then at the way Harry's hand rested on the edge of the table instead of folded in front of him. Harry Potter, Snape said. Our newest snake. Tell me, do they not have shoes in caves? Several Slytherins shifted in their seats. Draco went rigid beside Harry. They burn, Harry said simply. Snape blinked once. They burn, Snape repeated. Harry nodded. Feet sweat, he said. Leather catches smell. Dragons do not like leather near nest. A surprised little laugh escaped from somewhere in the room. Snape shot a glare in that direction. We do not run this class by draconic standards, Snape said. We run it by mine. You will acquire proper footwear before the end of the week, Mr. Potter, or I will acquire it for you and hex it in place. Harry frowned. You would chain my feet, he asked. Snape stared at him for a long second. You will find, Snape said slowly, that this school expects its students to respect certain standards. We do not run around barefoot. We do not set our classmates on fire. We do not speak Parseltongue at the breakfast table. Several Gryffindors gasped. Harry heard that last piece as clear as cut glass. How do you know that word? Harry asked softly. Snape did not answer. Instead he moved on. Today you will attempt a simple boil cure, Snape said. Slytherins pair with Gryffindors. I am sure you made friends at breakfast. The tension in the room spiked. Gryffindors glared. Slytherins glared back. Harry did not move. Snape looked over the room again, eyes landing on Harry once more. Potter, Snape said. Sit with Granger. Perhaps between her and your dragon stories we will manage one working cauldron. Hermione stiffened. Yes, Professor, she said. She gathered her books and slid into the seat next to Harry. Draco opened his mouth to protest. Professor, Draco started. Snape cut him off with a look. Do you intend to argue with me on your first day, Mr. Malfoy? Snape asked. Draco shut his mouth with a click. Hermione arranged her quills and parchment with brisk movements. Her hands shook only a little. Harry watched her. She smelled of paper, ink, and a kind of sharp, quick worry that reminded him of small prey animals that thought too much. We need to follow the instructions exactly, Hermione said in a low voice. No improvising. No adding things you think might help. Potions will react badly if you surprise them. Harry lifted one eyebrow. They are not alive, Harry said. Hermione hesitated. They are not alive like you or me, she said. But they react. They are like spells that are already halfway cast. You have to be careful. Harry did not agree, but he nodded anyway. They began. Hermione measured each ingredient with precise movements. She checked the recipe 3 times before adding anything. Harry cut the roots and stirred when she told him. For a while it went well. Then the cauldron stuttered. The liquid inside bubbled once, twice, then froze. Hermione frowned. That is not right, she said. It should simmer, not stop. Harry felt a familiar pressure in his chest. His magic disliked the stillness. It wanted movement, heat, change. He reached out without thinking and laid his hand on the side of the cauldron. Hermione grabbed his wrist too late. Wait, you cannot touch the... Heat leaped from his palm into the metal. The potion reacted as if it had been struck. It boiled at once, foam rising in a rush. Blue sparks shot out. Hermione yelped and jerked back. Harry tried to pull his hand away, but the cauldron stuck to his magic. He felt the brew surge through the connection, wild and eager. Snape snapped his wand up. Finite, Snape barked. The foam settled. The sparks died. Harry snatched his hand back. His palm was red, but not burned. The metal had gone dark where he had touched it. The room stank of sour herbs and something singed. Snape stalked to their table. Care to explain what you thought you were doing, Potter? Snape asked. Harry flexed his fingers. It stopped, Harry said. I wanted it to move again. To move, Snape repeated. He stared into the cauldron. The potion had turned a murky gray instead of pale green. You used raw magic on a brew, Snape said softly. Do you also use raw fire on soup? Harry considered that honestly. Sometimes, he admitted. Hermione sounded half-strangled. He grabbed it with his hand, she said. Professor. He grabbed the cauldron with his hand. Snape gave Harry's palm another sharp look. You do not add your own magic to a potion unless you know exactly what you are doing, Snape said. You have no idea what might grow out of that brew now. Tentacles, teeth, a new kind of plague. He flicked his wand. The ruined potion vanished. For the rest of this lesson you will watch, Snape said. You will take notes. You will not touch another cauldron in my classroom until I say so. Harry's jaw tightened. You cannot stop my fire, he said. Snape smiled. It was not nice. Watch me, Snape said. Transfiguration with McGonagall went no better. She gave each student a match and told them to turn it into a needle. Simple, she said. Basic spell. Easy for those who focused. Harry turned his match into a strip of charcoal and nearly set the desk on fire. McGonagall put that out with a sigh. Less force, Mr. Potter, she said. Magic is not something you wrestle into shape. It is something you guide. Harry frowned at the blackened wood. How do I guide something that is already running? He asked. McGonagall paused at that. Then you must learn to walk beside it, she said. Not in front of it, not behind. Beside. You have raw power, that much is clear. But power without control is a danger to everyone around you. You cannot treat every spell like dragon fire. Harry bristled at that, but he listened. Xanthara had said similar things, just with more teeth. He tried again. He held the match. He whispered the spell the way she had shown them. The magic moved, crackled under his skin. He tried to breathe with it. For one moment it worked. The match trembled, then stretched, would turn to silver. The small head narrowed. The point sharpened. Hermione, at the desk next to him, gasped. You did it, she whispered. Then the needle burst into flame. The fire shot straight up. Harry flung his hand out. The flame followed, a thin line that scorched the air above their heads before McGonagall cut it with a sharp gesture. Enough, she said. Someone open a window. Students scrambled. Hermione looked at Harry with wide eyes. How are you doing that? She asked. There is no wand movement. Your pronunciation is terrible. And yet the spells answer you like you have grabbed them by the throat. Harry tilted his head. That is how you take down prey, he said. You grab it by the throat. Hermione stared. That is not how spells are supposed to work, she said faintly. Maybe they like it, Harry said. She made a frustrated noise. You cannot treat magic like an animal you can hunt, Hermione said. It is a system. It has rules. So do animals, Harry said. So do dragons. McGonagall cleared her throat. If you two would like to continue this debate, you can do so after class, she said. For now, we are going to try again. Mr. Potter, less force, more focus. Miss Granger, perhaps you can demonstrate a standard wand movement that does not involve setting the room on fire. Hermione went pink, but nodding seemed to calm her. Charms, at least, went almost right. Professor Flitwick put a feather on each desk and told them about levitation. Swish and flick, Flitwick said, his voice light. Remember the correct words. Controlled movement. Clear intention. Hermione mastered it on her second try. The feather rose. She squealed and clapped her hands. Wingardium Leviosa, she said again. Perfect. Harry watched. He copied the wand movement. His wrist was stiff. The words felt strange, but he managed them. The feather shivered. He felt his magic gather. He forced himself to breathe. He did not grab the spell by the throat. He gave it a nudge instead. The feather rose, slowly and steadily, up past his head. It floated in the air. It did not catch fire. Flitwick clapped his hands. Excellent, Mr. Potter, Flitwick said. Excellent control. 10 points to Slytherin. The room buzzed. Hermione leaned over. You did it, she whispered, half delighted and half annoyed. No flames that time. Harry let the feather drift back down to the desk. Small spell, he said. Small fire. Defense against the dark arts was stranger than all the rest. Professor Quirrell shuffled into the room with a nervous twitch. He wore a turban that smelled of garlic and something under that smell that Harry did not like at all. The scent hit Harry as soon as Quirrell entered. Rot. Not old food. Not garbage. Old magic. Harry's stomach flipped. His scar gave a small, sharp hiss. Quirrell stuttered through his introduction, talking about the dark arts and how terrible they were and how he had fought some sort of curse in Albania. His words fumbled and repeated. His eyes never stayed long on one student, except Harry. Once, twice, Harry caught the professor's gaze on him. The weight of it pressed like cold fingers on the back of his neck. The smell from the turban grew stronger. Harry's fingers dug into the edge of the desk. He had never liked the scent of sickness. Xanthara had taught him early to avoid carcasses that had gone bad. Rot carried things that spread. You did not eat meat that smelled wrong. You burned it. Quirrell turned his back to write something on the board. The scar hissed again. Mine. A tiny voice whispered at the edge of thought. Harry's jaw clenched. Fire flickered at the tips of his fingers. He forced it down. He watched Quirrell walk the way the man held himself. The way his steps were uneven. as if one foot wanted to go forward and the other wanted to go back. There was something living in the back of that turban. He was sure of it. When class ended, students gathered their things and filed out. Quirrell retreated behind his desk, hands shaking. Harry did not move. "Potter," Draco whispered. "Come on." Harry shook his head. "Go," he said. Draco hesitated, then slipped out with the others. Hermione lingered in the doorway. "Are you all right?" she asked softly. "Go," Harry repeated. "I will come." She bit her lip. "This is not a good idea," she said. She went anyway. The room emptied. Harry stayed. Quirrell fumbled with papers, pretending not to notice him at first. Then he looked up. "Mr. Peapot Potter," Quirrell stammered. "See, can I help you with something?" Harry stepped closer. The smell thickened. Garlic tried and failed to hide it. "There is something in your head," Harry said quietly. Quirrell went very still. Harry tapped his own scar. "It hisses," Harry said. "It wants to call to mine." Quirrell's expression twitched. "I do not know what you mean," Quirrell said. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Harry could heard 2 heartbeats now. One fast and panicked in the front. Another, slower and colder at the back. His hand burned. He curled his fingers into a fist and forced himself to step back. "I do not like rot," Harry said. "Stay away from me." He turned and walked out before Quirrell could answer. The corridor outside felt cooler, cleaner. Hermione leaned against the wall, her arms full of books. Draco stood a few steps away, tapping his wand against his leg. "Well," Draco said, "did the nervous wreck curse you?" Harry shook his head. "He stinks," Harry said. Hermione blinked. "Of what?" she asked. "Bad magic," Harry said. "Something dead that will not let go." They looked at him. "That is not a smell," Hermione said. "That is just imagination." "It is a warning," Harry said. He pressed his fingers to his scar again. "And it hisses back." The days settled into a rough pattern after that. Classes, meals, homework, late nights by the fire. Harry never quite fit. He did not sit at the Slytherin table with his back to the room. He took a place where he could see the doors. He did not like the high-back chairs in the common room. He preferred the floor near the hearth. He went barefoot as often as he dared. Snape glared at his feet every time he saw them. "I see you still cannot follow simple instructions," Snape said one afternoon in the corridor. Harry looked down. He had forgotten to put on shoes again. The stones were cool under his toes. "They slow me," Harry said. "And they squeak." Snape pinched the bridge of his nose. "You are not a dragon," Snape said. "You are a wizard. Wizards wear shoes." Harry thought of Xanthara's scornful snort when he had asked once why she did not wear armor. Harry shook his head. "Dragons do not wear shoes," he said. Snape sighed. "Detention," Snape said. "Tonight, 8 in my classroom. You will scrub cauldrons for every hour your toes have offended me." Harry considered arguing, then decided against it. Detention would at least keep him away from the strange hissing that filled the dorm at night. His scar had continued to whisper. Not every night, not all the time, but often enough. Sometimes the voice said nothing but mine. Sometimes it murmured in a language he could not quite catch, thin and cold. Xanthara had once told him that some predators did not roar. They coaxed. He did not trust this whispering thing at all. He met Hermione properly in the library. She sat at a table under the wide window, surrounded by stacks of books. Her hair was even wilder in the bright light. She chewed the end of her quill while reading 3 pages at once. Draco had dragged Harry there with a sigh. "If you keep setting things on fire without meaning to, we are going to have a problem," Draco said. "We need information. The best information is in the library." Harry eyed the towering shelves. "Stone books," Harry said. "Books are not made of stone," Draco said. "Then why are they this heavy?" Harry asked. Draco ignored that. He pointed at Hermione. "Granger lives here," Draco said. "She knows every rule in this place, and she already watched you turn a needle into a firework. Offer her a puzzle and she will follow you anywhere." Hermione looked up as they approached. Her eyes sharpened at once. "You are not supposed to drag your feet in here," she said to Harry. You will scuff the floor. Harry eyed the polished wood. It is already scuffed, he said. She huffed. It will be more scuffed if you keep it up, she said. Draco smirked. Granger, this is Harry, Draco said. He has the subtlety of a bludger. Harry, this is Hermione Granger. She has read every book in this place twice and will tell you when you breathe wrong. Hermione glared at Draco. That is not true, she said. I have only read the first floor. Harry leaned his hands on the table. You saw me in class, Harry said. My magic does not listen. It runs. Hermione looked at him over the top of her book. I saw you grab a cauldron with your bare hand, she said, and then watched the potion try to climb out and eat us. I also saw you levitate a feather better than anyone else after 2 tries. Your magic listens. It just likes to argue first. Harry thought about that. It fights, he said. Hermione pushed a pile of books toward him. These are on magical theory, she said. This one is about wand cores. This one is about ancient magic and bloodline traits. This one is about wildcasts and why they are dangerous. If you want to understand why you are different, we start here. Harry stared at the stack. Words, he said. Yes, Hermione said. Words. She handed him one book. Try this one, she said. I picked the one with the clearest diagrams. Harry opened it. The letters crowded the page. The diagrams helped. Lines of magic drawn as waves, circles, flows. He traced one with his finger. That is too smooth, Harry said. Magic does not move like that. Hermione frowned. It does in theory, she said. Draco slid into the seat across from them. What did you expect? Draco said to Hermione. Perfect theory obedience from the boy who grew up with a dragon. Hermione glared at him again. You still have not given me a proper account of that, she said. No one has. They say he disappeared. They say there was a dragon attack. They say he fell into a volcano. The Daily Prophet is useless. Draco snorted. My father says the ministry forgot how to count eggs, Draco said. They left one unattended. Dragons guard what falls into their nest. Harry nodded once. Mine, he said. They both looked at him. So you remember, Hermione said slowly. Not just in pieces. Harry shrugged. I remember heat, Harry said, and hunger, and a big chest under my hands while I slept. I remember her voice. She taught me to fly from ledges before I could walk on flat ground. Hermione's eyes widened. You actually climbed on her, she breathed. Sometimes, Harry said. Her hands trembled a little. That is not in any book, she whispered. Draco rolled his eyes. Of course it is not, Draco said. No one writes polite books about boy raised by dragon. They write warnings and court records. Hermione bit her lip. What does that have to do with your magic? She asked Harry. Did she teach you to spellcast? Harry shook his head. She taught me to breathe, he said. To call fire from my chest to my teeth. To feel the heat in my bones. To understand the scent of power in the air. Humans use wands. Dragons use themselves. Hermione stared at him as if he were both dangerous and fascinating. That means your base control is shaped by her, Hermione said. You reach for magic the way a dragon would. You do not ask. You claim. You pull it through your body instead of along a wand. Draco leaned forward. Is that why you keep blowing things up? Draco asked. Hermione nodded. If he keeps treating every spell like dragon breath, yes, she said. Most wand work is delicate. Think of it like glasswork. You do not use a hammer when you need a brush. Harry thought about that. Then teach me how to use a brush, he said. Hermione blinked. You want me to teach you? She asked. You know how to use brush, Harry said. I know how to call fire. We can trade. Draco snorted. What do I get in this trade? Draco asked. Hermione did not answer at once. You get a chance not to die when his spells misfire, she said. Draco considered that. Fair, Draco said. All right, we are a group now, but we are not calling it a trio. Hermione frowned. Why not? She asked. Because that sounds like one of those silly stories where the heroes always sit at the same table and never speak to anyone else, Draco said. We are not that. He glanced at Harry. We are something else, Draco said. Harry watched the two of them. You both talk too much, Harry said. Hermione rolled her eyes. You barely talk at all, she said. Detention with Snape turned out to be useful in a way Harry had not expected. Snape set a line of dirty cauldrons on the table and handed Harry a stiff brush. No magic, Snape said. You will clean these by hand. Harry eyed the black crust on the metal. Why? Harry asked. Because you need to learn patience, Snape said. And because cauldron bottoms do not respond well to students who try to burn off residue with dragon fire. Harry sighed and set to work. Scrubbing without magic was slow. His shoulders ached. His hands cramped. He thought it was pointless. Then he began to sense something else. There was magic dried into the metal. Not active. Not dangerous. Faint traces of spells that had once boiled inside. Each cauldron held a different pattern. Snape watched him. What do you feel? Snape asked. Harry startled. Old magic, Harry said. Like bones after a hunt. Snape tilted his head. You can sense that without a wand, Snape said. Harry nodded. Yes, he said. Snape thought for a moment. Close your eyes, Snape said. Tell me what you feel in this one. He moved a different cauldron closer. Harry set the brush down, closed his eyes and laid both hands on the metal. Deep inside the iron he felt residue. Sweet, sharp, something that had fizzed and popped. Laughing magic, Harry said slowly. Light. It wanted to rise. You used it to cheer someone. Snape made a soft sound. Cheering charm residue, Snape murmured. Very interesting. He swapped the cauldron. And this? Snape asked. Harry touched the next. Heavy. Sticky. Cold. Sad magic, Harry said. Pulling down instead of up. Thick. It hurt someone. Sleeping draft, Snape said. He watched Harry more closely after that. Your control is terrible, Snape said. But your sense is not. That is rare. Most students need wands to feel magic at all. Harry shrugged. I lived in a nest, Harry said. Magic was in the air. If you could not feel it, you died. Snape stared at him, something unreadable in his eyes. You were not supposed to die, Snape said softly. You were supposed to be protected. Harry looked down at his hands. The stone doorstep was cold, Harry said. The cavern was not. Snape said nothing to that. When detention ended, Harry walked out of the dungeon with his hands raw from the brush and his mind buzzing. His scar had finally gone quiet. The mirror found him a week later. He had not meant to go looking for it. He had gone running instead. Curfew had already passed. The castle corridors lay mostly empty. Portraits snored in their frames. Torches burned low. Moonlight filtered through the windows in pale strips. Harry padded along in silence, bare feet making no sound. The whisper in his scar had started again in his sleep. He had woken with his heart racing. The dorm walls had pressed close. The lake outside the window had felt more like a lid than a view. He had needed space. He took any turn that led away from voices. Upstairs. Down a silent corridor. Through an empty classroom where desks crouched like waiting creatures. The whisper tugged him one way. His own instincts pulled him another. He followed his instincts. They led him to a door that did not look special at all. Plain wood. Rusted handle. No plaque. The air around it shimmered with magic. Harry touched the handle. Cold bit his skin. He pushed the door open. The room inside was dark and dusty. Tall windows stood bare, letting in silver light. A single huge mirror rested against the far wall. Its frame rose almost to the ceiling. Silver and gold carvings of strange creatures wound around the edges. Harry stepped closer. The mirror should have shown the empty room behind him. It did not. It showed the cavern. Warm, white, full of light from dragon fire. Xanthra coiled in the center, scales bright and whole. No ministry scars. No ropes. No hunters. Harry stood in front of her in the reflection, older and taller, robe cut to move instead of cling. A wand sat at his hip. Fire curled around his fingers without escaping. His feet were bare. His scar was still there, but it glowed with a deep, steady light, not a sharp hiss. He was not alone. Draco stood at his right side, robe open over a shirt that looked like it had seen better days, hair mussed, eyes sharp and amused. Hermione stood at his left, wand in hand, face fierce and focused. All three of them faced the same direction. Behind them, high on the cavern ledge, a shadow crouched. Not Voldemort, not a clear shape, a bundle of dark, tangled lines. A knot of hunger. Every time he tried to see it clearly, the image slipped. His scar burned. The shadow leaned forward. Mine, it hissed. Harry jerked back from the mirror. The room vanished. He saw only that tangle and Xanthara's glare sweeping in front of it. Her mirrored eyes flashed. Not yours, her reflection said without moving her mouth. Not anymore. The shadow shuddered. Then the image steadied again. Harry gasped. His hand flew to his scar. Sweat coated his palm. He had never seen himself older before. Never let himself think that far. He had never seen his dragon and his future in the same place. He had definitely never seen the Horcrux in his scar as something that might be pushed back. The whisper in his head thrashed. Mine, it spat. Harry drew himself up. No, he said aloud. His voice echoed in the room. I belong to no dead thing. The whisper hissed once, furious. Then something else moved in the room. He was not alone. The smell reached him first. Garlic. Sweat. That same rot from defense class, thicker now. Quirrell's reflection appeared over his shoulder. Harry did not turn. He watched the mirror. Quirrell walked into the room with small, careful steps. His turban sat heavy on his head. His hands trembled as he clutched them together. Mr. P. Potter, Quirrell stammered. Why, you are out past sea curfew. Harry kept his eyes on the mirror. In the glass, Quirrell looked wrong. His front matched reality. Pale face, nervous eyes, trembling mouth. His back did not. The knot of darkness behind him reached forward through the turban and pressed toward Harry's mirrored scar. The two dark shapes met in the glass. Pain shot through his forehead. Harry hissed, his own sound mixing with the echoes in his head. The mirror image shifted. For a second Harry saw something like a face in that knot. Pale, noseless, with slitted eyes and thin lips. Hatred poured off it in waves. Mine, it hissed. He is mine, Harry snarled. He stepped back from the mirror and spun to face Quirrell. The pain in his scar flared and then steadied. His hands burned with contained fire. Stay away, Harry said. Quirrell flinched. Mr. P. Potter, USH should not be here, Quirrell said. This room is not for students. His voice stuttered, but Harry could hear something slick under it now. Another voice riding on top of his. One that did not stutter at all. Curious, the smooth voice murmured. Very curious. The boy has found the mirror. The words did not come from Quirrell's mouth. They slid into Harry's mind. He bared his teeth. Get out of his head, Harry said. Quirrell went still. Such spirit, the smooth voice said. Such raw power. No wonder you survived. Heat pressed up from inside Harry's chest. Who are you? Harry asked. Laughter whispered down his spine. You know me, the voice said. Even if you pretend you do not. I marked you once. Even your dragon could not burn that away. The scar blazed. Harry staggered. He dug his toes into the cold stone and forced himself not to fall. Voldemort, he breathed. Quirrell shivered. His lips moved. Do not say that name, Quirrell stammered. Harry ignored the front man. He spoke to the rot. Get out of him, Harry said. He is a coward, but he is still alive. You are not, the smooth voice hissed. You are a child, it said. You have no idea what you speak of. You are a vessel. You are a path. You think the dragon raised you to fight me. She raised you to burn for me. The words tried to dig in. Harry felt cracks along the edges of his scar. He remembered Xanthara's face in the mirror. Not yours, she had said. His chest filled with heat. He did not aim for reason this time. He aimed for instinct. He let the fire in his lungs rise. Not yours, he growled. Flame burst from his hands in a rough wave. He did not mean to cast. No wand. No word. Just a rush forward, bright and hungry. Quirrell screamed. The rot recoiled. The mirror reflected the blast in merciless detail. Fire washed over Quirrell's front. It did not touch his skin. Dumbledore had layered protections around the professor this year, old silent spells that flared and flickered when the fire hit. The protections buckled but did not break. The real target shrieked behind him. Harry saw the shadow in the mirror thrash, lines fraying at the edges where the fire touched them. He wanted to keep pushing. He wanted to burn until there was nothing left. Someone grabbed his wrist. The touch cut through the blaze like a splash of cold water. "Harry!" Hermione yelled. He had not heard her come in. She had followed him from the library with a book still in her hand and now stood by his side, magic already gathered at her wand. Draco was there too, face pale, wand out. Hermione clung to his wrist with both hands. "You will bring the whole castle down," she shouted. "Stop!" Her eyes were wide. Not afraid of him. Afraid for him. Draco moved in front of Quirrell, wand raised. "Finite," Draco snapped, following it with a shield charm that looked better than anything a first year should cast. The wave of fire broke against that shield and scattered. Flames licked the walls instead of Quirrell's head. Quirrell collapsed to his knees. He gasped. His turban smoked. The smell of rot receded a little, though it did not vanish. Harry stood in the middle of it all, chest heaving, hands still glowing at the edges. The whisper in his scar howled. "Mine!" it screamed. "Mine!" He squeezed his eyes shut. "No," he said again. Hermione squeezed his wrist so hard his fingers tingled. "Think," she shouted in his ear. "Not just burn. Think. You told me magic has rules. Even dragon fire. Think." He dragged in a breath. In Xanthra breathing in the cavern. Slow and steady. He forced his own breath to match. The fire in his hands flickered, then shrank, pulling back into his skin. The room went quiet except for Quirrell's ragged sobs. Draco lowered his wand. "I am going to be sick," Draco said. Hermione let go of Harry and grabbed her own knees. "You almost roasted a professor," she whispered. Harry stared at his hands. They shook. "He had something in his head," Harry said. "It called to me. It wanted to use my scar to step out." Hermione swallowed. "We need to tell someone," she said. Draco laughed once, sharp and bitter. "Who?" Draco asked. "Snape, who already hates you. McGonagall, who will worry herself sick and take 10 points. Dumbledore, who left you on a doorstep and thinks dragons are polite pets." Harry looked at the mirror. His reflection stared back. The shadow behind him was smaller now, shredded at the edges where the fire had touched it. Not gone, weakened. "We tell the one who knows about rot," Harry said. Hermione frowned. "Who?" she asked. Harry turned. "Snape," he said. Dumbledore found them on the way. Hermione marched between Harry and Draco like a barrier, her wand still in her hand. Draco kept glancing over his shoulder as if expecting Quirrell to stagger after them. Harry walked with his fists clenched, trying to keep his magic from leaking out. They nearly ran into Dumbledore at the foot of the moving stairs. He stood alone in the corridor, as if he had been waiting. His eyes went from Harry's face to his hands to the scorch marks on his robe. "Good evening," Dumbledore said lightly. "Going somewhere interesting?" Hermione opened her mouth. "Professor," she blurted. "There is something living in Professor Quirrell's turban." Harry nearly burned the defense classroom, and he found a mirror that shows things it should not, and his scar keeps hissing, and we were on our way to see Professor Snape. The words came out in one breath. Dumbledore raised both hands. "Slowly," Dumbledore said. "One problem at a time." He looked at Harry. "Is this true?" Dumbledore asked. "You found the mirror of Eriste." Harry frowned. "It showed me my nest," Harry said. "With you who took me from it. With them." He jerked his head toward Draco and Hermione. "It also showed the thing in my scar and in Quirrell's head trying to eat each other." Dumbledore's face did something complicated. "The mirror shows not your face, but your heart's desire," Dumbledore said gently. "It reflects what you long for most." Harry snorted. "I long for a nest where my mother is safe," Harry said. "That is no surprise." Dumbledore's eyes softened. "No," Dumbledore said. "It is not." He glanced at Draco and Hermione. "And you too?" Dumbledore asked. "How did you end up in this particular adventure?" Draco crossed his arms. Someone has to keep him from burning the school down, Draco said. Hermione nodded. He is dangerous, she said. So we stay close. It sounded more like a plan than a complaint. Dumbledore watched them all for a moment. You have very good taste in shields, Mr. Potter, Dumbledore said. Friends who pull you back from the edge are rarer than gold. Harry thought of Xanthra again and said nothing. Dumbledore sighed. As for Professor Quirrell, Dumbledore said, there are things at work that I cannot explain in a corridor. I will investigate. For now, I need you to promise me 3 things. He held up 3 fingers. You will not seek out the mirror again, Dumbledore said. You will not confront Professor Quirrell alone. And you will come to me, or to Professor Snape or Professor McGonagall, if your scar burns the way it did tonight. Harry narrowed his eyes. You expect me to let a rot sit in the house while I wait, Harry said. I expect you to remember that you are 11, Dumbledore said softly, and that you nearly lost control of a fire that could have killed half a dozen students along with our already fragile professor. Power without caution is not bravery. It is recklessness. Harry's shoulders stiffened. I will not let it use me, he said. I am not asking you to, Dumbledore said. I am asking you not to stand alone when it tries. Hermione nodded hard. He is right, she said. We help. That is what we are here for. Draco grimaced. I discovered I prefer my eyebrows unburned, Draco said. So yes, we help. Harry let out a slow breath. Fine, he said. I will not hunt it alone. Dumbledore studied his face, then smiled faintly. That is more than I hoped for, Dumbledore said. Now go back to your dorms. You will all have quite enough to think about without sitting in detention tonight. Again, Draco muttered. Dumbledore heard that and his eyes twinkled. Oh, do not worry, Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore said. Professor Snape will surely invent new reasons for that. Back in the Slytherin dorm, the fire burned low. Draco dropped onto his bed with a groan. I still cannot believe you nearly turned a professor into dragon food, Draco said. Harry sat on his pallet in front of the hearth and stared at the flames. He was already sharing his body, Harry said. He chose his risks. Hermione sat on the rug, legs folded under her. She had followed them to the door of the dorm, ignored Draco's protests and pushed her way inside. You cannot be here, Draco said. This room is for boys. Hermione rolled her eyes. I am not sleeping here, Hermione said. I am sitting by the fire for 5 minutes while we work out how not to die this year. Blaise, already under his blankets, watched them with sleepy amusement. If anyone asks, I will say I told you not to, Blaise said. Hermione ignored him. We need a plan, Hermione said. Quirrell is possessed. Your scar reacts. The mirror is dangerous. The headmaster knows more than he is saying. That is 4 plans, Draco said. Hermione glared. The main point is control, she said. Harry has too much magic and not enough practice. Every time he gets angry, things explode. Harry did not argue. Draco sat up. So we train him, Draco said. In secret. Away from students who might burst into tears when the curtains singe. Hermione nodded. We use the room of requirement, she said. Draco blinked. The what? Draco asked. Hermione frowned. I read about a room that appears when you need it, she said. It has not come up yet in any official tour, but it must be here. This castle is too strange not to hide things. Harry listened to them argue about floors and maps and lost rooms. His scar throbbed. The whisper inside it had gone quiet again. He thought of the mirror image, of himself standing with Draco and Hermione in the cavern, facing the same threat. Of Xanthra behind them, bright and solid. His chest hurt. Fine, he said. We train. We learn their magic. We learn what this rot wants. He looked at both of them. And if it tries to use me again, you pull me back, he said. Hermione nodded. Of course, she said. Draco shrugged. I suppose I might as well, Draco said. Someone has to keep the hero of our house from burning his own tail. Harry snorted. He lay down in front of the fire again. The stone under his back was hard. The flames warmed his face. He closed his eyes. The scar's dull ache was still there, but the hiss had faded. He breathed in smoke and old stone and human soap. He was not in his nest. He was not with Xanthara, but he was no longer alone with the whisper. That had to be enough. For now, the darkening of the serpent's lair. The voice came on a rush of cold air. Not words. Not really. A scrape of scales. A promise of tearing. Old stone humming under Harry's bare feet in the corridor. Even though he wore shoes now, he stopped dead. The crowd around him flowed and crashed like a river against a rock. Students jostled. Someone swore. Someone laughed too loudly out of nerves. Filch howled from the far end of the hall about his cat. Harry did not hear any of it. Heat rose under his skin, fighting the strange chill that came with the sound. The castle stones stank of damp and fear. Under everything, something crawled through the walls. Felt wrong, like a dragon skull filled with rotten meat. His head tipped to the side, instinctive. He listened the way Xanthara had taught him in the lair. Not with ears, with bones. Rip, rend, kill. The meaning did not come in English. It came in that deep, gut sound that lived under Parseltongue. The old draconic hiss that had waited in his throat since he had been small enough to curl under silver scales. His lips moved. A low hiss slipped out before he could stop it, answering on reflex. The crowd went still. Draco Malfoy was the first to notice. Harry felt Draco's gaze like a claw down his spine. What did you just say? Harry blinked. The corridor snapped back into focus. Filch's cat hung frozen from the torch bracket. Red letters on the wall shone wet and bright. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware. The scent of fresh paint burned his nose. It sat wrong on the stone. Too human. Harry's throat tasted of smoke. Harry. Hermione South voice snapped close at his elbow. She grabbed his sleeve, fingers tight. Ron hovered beside her, face pale and a bit green as he stared at the cat. You heard it again, did you not? She kept her voice low, but her eyes were huge. Harry did not answer. He was still listening. The crawling sound faded. The old thing in the walls slid away, down deep. Gone. He swallowed. The air in the corridor felt thin. Yeah, he muttered. It wanted to kill. Ron flinched. Kill what? Everyone, Harry said. His voice came out flat. A few Slytherins nearby went quiet at that. Pansy Parkinson stared at him like he had grown extra teeth. Blaise Zabini's dark eyes narrowed in thought. You understood that sound, Draco said. Harry turned. Draco stood only a step away. Blonde hair neat, tie straight, hands shoved into his pockets like he was relaxed. His jaw was tight. It was not human speech, Draco went on. That was not Latin. That was not any charm. Harry shrugged, trying to loosen the stiffness in his shoulders. Does it matter? There is a monster. Draco stepped closer. A faint scent of expensive soap and dungeons clung to his robes. Beneath it, Harry caught the sharp, restless smell that was only Draco. Pride and fear. It matters if you are speaking to it, Draco said quietly. Around them, the noise in the corridor rose again. Teachers pushed through the crowd. McGonagall shouted at students to return to their dormitories. Snape glided past with his robes trailing, eyes sweeping over Harry with a look that tried to pin him in place. For a second, Harry thought Snape would stop, question him, drag the truth out of his mind the way Dumbledore had tried to probe his thoughts sometimes, soft and kind and too bright. But Snape's gaze skated off Harry's face like water off polished scale. Draconic occlumency pushed back, instinctive, hot and hostile. Snape frowned, then moved on. Draco watched that. Harry saw him watch it. Later, Draco said under his breath. His voice had gone low and private. Common room. He did not wait for Harry's answer. He simply turned and strode off with the rest of the Slytherins as Snape ordered them away. Hermione tugged on Harry again. Come on. We are going to get in trouble if we stand around. Harry let her pull him. The words on the wall burned in his mind. The sound in the stone hummed like a distant roar. The lair had been warm. Always warm. The egg chamber had smelled of ash and metallic blood and the clean pulse of Xanthara's magic. This place felt like the bones of something that had died badly. Slytherin common room glowed green and cold. The light from the lake filtered through the windows and painted everyone in sickly shades. Harry sat near the fire. He liked this part at least. The heat against his skin. The crackle and pop. The smell of smoke that drowned out the watery reek. The rest of the house had gathered in tense knots. Some whispered. Some laughed too loudly. That fake laughter pricked at his ears worse than screams. He could feel Draco watching him from the other side of the room. Crabbe and Goyle sat on either side of Draco. Their bulk formed a wall. Pansy leaned on the arm of Draco's chair, talking fast and gesturing. Draco did not look at her. His eyes stayed on Harry. The firelight picked out the angles of his face. Cool and pale and sharp. Harry stared back. His territorial instincts were raw. Xanthara would have scorched anyone who stared at her nest like that. Draco stood without a word. He crossed the room. Crabbe and Goyle shifted to follow, but he jerked his head and they sank back down. He came to stand in front of Harry, arms folded. "We are talking," he said. "Now." Harry glanced at the fire, then back at Draco. The heat soothed some of the buzzing under his skin, but not enough. "Fine," he said. Draco looked around once. At the staring second years. At the older students. At the prefects pretending not to listen. "Get out," Draco said loudly. "This is house business." There was a ripple of offended mutters. A sixth year sneered. "Who died and made you?" The word died hung in the air. Everyone glanced toward Harry. Draco smiled, small and sharp. "My father funds half this house. Sit down, Mulciber. Or leave." "Snape is not here," the older boy said. "Snape does not need to be here," Draco said. His tone was light. His eyes were lethal. It worked. The muttering faded. People turned away in that slow, heavy way that meant they were still listening but would pretend they were not. Draco dropped onto the sofa beside Harry. Not across. Beside. Close enough that his robes brushed Harry's leg. "You heard the monster," Draco said in a low voice. "You spoke back." "Yes," Harry said. "You still do not see why people might find that worrying." Harry looked at him. "It is just talking." Draco let out a breath that was almost a laugh. To most wizards, speech only comes from other wizards. When you hiss at walls and corpses show up, they will assume things. "They already assume things," Harry said. "I smell wrong. I talk wrong. This is not new." "You smell like a lit fireplace," Draco snapped. "And blood. And wind. And there is something under it that scares people." Harry blinked. "You watch them smell me." "I watch everything," Draco said. His fingers tapped against his own knee. There was a quiet, restless energy in him that Harry recognized. Predator pacing in a cage. "My father wrote that Parselmouths are rare," Draco continued. "Descended from Salazar Slytherin himself. People think they are dark. You stand in a corridor, hiss at something only you can hear, and then we find a message about an heir painted in cat blood on the wall. What conclusion do you think they will reach?" Harry stared into the fire. Red and gold tongues licked at the logs. He remembered Xanthara's voice. Heavy and deep, shaking stone. Her lessons had never been about words. They had been about intent. Territory. Family. Threat. That thing in the walls felt wrong. Like kin that had been twisted. "I was not talking to the writing," Harry said slowly. Draco's gaze sharpened. "Then to what?" "Something below," Harry said. "Old." Draco went still. "Below what?" "The castle," Harry said. "The pipes." "I do not know." Draco sat back a little. The green light from the lake shifted over his face. "You are the only one who can hear it," Draco murmured. "You speak to it. You fought a thing with Quirrell last year and walked away without a scratch when everyone says he was cursed." "I was burned," Harry said. He remembered the way his skin had blistered when he had let the fire loose. The way Hermione had dragged him away from Quirrell while the man screamed and his skin cracked. "Healed," Draco said. "Fast." Harry shrugged. The fire had been his. Fire did not hurt him the way it hurt humans. "You are not normal," Draco said. It sounded almost fond. "Or jealous." "You are not either," Harry said. Draco's mouth twitched. "Maybe not." He leaned closer. Harry could feel the warmth of him. It was not as strong as a dragon. Not even close. But it was human warmth, sharp and bright. "There is talk," Draco said softly. "Tucked away in old books. creatures that breed true with witches, bloodlines that carry power from beasts older than the ministry. My father keeps records of them. He says they are dangerous. That is why he cares about heritage. Harry's eyes narrowed. Are you calling me a beast? Draco met his stare. I am saying you feel like one of those records when you walk into a room. The air changes. People move aside without knowing why. Even the ghosts avoid you when you are angry. Good, Harry said. Draco huffed a short laugh. Of course you think that is good. He stood in one quick movement. Find out what that thing in the walls is, Draco said. Do it fast. Or the rest of them will decide you are the problem. And even my father Esgold will not save you. You care, Harry said. He was not sure if it was question or statement. Draco paused. His shoulders tightened. You are Slytherin, he said. That makes you ours. Without waiting for a reply, he walked away. Crabbe and Goyle fell in behind him. Pansy looked between them and then huffed in frustration and followed. Harry stared at the fire until his eyes hurt. The heat soaked into his bones. It did not reach the cold place left by the voice in the walls. The rumors spread by morning. Parselmouth. The word hissed through the castle like another snake. Harry caught snippets on the stairs. At breakfast. From Hufflepuff first years who shrank away as he passed. From Ravenclaws whispering at the library tables. He speaks to snakes. He must be the heir. Slytherin, of course. Ron slammed his tray down across from Harry at lunch and glared at anyone who looked at them. Hermione arrived moments later with a stack of books that she thumped onto the table beside her plate. You did not do anything, Ron muttered. His ears were red. He jabbed at his eggs. You do not know that, a Hufflepuff boy said from the next bench in a voice that was trying to sound brave. His friend tugged at his sleeve, but he kept talking. My mum says you know who could talk to snakes. Maybe. Harry turned his head. The boy shut his mouth with a tiny squeak. I am right here, Harry said. If you are going to accuse me, at least do it at my face. The boy went sheet white. His fork clattered. Hermione sighed. Harry, what he is saying things about me while I am right there. That is stupid. Hermione pinched the bridge of her nose. That is not how you calm this down. So how do I calm it down, Harry asked. Stop smelling like this. Maybe I should set myself on fire until it burns off. Ron blinked. That is not funny. I was not joking, Harry said. Hermione shoved a book toward him. Here, read. He stared at the title. Magical Serpents and Their Kin. Really, Hermione, Ron said. Now, if we understand the connection, we can prove he is not evil just because he speaks Parseltongue, Hermione said. Her voice was brisk, but her hands trembled a little as she poured pumpkin juice. There might be cases of people who used it for harmless reasons. Harry flipped the book open. The pages smelled like dust and old ink. The illustrations of scaled bodies and slit eyes looked more like family portraits than monsters to him. A memory pricked at him. Xanthra bent over a nest. The gleam of fresh eggshells. The tiny movements inside. Her slow, patient rumble as she taught him which hisses meant safe, which meant run. He swallowed. His throat hurt. Hermione, he said quietly. That thing I hear. It does not feel harmless. I know, she said. But the gift itself is not evil. It is just rare. Ron muttered something about rare things being dangerous. Hermione kicked him under the table. Oh, say it louder, Harry said. I do not think the Hufflepuffs heard. Ron winced. Sorry. I just remember what happened last year. With the stone. With Quirrell. He meant the fire. He meant the way Harry had burned a man almost alive without a wand and had not flinched until Hermione had shoved him away. Harry looked down at his hands. They twitched on the table. On the back of his right hand, faint pale marks still traced where Quirrell's curse had brushed him. That was different, Harry said. Was it? Hermione asked softly. He thought of Xanthra. Of the lessons where she had told him that little dragons burned nests if they did not learn control. Not from hate. From instinct. I do not know, he admitted. Hermione nodded like that was something she could work with. Then we will find out. Ron rolled his eyes. You do realize we are in the middle of this heir business and you treat it like homework. Hermione sniffed. Knowledge is the only thing that is going to keep us alive, Ronald. Harry let their bickering wash over him. It was familiar. Grounding. Under the chatter of the hall, The castle shivered. Somewhere deep, something stirred. He felt it like a pressure against his teeth. He lifted his head. "I hear it again," he said. Ron's fork dropped. Hermione went rigid. Where she whispered. Harry closed his eyes. Listened. No, down. It slithered through pipes. Through old stone. The sound echoed in the corners of his skull. Old authority. Hunger. A command that wanted to sink into his bones and make him kneel. He bared his teeth without meaning to. Heat flared in his chest. "Stop," he hissed, mouth barely moving. Hermione sucked in a breath. "Harry, not here," she whispered. The voice slid away again. Unsatisfied, Harry opened his eyes. The great hall looked the same. Students. Plates. Floating candles. His heart hammered. "He is calling from under the school," Harry said. Hermione stared. "Under. There is only the foundations, some storage, some old pipes. This is Hogwarts," Ronald muttered. "Bet there is an entire city under there." Harry pushed his plate away. Appetite gone. "Find out," he said. Hermione nodded once. Face set. "Books first." Ron groaned. Of course. The library felt safer than the hall. Or it used to. Rows of shelves. The dry smell of paper. Soft footsteps. The occasional scratch of a quill. Harry moved through the stacks in silence. Hermione had dragged off 3 books already and settled at a table near the back. Ron sat with her, his head pillowed on a pile of parchment as he pretended to read and mostly just complained. Harry wanted motion. Hunting. His skin itched. The voice from below had left a trail. He could feel it in the stones. Old magic. Not like wand work. Something more primal. He traced his fingertips along a shelf. The wood felt wrong under his nails. Too smooth. Too tamed. "You look lost." Draco's voice came from behind him. Harry turned. Draco stood at the end of the aisle. He had left his robe open. His tie hung a little loose. It looked wrong on him, like armor undone. Blaise was nowhere in sight. Nor were Crabbe and Goyle. Just Draco. "I am not lost," Harry said. Draco stepped into the aisle. The narrow space forced them close. He walked past Harry just enough that their shoulders brushed, then stopped in front of him. Books hemmed them in on both sides. Harry could smell ink and dust and Draco. "That scent again," Draco murmured. He turned his head slightly, as if to catch more of it. "Fire. Thunder." Harry frowned. "Stop smelling me. You keep smelling like that," Draco said. Then leaned in until his lips almost touched Harry's ear. "People will keep running away." Harry felt the tiny hairs on his neck rise. Heat crawled up the back of his skull. "They run because they are prey," he said before he could think better of it. Draco laughed softly. "Exactly." He took another half-step forward. Their chests almost touched. Harry could feel the warmth of Draco's breath on his cheek now. "Do you know what you are, Potter?" Harry's hand twitched toward Draco's collar on instinct. He curled his fingers into his own robe instead. "Do you, Draco?" Draco's eyes were bright, wide and sharp. "You are not just a boy who can talk to snakes," Draco said. "You walk into a room and it changes. People get quieter. They trip over themselves to avoid your gaze. That is not just fear of the boy who lived. That is instinct. You talk like you are not part of them," Harry said. Draco shrugged. "A small movement. I pay attention. They do not." His gaze dropped to Harry's throat, to the place where his pulse beat. "Father keeps an old archive," Draco went on. "Private. Not textbooks. Stories. Records. Warnings. Things the ministry tried to bury. He thinks I do not read them." Harry snorted. Draco ignored that. "Some families bound creature blood into their lines. Vila. Vampires. Werewolves. Darker things. Dragons. They called it inheritance. It made them strong but less human. Harder to control. The ministry did not like that." He lifted his hand. Slowly. Like he was reaching for something dangerous. His fingers brushed the side of Harry's neck. Harry went very still. The touch was light. Electric. He wanted to pull away. He wanted to lean in. "Your eyes," Draco said quietly. "Your magic. The fact that you came out of nowhere into a dragon preserve and lived." He smiled, small and sharp. "It adds up, Potter." Harry swallowed. Xanthera had once wrapped her tail around him and told him in heavy, thick draconic sound that humans feared what they could not own. If I do have creature blood, Harry said, what then? Draco's thumb rested just below his jaw now, feeling his pulse. Then you are proof that magic is more than the Ministry admits. And you are valuable. To who? To anyone who wants power, Draco said. Or to people who want to control that power. His gaze flicked past Harry, down the aisle. Do you notice, Draco murmured, that the more we talk, the emptier this place gets? Harry had not, but now that Draco said it, he realized they had not heard footsteps in several moments. No whispers. No rustle of robes. He looked past Draco. The aisle behind him was empty. They stay away because I smell wrong, Harry said. Draco smiled. A slow, satisfied thing. No, because I am near you. They can smell you on me. His hand slid down from Harry's throat, fingers briefly brushing the edge of his collarbone. You are ridiculous, Harry muttered. Draco leaned even closer. Their noses almost touched now. Harry could see every small line around his eyes, the faint freckle near his temple. You are not human, Draco whispered. His breath warmed Harry's mouth. That is why they fear you. You are human, Harry said. Draco made a low sound that could have been a laugh or a snarl. Am I? For a heartbeat, Harry thought Draco was going to kiss him. The thought landed in his chest like a falling stone. He did not know what to do with it. His heart slammed against his ribs. He smelled Draco's fear and want and confusion all tangled together. Then a book dropped at the far end of the aisle with a sharp crack. Harry jerked his head around. Hermione stood frozen, eyes wide behind her hair. A thick volume lay on the floor near her feet. Sorry, she squeaked. I did not mean. Draco stepped back at once. His expression snapped into something cold and bored. Of course you did not mean to, Granger, he drawled. You never mean to stick your nose where it does not belong. Hermione flushed. I was only bringing a book for Harry. We are done, Draco said. He flicked a last glance at Harry. Remember what I said. He brushed past Hermione without another word and vanished between the shelves. Hermione stared after him, then looked at Harry. What was that? Harry's pulse still ran fast. He shrugged, trying to loosen his shoulders. Draco being Draco. That was not normal Draco, Hermione said. That was Draco looking at you like you were an essay he wanted to write on your skin. Harry choked. Hermione's cheeks flamed even redder. Sorry. That came out wrong. Ron appeared behind her, carrying 2 more books and looking annoyed. Why did you run off, Harry? You cannot just stalk away in the middle of. He stopped, took in Harry's face, Hermione's blush, Draco's empty space. What did Ferret Face do? Ron demanded. Did he hex you? No, Harry said quickly. He did not. Hermione pressed the book into Harry's hands. Later, she said in a low voice. For now, we have work. Harry nodded. The moment with Draco might have been strange and sharp, but the cold thing under the castle still mattered more. The book title swam in his vision. Secrets of Hogwarts Plumbing and Passageways. He snorted. You actually got a book about pipes. Hermione lifted her chin. You said it was in the pipes. I trust your instincts. Ron groaned into his hands. I have become friends with 2 mad people. Everything changed when Hermione turned to stone. The day had started ordinary as it could in a school full of whispering students and hateful red writing on the walls. By evening, the Gryffindor common room was in chaos, and Harry stood outside the hospital wing, fingers numb and throat tight as he stared through the window at Hermione's still form on the bed. She lay flat, eyes wide and glassy, a scrap of paper clutched in her rigid hand. Ron beside him was silent, not swearing, not joking, just staring. Someone said the monster got her near the library. Ron said in a hollow voice. She must have been reading. Of course she was reading, Harry said. His voice shook. He hated that it shook. McGonagall caught them outside and tried to send them away. Harry refused to move until she softened, just a little, and let them stand there for a few extra minutes. Dumbledore had already been called away. The air in the corridor felt empty without his strange, bright presence. Harry pressed his palm to the cool glass. It did not help. The cold in his chest only dug in deeper. He caught a glimpse of Malfoy further down the corridor, leaning against the wall, watching the hustle with narrowed eyes. Pansy tugged at his sleeve, animated and eager with gossip. Draco barely listened. His gaze kept flicking to Harry. When McGonagall finally ordered them back to their dormitories, Harry and Ron stumbled through the corridors together in silence. In the shadow of a statue, Harry stopped. "Ginny," he said suddenly. Ron jerked. "What? If this thing is attacking students," Harry said. "If it is angry at the school. If it wants to hurt people connected to air rumors. Your sister is in danger." Ron went even paler. "She is just a first year. So was I when I burned a professor," Harry said. "That did not stop anything." Ron swallowed. "Do you think she has done something?" Harry thought of Ginny's pale face at breakfast, the dark shadows under her eyes, the way she had dropped her porridge spoon when he had hissed under his breath 2 days ago and then run out of the hall. "She has been jumpy," Harry said. "And she avoids me. Maybe she is scared. Maybe something else." Ron dragged his hands through his hair. "I am supposed to look out for her. I promised, Mum." "Then we find the lair," Harry said. "We find the thing and we kill it." Ron stared at him. "Right. Kill it. Simple." His voice trembled. Harry put a hand on his shoulder. "We will not let it take anyone else," Harry said. He meant it. The old fire inside him flared. This was Pack now. These people, annoying and loud and human, were his. No monster got to eat them. The scrap of paper in Hermione's stone hand turned out to be the answer. A hand mirror and quick charm from McGonagall let them read it without prying it free. Hermione, even frozen, had saved their lives. "Basilisk," Ron read out in a terrified whisper in an empty classroom later. "Giant serpent. Kills with a single glance." Harry felt the blood drain from his face. Serpent. No wonder the voice sounded like an old cousin. But this was wrong. No dragon taught their young to kill for fun. Hunts were clean. Quick. This thing moved through pipes and scared prey until it dropped. The Hogwarts plumbing made sense. Ginny seeing roosters dead made sense. The spiders fleeing made sense. Harry stared at the word. Basilisk. He could almost taste the magic on the ink. Dark. Old. Twisted. Kill with a glance. Ron repeated faintly. "Well, that is great. How are we meant to fight that? Close our eyes and hope for the best?" "We do not look at it," Harry said. "Reflections. Shadows. Anything but direct eyes." Ron gaped at him. "You sound like you have done this before." Harry thought of Xanthara telling him not to look a nesting rival in the eyes unless he wanted a fight to the death. "I have hunted things that did not want to be hunted," Harry said. "The rules are the same." Ron made a weak noise that might have been agreement. "We still do not know where it is," he said. "Or how to find it." Harry realized he did. "The bathroom," he said. Ron blinked. "Which one?" "The one with the ghost that screams." Ron stared. "You want to hunt a deadly giant snake from the bathroom with the dead girl who cries all the time?" "Yes," Harry said. Ron scrubbed his face with his hands. "I hate my life." They went anyway. Moaning Myrtle's bathroom was as damp and miserable as ever. Water dripped. Tiles were cracked. The mirrors were streaked. Myrtle herself hovered over a cubicle, sniffling. She brightened when she saw them. "Oh, it is you," she said. "Come to throw more things at me." "We have never thrown anything at you," Hermione would have said. Harry just shook his head. "We need your help," he said. Her translucent face lit up in a way that made Harry feel guilty. "Nobody ever asked Myrtle for help." "You do, Harry Potter." "Yes." She drifted closer. "What could noisy, alive, ugly children need from me?" "Did you see anything before you died?" he asked. "Something with eyes. Something that killed you." Myrtle blinked. "That is a bit personal." "Please," Harry said. Her expression softened at that. "I was sitting here in my favorite cubicle, crying because Olive Hornby had called me names, and I heard a boyish voice," she said. "Sounded funny. Like hissy. He was talking in some strange language. I came out to tell him off, and then I saw a pair of great big yellow eyes by the sink, and then I died." Harry's skin crawled. "By the sink," he said. Myrtle pointed, drifting to hover above one of the basins. "That one." Harry approached it slowly. The porcelain was cracked. A small snake carved in metal ring curled around the tap. His heart sped up. He leaned in. Ron fidgeted behind him. "Are you sure about this?" "No," Harry said. He placed his hand on the side of the basin. The cold porcelain made his fingertips ache. He took a slow breath, reached down into his chest for that strange, deep voice. The one that was older than English, older than wands. Open. The word slid out as a long hiss. Stone ground against stone. The sink trembled under his hand, then sank into the floor, revealing a round, dark shaft. A draft of cold air rushed up, carrying a smell that made Harry's stomach twist. Damp, old blood, reptile. Ron staggered back. Bloody hell. Myrtle clapped her ghostly hands. Oh, this is fun. You are going down there. Harry nodded. Ron swallowed. I am coming too. No, Harry said at once. Yes, Ron snapped. You cannot stop me. Ginny is my sister. If you think I am letting you go and face that alone, you do not know me at all. Harry stared at him. His chest burned. All right, he said. They both turned as the door banged open. Lockhart entered. Hair perfect. Robes pristine. Expression strained. I heard everything, he said in a slightly high voice. A secret passage. I will handle this, boys. You better run along back to your dormitories. Hero work is a very dangerous business. Ron and Harry shared a look. Right, Ron said flatly. Because you have done so well with it so far. Lockhart bristled. I will have you know, we do not have time, Harry cut in. Ginny is down there. Lockhart blinked. Nothing has been proven. She is missing, Ron snapped. The teachers are searching the castle. The writing on the wall said her bones would lie in the chamber forever. Lockhart paled. Under that fake smile and bright eyes, Harry smelled raw fear. If you want to prove to everyone that your books are worth anything, Harry said, you come with us. It was almost funny to watch Lockhart's pride fight his terror. Almost. He looked between the open shaft and the door. Very well, he said faintly. Of course. That was my plan all along. Lead the way, boys. Harry did. The slide down into the darkness felt like dropping down a dragon tunnel. Slippery walls, stale air, the sensation of leaving the safe nest behind. They landed hard on damp rock. The smell hit Harry like a slap. Reptile musk. Old water. Rot. Ron gagged. This is disgusting. Lockhart made a high, frightened noise and clung to his wand. Bones littered the tunnel. Small ones. Rot. Maybe others. The crunch under Harry's boots set his teeth on edge. He walked forward anyway. Each step echoed. His heart beat in time with the faint drag of something huge deeper in the dark. Ginny, he thought. Small. Red-haired. Shaking when she had tried to apologize for bumping into him in the hall. Pack. The thought lit something in his chest. Not human bravery. Territorial fury. The basilisk whispered along the stone. The voice crawled up from far ahead. Come. I am coming, Harry hissed back. Ron made a strangled sound behind him. Do not do that, he said. Please. Harry did not answer. They reached a great stone door carved with coiling serpents. Their eyes seemed to follow him. Harry set his jaw, placed both hands flat against the cold carvings. Open for me, he hissed. The serpents moved. Stones slid aside. The door parted with a slow, grinding sound that sent dust raining from the ceiling. Lockhart whimpered. Beyond lay a vast chamber lined with tall pillars, all carved with snakes. The air was thick and cold. Water dripped from somewhere. At the far end, on the floor, lay Ginny Weasley. Pale. Still. Near her stood a boy. Dark hair. School uniform. Too solid for a ghost and yet not quite alive. Tom Riddle. Harry knew his face from the diary they had stolen from Moaning Myrtle's bathroom trash weeks ago. The same smooth features. The same calm eyes. Only now those eyes gleamed with something flat and cruel. Welcome, Harry, Tom said. His voice echoed oddly in the chamber. Ron surged forward with a shout of Ginny's name. Harry grabbed his arm. Wait, Riddle smiled. Do not worry, Harry. She is not dead. Not yet. The way he said yet made Harry's skin crawl. Who are you? Harry demanded, though he already knew. Tom Marvolo Riddle, the boy said politely. He tilted his head. I believe you have been writing to me. He held up the diary. The battered black cover looked innocuous in his pale hands. You are the one hurting Ginny, Harry said. Riddle's smile widened. She wrote to me, poured her soul out on these pages. Her fears, her secrets, her anger. He looked almost fond. She was so easy to guide. Harry's hands curled into fists. Why, what do you want? Riddle's gaze sharpened. To finish what I started. To purge this school of filth. To open the chamber and let my pet taste fresh blood. Pet. The word hit Harry like a slap. You call that thing a pet? Harry said. Riddle laughed softly. Of course. I am the heir of Slytherin. I command the basilisk. His eyes flicked over Harry then, assessing. And you are something new. A Parselmouth who smells of dragon fire. The headmaster's greatest secret. The boy who lived, raised by a beast. Harry froze. How? Dumbledore keeps secrets as carefully as any snake, Riddle said. But even he writes things down. And when you share a school with a ghost who loves toilets, you hear interesting gossip. He nodded toward the ceiling. Myrtle's pipes carry more than water. Harry thought of Dumbledore in the office, the way he had looked at Harry after the first-year stone incident. His eyes old and tired. Had he already been thinking of Harry as a weapon then? Riddle stepped closer to Ginny. He nudged her with his foot. Her hand flopped, limp. She will die, Riddle said casually. If I take enough, I will live again, and this school will remember my name. No, Harry said. Riddle raised a brow. No, Harry's eyes burned. He could feel the basilisk under the floor now, coiled and waiting, hungry. Its mind brushed his in a slow, oily slide. Old child, it hissed. Food. No, Harry answered in draconic Parseltongue. Not food. My nest. Riddle's expression changed. Surprise flickered, then delight. Interesting, he said. You speak like something older than a snake. No wonder the headmaster is so wary of you. He raised the diary. Let us see how your fire fares against my serpent. He spoke a command in Parseltongue. The basilisk came. The floor shuddered. A huge stone face at the end of the chamber opened its mouth. Something vast slid out. Harry caught only glimpses at first. Green scales. A body thick as a tree trunk. Teeth longer than his arm. Do not look at its eyes, Harry snapped. Ron. Lockhart. Do not. He shouted it without thinking. His voice cracked. Ron grabbed Lockhart and dragged him behind a pillar. Harry kept his gaze on the floor. On the basilisk's belly. On the way its coils rippled over the stone. Even without its killing gaze, its presence pressed on him like a physical weight. It reeked of old venom and rot. Under that faint, he smelled the same deep magic as dragons. Twisted. Polluted. Child, it hissed. Why do you stand between prey and hunter? Because they are mine, Harry hissed back. Riddle laughed. You think you can claim them? That is adorable. Kill him, my beauty. The basilisk struck. Harry threw himself sideways. Its jaws crashed down where he had been. Stone shattered. Shards sliced his arm. Heat answered fear. It roared through his veins. His skin burned. He threw his hands out. Fire burst from his palms, bright and vivid scarlet. The basilisk screamed. The sound ripped through the chamber like a physical force. Harry's ears rang. His flames washed over the serpent's side, searing scales. The smell of burned flesh filled the air. The creature writhed, tail lashing. Pillar cracked. Riddle stared, eyes wide. You are channeling dragon fire without a wand. Magnificent. Harry did not answer. He did not have room in his head for words now. Only movement. Heat. The need to burn this corrupted kin out of his nest. The basilisk lunged again. He rolled under its body, hands dragging along its belly. Fire poured out, bright and wild. He felt the backlash. His muscles screamed. Skin blistered where his own flames licked him. He did not stop. Somewhere high above, a shrill cry answered. Fawkes. The phoenix dived out of the shadows, wings blazing. He slammed into the basilisk's head. Harry risked a glance up and saw claws rake across those terrible eyes. The basilisk shrieked. His head thrashed. Blood and some thick clear fluid spilled. The killing gaze was gone, but the body remained. Good, Harry thought grimly. Now he could look. He pushed to his feet, chest heaving. Every breath tasted of smoke and poison. The serpent swung blindly. His tail crashed into a pillar. Stone rained down, grazing Harry's shoulder. Pain flared. He gritted his teeth. Fawkes swooped down and dropped something at Harry's feet. The sorting hat. Harry stared at it. Really, there is a sword in there, you idiot, Riddle snapped, face twisted. Take it. Harry almost laughed. A sword might help. But fire was his. He shoved his hand into the hat anyway. Metal met his palm. He yanked the sword free. Bright silver, ruby in the hilt, heavy in his grip. The basilisk reared. Riddle screamed a command. Harry did not think. He moved. He ran forward, heat swirling under his skin. Fire licked along the blade. The sword became an extension of the flame. The serpent struck. Harry leaped. For a second he was in the air, weightless, body stretching the way it had when he had ridden air currents at the preserve. Xanthra's roar filled his head. He slammed the sword down into the roof of the basilisk's mouth. The blade drove through flesh. Bone. Out the top. The basilisk convulsed. His jaws snapped shut around Harry's arm. White pain exploded. A fang punched through his skin. Venom burned like acid. Harry screamed. He felt the poison race up his arm toward his heart. Heat fought it. Fire rose to meet the darkness. The basilisk crashed to the floor. His body shuddered once, twice, then went limp. The sword slid free. Harry staggered back, clutching his arm. The world blurred. Riddle laughed. All that power, and still you will die, he said softly. Basilisk venom. There is no antidote. Harry's knees buckled. He hit the floor hard. His breath came in short gasps. The chamber spun. Xanthra, he thought wildly. I am sorry. Something warm landed on his chest. Fawkes trilled. High and clear. Drops of hot liquid fell onto the wound. Tears. The pain eased. The burn cooled. The darkness crawling through his veins drew back. Hissing. Harry blinked. His vision sharpened. Riddle stared. Stunned. Phoenix tears, he whispered. Harry pushed himself up. His arm still ached, but the hole in his skin had closed. The basilisk lay dead. Scarlet burned along the line where his fire had seared it. Smoke curled from its wounds. Riddle's outline flickered. No, he whispered. No, I will not be undone by a half-creature boy and a bird. Harry staggered to his feet. He dropped the sword. Fire rose in his palms again. You hurt my pack, he said. You tried to take my nest. Riddle sneered. You are nothing without that dragon, boy. A freak. A mistake. Harry stepped toward him. Riddle faded as Harry advanced. Like mist retreating from heat. Harry reached out and grabbed the diary. It burned his hand. He did not let go. He pushed fire into it. Not wild this time. Focused. The cover blackened. The pages curled. A scream tore out of Riddle's half-formed chest as the ink boiled. For a moment Harry saw through him. Saw a thin, cold man with red eyes and a high voice. The man who had killed his parents. The man who wanted Xanthra for her power. Then Riddle exploded into smoke and was gone. The diary crumbled to ash in Harry's grip. Silence crashed down. Only the drip of water and the faint crackle of cooling dragon flame remained. Harry turned. Ginny still lay sprawled on the floor. Pale. He dropped to his knees beside her. Ginny. Her eyelids fluttered. Color crept back into her cheeks. She let out a weak, broken sob. Harry pulled her into a rough hug. She shook against him, small and light. I am sorry, she choked. I did not mean to. The diary he made me. I know, Harry said. His own voice shook now. He held her tighter. You are safe. Ron reached them seconds later, tripping over his own feet in his rush. He fell to his knees on Ginny's other side, babbling relief and anger and fear all at once. It took time to get everyone out. Time for Fawkes to carry Lockhart, who had managed to wipe his own memories with Ron's wand during the chaos. Time to navigate the pipes and rubble. The whole time, Harry felt the basilisk's death like a distant ache. A part of the old magic in the castle had gone silent. It left a hollow space. Back in McGonagall's office, amid shouting teachers and a relieved Dumbledore, there were explanations and half-truths. Ginny sobbed through her confession. The diary ash went into Dumbledore's hands. Harry watched the headmaster's face as he turned the blackened cover. Old worry and calculation flickered in those blue eyes. You did very well, Harry, Dumbledore said softly when they were alone for a moment. His gaze rested on Harry's healed arm. And very dangerously. Harry bristled. I did what I had to, he said. I know, Dumbledore said. That is what frightens me. Harry stared at him. You left me with a dragon, he said. You brought me here. What did you think would happen when something threatened my home? Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. For a second, he looked tired in a way that had nothing to do with his age. We will talk about that, he said quietly. Later. For now, rest. Harry did not want to rest. His skin still buzzed. His thoughts ran too fast. But he let himself be shepherded out. In the doorway, he caught sight of Snape in the shadows, watching him with a strange, thoughtful expression. Harry met his gaze. The draconic shield in his mind rose without effort. Snape looked away first. He did not make it back to Slytherin without trouble. Word had already spread by the time he reached the dungeon corridor. Whispers followed him. Basilisk dead. Chamber closed. Harry Potter had burned a monster and walked out alive. Again. Some looked at him with awe, most with fear. He pushed into the common room. Conversations died. Every head turned. Draco stood by the fireplace. For once he was alone. No Crabbe. No Goyle. No Pansy. You are alive, Draco said. Harry snorted. Disappointed. Draco's mouth twisted. I am mostly annoyed you did something that dramatic without telling me first. Harry dropped into a chair near the fire. His body protested. Burns ached along his arms and side. Fawkes's tears had healed the worst, but not everything. I was busy keeping your school from being eaten, Harry said. Our school, Draco corrected automatically. He came closer. The smell of smoke clinging to Harry's clothes must have been strong, because Draco drew in a breath like it was a drug. You reek of fire and blood, he said in a low voice. Harry closed his eyes for a second. I killed a basilisk. I know, Draco said. The story is already halfway through the castle. Slytherin's monster taken down by Slytherin's monster. Harry's lips curled. That is what they are calling you, Draco added. In case you were curious. Harry opened his eyes. Are you? Draco's jaw clenched. I do not like them talking about you as if you are something they can throw stones at in a cage. His hand lifted then, almost without his own permission. He reached out and cupped the side of Harry's face. Harry went still. Their eyes met. You came back, Draco said softly. I said I would, Harry replied. Draco leaned in. Their foreheads touched for a heartbeat. The contact sent a jolt down Harry's spine. Do not die without my permission, Draco murmured. Harry huffed out a breath that might have been a laugh. Arrogant. Always, Draco said. His thumb brushed the corner of Harry's mouth. Without fully thinking about it, he pressed a quick, fierce kiss to Harry's cheek. It was clumsy. Too hard. Not gentle at all. Heat flared under Harry's skin that had nothing to do with dragon fire. Before Harry could say anything, Draco pulled back. Color rode high in his cheeks. If you tell anyone, he muttered, I will deny it. Harry stared at him. Then, slowly, something like a smile tugged at his lips. Who would I tell? Draco sniffed. Good. He straightened. His usual mask slid back into place. Try not to frighten the first years more than necessary, he said. Then he walked away, leaving Harry blinking at the fire. The spot on his cheek burned pleasantly. The betrayal came 3 nights later. Harry knew someone was watching him. He had spent enough time being prey and hunter both to feel eyes on his back. The castle was quieter now. Students relaxed. The threat felt over. The basilisk was dead. Ginny lived. Exams were coming. But the voice in the stone had not been the only danger. Xanthra's image haunted his dreams. She curled in her hidden forest lair far from the school, silver scales dulled with age, watching the sky for threats. Wizards would hunt her if they knew. Someone in Slytherin knew enough to be dangerous. Harry found the proof in the Ollery. He had gone there late, restless, drawn by the smell of feathers and night air. The moon cast cold light through the windows. Owls shifted on their perches, hooting softly. A figure stood near the far side, back to the door, tying a letter to a barn owl's leg. Blaise Zabini. Not Draco. Not Pansy. Quiet Blaise, who watched and listened and rarely spoke unless it mattered. Harry froze in the doorway for a moment, taking in the scene. Blaise whispered something to the owl. His shoulders were tense. Harry moved forward on silent feet. The floor crunched under him only once, on a stray bit of owl treat. Blaise jumped and whirled around. The owl launched into the air with a flutter of wings, letter tied to its leg. It sailed out into the night through an open window. Harry grabbed Blaise's wrist before he could reach for his wand. "Where is that going?" Harry asked. Blaise's face smoothed into bland innocence. "Nowhere. Just a letter to my mother." "Liar." Harry squeezed. "Not hard enough to break bone. Enough to make Blaise wince." "I smelled fear ink on you," Harry said. "That was not a family letter." Blaise tried to pull back. His eyes darted toward the window, following the owl's path. "If you stop the letter," he said, "the question will only grow louder. Better that the ministry knows and acts." "Knows what?" Harry demanded. Blaise swallowed. Sweat beaded at his temples. "That there is a dragon in the forest," he whispered. "That the headmaster hides it. That it raised you." I slid down Harry's spine. "How do you know that?" Blaise gave a short, humorless laugh. "People talk, Potter. Even when they think they are being careful. Teachers. Visitors. My mother has friends in the ministry. If I give her enough, she will protect me when this all explodes." He tried to wrench his arm free. Harry held on. "You would sell out my mother to save your own," Harry said. "She is not your mother," Blaise snapped. "She is a beast. You should not even exist." Something in Harry snapped. Heat surged. The owls stirred uneasily. The air in the tower thickened, hot and heavy. Blaise swallowed. Sweat rolled down his neck. His pulse fluttered wildly under Harry's fingers. The draconic voice rose from Harry's chest. It poured into his throat before he could think to stop it. He leaned in until his mouth was beside Blaise's ear. He hissed in that deep old tongue. Words that had once been used in the lair to warn intruders away. Phrases Xanthara had spoken before she had snapped the neck of a poacher who raised a wand to her egg. "I will not kill you," he said in that language. "But if you speak of her to anyone, if you even think about sending another letter, I will find you. I will burn the air in your lungs and the thoughts in your mind until nothing is left but fear." The magic rode his voice. It wrapped around Blaise's skull like hot metal. Blaise screamed. It started as a normal sound and then broke apart. His eyes rolled back. His body shook. Harry let go at once, horrified, but the effect had already sunk in. Blaise collapsed to the floor, clutching his head. "Stop," Harry said. The word came out in English this time. The heat in the air dropped. The owls beat their wings, unsettled. Their hoots turned frantic. Blaise curled in on himself, gasping. Tears streaked his face. Harry crouched beside him, hands hovering. "I did not burn you," he said quickly. "I did not touch your mind." Blaise shuddered. His eyes, when he opened them, were wide and bloodshot. "You are a monster," he whispered. Harry flinched. He got to his feet slowly. His legs felt weak. The owl with the incriminating letter was a small dark shape against the moon now. Too far to call back. Harry swallowed. "Tell your mother what you like," he said. "If she brings hunters for my mother, I will know where to find you when the fire starts." He turned and left, Blaise's sobs echoing in the tower behind him. The corridor outside felt colder. His hands shook. He pressed them to his sides. In the back of his mind, like a memory, he felt Xanthara's steady presence. He imagined her curling around him, shielding him from the world. Was this what she had felt when she had torn a wizard apart to keep him safe? Back in the common room, most of Slytherin slept. A few older students lounged by the fire. Draco sat in an armchair, staring into the flames. He looked up when Harry stepped in. His eyes flicked over Harry's face and hands. "You smell like fear," Draco said quietly. "Not mine," Harry answered. Draco studied him for a long moment. "What did you do?" "Protected my nest," Harry said. Draco nodded once. "Then there is nothing to apologize for." Harry let himself sink down onto the sofa. He watched the fire. It watched him back. The basilisk was dead. The diary was ash. Ginny lived. Hermione would be healed soon. The school whispered his name with new fear. Somewhere in a hidden lair, A dragon slept and waited, not knowing that more eyes than ever now turned toward her. Harry pressed his burned arm to his chest. The skin there still felt wrong, even healed. He was not sure if the hollow ache inside was victory or something darker. He only knew one thing for certain. He would burn the world before he let anyone touch his mother. Outline: Harry Potter raised D. Sources: the train carriage rattled and shook as it cut through the rain, and Harry could not get comfortable. He sat with his boots on the seat, arms loose over his knees, watching the gray countryside slide past the window. The glass was cold under his fingers, too cold for late summer. His skin prickled and the little ember in his chest that always hummed with Xanthra's distant heartbeat pulsed in a slow, uneasy rhythm. Something was wrong with the air. Draco dropped into the seat opposite him with a sigh and kicked Harry's boots off the cushion. Feet down, Draco said. We are not back in the cave. Harry made a face and dropped his boots to the floor. You sound like McGonagall. That is the worst thing you have ever said to me, Draco replied. Take it back. Pansy snorted from beside Draco without looking up from the magazine in her lap. Blaise leaned in the corner near the door, eyes half closed, pretending not to listen. Tracy and Daphne shared the last bench, whispering about something that made Daphne smirk and Tracy roll her eyes. The compartment felt crowded but familiar. Slytherin green trimmed the edges of trunks and cloaks. The only odd thing was the man asleep in the corner, slumped against the window with his battered case on his knees. Professor Lupin. His clothes were threadbare and patched. Stubble shadowed his jaw. A jagged scar cut across one cheek. Harry had noticed it the moment they stepped in, and every instinct he had screamed creature. Not prey. Not predator that hunted him. Something in between. Something that understood cold nights and teeth in the dark. Draco had stared at Lupin's scar for a full minute before muttering, Brilliant. Our defense teacher looks like he lost a fight with a lawnmower. Better than Lockhart, Harry said. That is not a high bar, Hermione pointed out. She sat next to Harry, a book spread across her knees. Her hair was pinned back in a rough knot that had already started to fall apart, curls slipping down her neck. Ink smudged the side of her hand. Ron had taken the last bit of bench between Hermione and the window. He kept glancing at Lupin, then at the door, then back at Lupin. I still say we should have found an empty compartment, Ron muttered. They were all full by the time we got on, Hermione said. And Harry wanted Slytherin. Remember? Harry shrugged. The Slytherin carriage had been loud and tense when they boarded. Whispers about Azkaban, about Sirius Black, about Dementors. He had felt the tide of fear sliding along the corridor, and it had made his skin itch. In here, with Draco and the others, with Hermione and Ron pressed against his sides, the fear at least had faces. Besides, Lupin smelled familiar. Not like Xanthra. Nothing in the world smelled like molten stone and the clean bite of fresh ash. But there was a tired, wild edge under the wool and damp in Lupin's coat that reminded Harry of older nights around the cave mouth. Of owls and foxes and the slow, patient patience of things that hunted by moonlight. The train lurched. Lights flickered. Harry looked up. The hum in his chest quickened. Did you feel that? He asked. Draco frowned. Feel what? Harry opened his mouth, closed it again. The words did not fit in English. In Draconic, he could have said the sky's breath is wrong. The world is drawing in air and forgetting to breathe out. In the narrow box of the train compartment, all he could manage was the air. Hermione shivered and rubbed her arms. The temperature just dropped. She whispered. Did someone open a window? No, Blaise said, straightening in his corner. His eyes sharpened. He pressed his palm flat against the glass. The glass is freezing. Breath plumed in front of Ron's mouth. This is not funny, Ron said. His voice shook. Pansy snapped her magazine shut. What is happening? The carriage juddered again and then slowed. Outside the window, fog bloomed from nothing, thick and heavy, rolling over the fields and swallowing the tracks ahead. The world beyond the glass turned white and then gray and then nothing at all. The little ember in Harry's chest flared sharp and hot. Cold pressed against him from all sides. It was not the normal bite of winter. It ignored his coat. It slid under his skin, fingers of ice prying at his ribs. reaching for the place where Xanthra's distant fire lived. Something is feeding, he thought. He felt it before he heard it. A slow sucking. A weight on the air. A pull. The corridor outside their compartment door filled with shadows. Blaise swore. Pansy stood, wand out. Lupin still did not move. Harry rose without thinking. His fingers twitched with the urge to claw and burn. His magic stirred, rough and restless, as if something had walked into his territory and started dragging its claws across his hoard. The compartment door slid open. It was tall, taller than Hagrid, wrapped in a ragged cloak that never shifted in the faint breeze from the corridor. Where its face should have been, there was only a dark, empty void. Its hands were gray and dead, skin stretched tight over bones. The cold slammed into Harry like a wall. He staggered and clutched the edge of his seat. For a heartbeat he could not breathe. The world narrowed to the thing at the door and the hunger pouring off it. His ears rang. The usual background sounds vanished. The rattle of the train, the mutter of voices, the scratch of page edges and the rustle of cloaks disappeared. All he heard was a thin, heartsick keening that seemed to come from somewhere far away. He saw green light. He saw a cradle made of stone and fire. He heard Xanthra roar. The roar was not a sound. It was a feeling. Heat poured into him, surging up from the ember in his chest. Rage followed. Not fear. Not helplessness. Fury. This thing was reaching for his fire. For his bond. For the one piece of home that never left him. No. His magic burst outward. It did not flow down a wand. It did not twist into a neat charm with Latin and wrist flicks. It exploded. Raw heat slammed against the Dementor's presence. The air in the compartment snapped. The lamps flared bright white, then orange. Frost that had crept across the window cracked and peeled away. The cloak on the Dementor's body whipped back as if caught in a sudden wind. For a second, Harry saw something under the hood. Not eyes, not a face, an absence, a hole where the world ended. The primal shield rose around him, invisible and hot, a dome of pressure that pushed out from his skin. Wood creaked as the carriage walls complained. The Dementor lurched back a step, bony hands scraping against the door frame. Students in the corridor screamed. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. Her fingers burned against his skin, not because she was hot but because he was. Harry, she gasped. Stop, you are heating up the whole compartment. You are going to set the train on fire, Draco said. His tone was sharp, but his hand landed on Harry's shoulder and did not move away. Harry tried to breathe. The Dementor leaned forward again, pressing against the shield. It wanted inside. Its hunger scraped at him, trying to pry open the doors in his mind, to drag out fear and grief and shove them into his face. His occlumency rose without his consent. It was not tidy, like the books Madame Bones had once shown him. No neat walls and doors. It was a dragon curling around its hoard, wings wrapping tight, claws digging into stone. The Dementor hit that and slid off. Could not pull memories from fire. Could only feel heat. The thing recoiled as if burned. The ember in Harry's chest swelled. Another wave of heat surged out. Someone grabbed him from behind. That is enough, a low voice said by his ear. A silver light flooded the corridor. A bright animal shape rushed past the open door, all shining fur and fast, sure paws. It slammed into the Dementor and drove it back. Cold retreated in a rush, leaving sweat prickling on Harry's forehead. The train carriage filled with sound again. Screams, crying, chattering teeth, the shriek of metal. Harry sagged against the stranger behind him. Breath sawed in and out of his chest. His hands shook. The edge of the seat under his fingers had blackened, would charred where his skin had rested. Easy, the same voice said. Harry turned his head. Professor Lupin looked older up close. Lines carved deep around his mouth and eyes. Sweat beaded his forehead. His wand was still raised, the remnants of silver light fading from its tip. You all right? Lupin asked. Harry tried to answer. The words caught. He swallowed. Tried to eat my fire. Everyone stared at him. Pansy blinked. You're what? Harry dragged in another breath. The ember in his chest still burned, but calmer now. It beat in time with his heart. That felt wrong too. The two usually moved at their own pace. Now they matched. My core, he said at last. My heat. Lupin studied him with a strange, intent look. Not scared. Not exactly impressed either. Curious. Cautious. Sit down, Lupin said. All of you. I will explain the Dementors, and then we will see about chocolate. I do not want chocolate, Harry muttered, but his legs did not feel steady. So he let Draco push him back into his seat. You are getting chocolate, Hermione said, and it came out fierce, which would have made him laugh on another day. Lupin shut the compartment door. The glass was cracked in one corner, a spider web pattern of thin white lines. Frost melted and ran down in thin trails. Lupin turned back to them. His eyes swept over each face in turn. Blaise, Pansy, Tracy, Daphne, Ron, Hermione, then Harry last. That, Lupin said quietly, was a Dementor. They are the guards of Azkaban. Ron swore under his breath. They drain peace and hope, Lupin went on. They feed on good memories and leave you with the worst ones. They are here because the Ministry believes it is safer to have them watching Hogwarts while Sirius Black is on the loose. Harry felt the name as another tug in the air. Pack. Not Pack. The thought crossed his mind before he could stop it. Lupin looked at him. Most people faint in their presence. Harry, you did not. You shielded yourself. And everyone else nearby. He sounded like he was trying to make that a gentle compliment. Harry remembered the way the compartment had warped. The wood, the heat, the way the Dementor had slammed into something that was not supposed to exist in a wizard school. Did I hurt anyone? Harry asked, voice low. No burns, Pansy said, inspecting her sleeve. Then she pointed at the seat. Except the train. Nothing got through the shield, Draco said. He sounded very calm. I could not even think about my worst memory. It was just hot and loud in my head for a second and then nothing. Same, Blaise added. Ron nodded, still pale. I did not hear anything. Just felt sick. Hermione's hand tightened on Harry's arm. I heard something for a moment, she whispered, like someone crying. Then it stopped. Lupin listened, eyes narrowed with thought. What you did, Lupin said to Harry, was not a Patronus. The Patronus uses a specific charm and a specific emotion to drive the Dementor away. Your response was more instinctive. Raw. Effective, but uncontrolled. You charred the bench. Harry stared at the blackened wood. The smell of burnt varnish curled in the air. I did not want it near me, he said. Near us. That may be the first time anyone has turned their presence into a heat source. Blaise murmured. Pansy elbowed him. Lupin reached into his shabby case and pulled out a bar of chocolate. He broke it into chunks and passed them out without fuss. When Harry hesitated, Lupin pressed a piece into his hand. Eat, Lupin said. Dementors take more than you realize. You will feel strange for a while. Harry nibbled at the edge. It helped. Warmth spread from his tongue to his chest, soft and slow instead of wild and roaring. Lupin watched him over the top of his own piece. Come see me after dinner tonight, Lupin said. My office. We will talk about what happened. All right. Harry met his eyes. There it was again. Wolf. Pack. Something with sharp teeth that did not point at him. All right, Harry said. Draco shifted closer until their knees bumped. He did not bother to pull away. His gray eyes were still sharp, still calculating. But there was something else there now too. Something possessive and unsettled. The Ministry let those things onto the grounds, Draco said quietly. Around you. Around all of us. Harry thought of cold fingers reaching for his fire. They should not have, he said. He did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The ember in his chest flared again. The compartment felt warmer than before. Pansy took off her cloak with a huff. Please do not melt the train, she said. The year has not even started. The Dementors did not leave when the train pulled into Hogsmeade. They moved along the edges of the station, dark shapes gliding between lanterns. Fog clung to them wherever they went. Harry watched from the platform as one drifted past a group of frightened first-years. The children shrank together, faces white, hands clutching trunks and cages. Harry's hands curled into fists. Do not, Draco muttered under his breath. I am not going to attack a Ministry guard, Harry said. Yet, that yet is not comforting. Hermione murmured as she fell into step beside them. Hagrid gathered the first years with a shout and a wave. The pale faces turned away from the Dementors, back toward his giant bulk and booming voice. The fog thinned slightly. Harry forced himself to look away and followed the older students toward the carriages. They stank of horse and old leather. As he climbed in with Draco and the others, he caught a different smell under the usual Hogwarts mix of parchment, wool and wet stone. A thin, oily chill that did not belong. The Dementors were positioned at the gates. They hovered on either side of the entrance, motionless, like grotesque sentries. Their presence pressed against the wards that wrapped the school. The wards rippled under their weight. Xanthera would have hated them. For a moment he almost felt her. A ghost of claws scraping stone miles away. A distant roar pressed against his skull. It was not real. She was still in her lair, still under mountains and charms, but the bond strained as if she too sensed something wrong in the world that shared his name. By the time they reached the Great Hall, Harry's spine ached from holding himself in check. Candles floated above the 4 long tables. The ceiling showed clouds and rain. The warmth inside could not quite push away the memory of cold outside. Dumbledore stood at the staff table, bright robes subdued tonight. His beard looked more tired than usual. Beside him, McGonagall was stiff and white-lipped. Snape hovered like a shadow, watching the students with flat eyes. Lupin took his place at the far end, nodding once when his gaze brushed Harry. The sorting passed in a blur of names and nervous cheers. Harry clapped when he remembered to. Slytherin gained 3 more skinny first years. One of them stumbled up the steps, teeth chattering, eyes wide as they flicked toward the doors. He kept glancing at Harry too. Harry frowned. Draco elbowed him. The whole school knows by now, Draco murmured. The boy who lived is the boy raised by a dragon. Every frightened child is going to look at you and wonder if you will set the Dementors on fire. I might, Harry said. Try not to do it in the Great Hall, Draco replied. The stone is old. Dumbledore raised his hands for quiet. Welcome, Dumbledore said, voice echoing off the enchanted ceiling. Before we start the feast, I must make a few announcements. Harry zoned out through the reminder about the Forbidden Forest and Filch's list of banned items. His attention snapped back when Dumbledore mentioned Dementors. They are stationed at the entrances and will remain on the grounds by the Ministry's decree, Dumbledore said. They will not enter the school. I give you my word on that. But they will be present in Hogsmeade and near the perimeter. Harry felt a wave of unease ripple through the hall. If they touch a student, Harry called without thinking, voice carrying farther than he meant it to. The entire hall went silent. Dumbledore's blue eyes fixed on him. Behind the twinkle there was something hard and watchful. They will not be permitted to harm any student, Dumbledore said slowly. They have been warned. If they try anyway, Harry asked, and someone stops them, that someone will not go to Azkaban. Right? Several staff members flinched. McGonagall inhaled sharply. Snape's mouth thinned. A murmur swept through the hall. Dumbledore studied Harry for a long moment. His fingers tightened on the edge of the lectern. No student here will be punished for protecting themselves from a Dementor, Dumbledore said. That is my promise. It was not the same as saying the Ministry would agree, but it was something. The ember in Harry's chest settled a little. He sat down again. Draco stared at him. What? Harry asked. You just made the headmaster promise to take your side against the Ministry, Draco whispered, in front of the entire school. I wanted to hear him say it, Harry said. Draco shook his head. The corner of his mouth curled upward. You are insane, he said softly. And I am still here. Harry glanced at his hand on the bench, fingers curled near Draco's. After a moment he let his own hand rest near enough that their knuckles brushed. Draco did not move away. Lupin's office smelled of old books, ink, and a faint hint of something metallic that Harry could not place. A fire burned low in the grate. A chipped kettle sat on a small table, steam whispering from its spout. The walls held shelves packed with books and jars. A tattered cloak hung from a peg near the door. Harry sat in a chair that creaked whenever he shifted. Lupin sat opposite him, one knee crossed over the other, cup of tea cradled between his hands. So Lupin said, Dementors. Harry snorted. That is one word for them. Do you know what you did on the train? Lupin asked. I pushed back, Harry said. Tried to get to my core. I did not let it. In what way did you push back? Lupin pressed. That matters. Harry stared into his own cup. The tea was strong and bitter. It reminded him of a potion Snape had once forced him to swallow after a training accident left his lungs full of smoke. I did not think, Harry admitted. It felt like when adult dragons circle their nests. Anything that is not them that gets too close is a threat. They push. They roar. They throw heat. I cannot do the roar outside my head. But the rest of it is just there. If something wants me or what is mine, I burn it. Lupin's mouth twitched in a way that was not quite a smile. And who taught you that? Lupin asked. No one, Harry said. Xanthara never sat me down and said, this is how you burn a thief. It is just how it feels. The bond fills my head with her instincts. Sometimes I cannot tell where she ends and I start. Lupin was quiet for a long moment. Dragons are not known for subtlety, Lupin said at last. They are also not usually known for attending school. She did not want me to come, Harry said. The words came out sharper than he meant. He swallowed. She still does not. She gets restless when the Dementors are close. Even from this far. Lupin's gaze sharpened. She senses them. She senses me, Harry said. They go for what I am made of. She feels that. Lupin leaned back in his chair. The cushion sagged. The Patronus charm, Lupin said slowly, is one of the only spells that can drive a Dementor away. It is not raw power. It is a shape, a focus. It gives form to something that pushes them back. It is light that they cannot swallow. Harry frowned. What you did in the corridor. That silver animal. Lupin nodded. Yes, it is very advanced magic. Most students never learn it. But given what you are, what you carry, it might be wise to give you an option that is less likely to char any more furniture. Harry looked at the charred mark on the bench in his memory. You are going to teach me, he said. If you want me to, Lupin said. Harry thought. The ember in his chest pulsed. Dementors at the gates. Fog on the tracks. First years shivering under their gaze. I will try, Harry said. If it keeps them away from the small ones. Lupin's eyes softened. You remind me of someone, he murmured. Harry tensed. My father. Lupin shook his head. In some ways, yes. But more of your mother than you might think. Harry's throat closed. No one ever said that. People told him endlessly about James. About his hair. His eyes. His trouble-making. They spoke of Lily in vague, soft tones. As if she was some saint who only existed in stories. What was she like? Harry asked. The question slipping out before he could stop it. Lupin smiled. Tired and fond. Sharp, Lupin said. Kind. Ridiculously brave. She would have hated the Dementors. She hated anything that made people feel small. Harry looked down at his hands. All right, Lupin said after a moment. We will start next week. After I cover Boggats in class. Your reaction today tells me we should approach this carefully. Boggats, Harry repeated. The things that copy your worst fear. Yes, Lupin said. I had thought you would be one of the few who did not see anything. He tilted his head. Now I am not so sure. Harry knew what would come out of that wardrobe if he let it. Not Voldemort. Not even a Dementor. A cage. Stone and chains and cold metal around Xanthara's throat. He swallowed. We will see, he said. Lupin nodded. As Harry stood to leave, Lupin spoke again. Harry. Harry paused at the door. What you did on the train, Lupin said. That was wild. Uncontrolled. Dangerous. But it was also protective. Remember that. You are not a monster for defending what is yours. Harry did not know what to do with that. The word monster had bounced around his head ever since Blaise had whispered it down in the chamber. I do not feel like a monster, Harry said. I feel angry. Good, Lupin said. Hold on to the difference. The first Dementor attack during a match came 2 weeks later. The rain was heavy that day. The wind howled across the stands, throwing water into their faces. The pitch lay under a gray sky that pressed low and close. Harry sat on the Slytherin bench, broom across his knees, robes plastered to his sides. Draco stood near the front, shouting instructions to the team captain that were mostly ignored. Hermione and Ron huddled together under a bright umbrella in the stands, flanked by Pansy and Blaze. Madame Hooch's whistle cut through the roar of the wind. Players kicked off into the air. The match settled into its usual chaos of loops and dives. Harry did not like flying under a sky like this. The air felt heavy. He could not read the currents properly. Every gust seemed to come from the wrong direction. He spotted the snitch only once. A brief flash of gold near the Ravenclaw stands before it vanished again. Then the temperature dropped. There was no warning this time. No slow creep. One moment the wind was just wet and loud. The next it felt like knives. His breath smoked. His fingers went numb. The roar of the crowd dimmed. The world slowed. He saw them pouring through the upper archways of the stands. Black shapes, gliding without sound. Fog billowed from the doors behind them, rolling down the stairs. The Dementors were not supposed to enter the stadium. Dumbledore had said they would stay at the edges. The promise from the feast rang in Harry's ears. They lied, he thought. His broom lurched as his grip loosened. For a horrible second he felt himself tip forward, weight sliding toward empty air. The world tilted. The pitch swung up at him. The cold slammed into his chest. Laughter stopped. Light died. He heard someone screaming. A woman's voice begging. Then roaring. Green light. Grasping hands pulling him out of a cradle of warm scales. Xanthra screaming. Not aloud. In his bones. His magic tore out of him. The shield burst in all directions. The air around him turned white, then orange, then clear again. Water on his robes flashed to steam. His broom jerked as if shoved by a giant hand. Below, players shouted. Brooms wobbled. A Ravenclaw chaser spun, eyes wild, fighting for balance. Harry forced the shield to contract. It did not want to. It wanted to expand, to cover the whole pitch, to burn every shadow that dared touch what he called his. He dragged it back toward his skin, teeth clenched. A silver shape streaked across the sky. Dumbledore stood in the stands, wand raised. A huge bird of pale light swept around the stadium, driving the Dementors back toward the gates. Other silver shapes burst from wands along the staff row. A dog, a cat, a fox. They chased the black figures out of the archways and vanished. The cold snapped away. Harry hung in the air, chest heaving, shield still humming under his skin. The world rushed back in. The roar of the wind, the shouts from the stands, the frantic whistle of Madame Hooch. Potter, she shrieked. Get down now. He landed hard, knees jarring. Draco hit the ground a moment later and grabbed the front of Harry's robes. Are you insane? Draco demanded. Rain plastered his fringe to his forehead. His eyes were huge. You almost fell. You almost burned everything. I did not fall, Harry said, even though his legs shook. You nearly did, Hermione shouted as she pushed through the crowd. Ron was right behind her, face white. From up there, you looked like you were going to drop right off your broom. You think I would let him fall? Draco snapped at her. I was right there. Hermione glared back. I was not talking about you. Hush, Madame Hooch said sharply. All of you, inside. Now, match is called. Headmaster's orders. As they trudged back toward the castle, Harry felt eyes on him from every side. Some fearful, some impressed, some calculating. He ignored them. The ember in his chest burned steady and hard. The Dementors had crossed the line. Whatever promise Dumbledore had made clearly did not bind them. Xanthra's distant anger thrummed through the bond. The mountains above her must be shaking. The night of the dark arts lesson came without an announcement. Harry was returning from the library with Hermione when he heard whispered voices down a side corridor. Draco's, sharp and impatient. Another, low and calm. I said it has to be private, Draco insisted. If you want to see what he can do without burning half the school, you cannot invite the entire class. I am a teacher, Lupin's voice answered. I do not set up private duels for students on a whim, Draco. This is not a duel, Draco said. It is control. And he trusts you more than he trusts anyone in a robe with a ministry badge. You saw what happened on the train. You saw the match. If the ministry decides he is a weapon they cannot control, he will not be the only one who pays. Harry stepped around the corner. Lupin already said he would help, Harry said. Why are you trying to bully him faster? Draco turned. Relief flashed across his face, quickly replaced by annoyance. I was not bullying, he said. I was making a persuasive argument. Lupin looked at Harry, then at Hermione, who hovered uncertainly at his side. I was going to ask you both to join me in the classroom anyway, Lupin said. Your reactions to the Dementors are very different. It may be useful to look at them together. Harry glanced at Hermione. She nodded at once. If we can find a way to keep them from affecting other students as much, we should, she said. And you should not have to burn out your entire core every time one floats past. I do not burn it out, Harry protested, but quietly. He thought of the way his hands had shaken after the match, how tired he had felt, the way his dreams had been restless and full of cold. Come on then, Lupin said. Before I change my mind and remember that this is probably against 6 different school rules. The defense classroom was empty at this hour. Desks had been pushed back to the walls. Candles flickered in brackets, casting soft light on the stone floor. Lupin shut the door with a quiet click. All right, Lupin said. We are not going to bring a real Dementor into this room. That would be madness. But I have something that can imitate one well enough. He tapped a wardrobe in the corner with his wand. It shuddered. A boggart? Hermione whispered. Exactly, Lupin said. Takes the form of what you fear most. For many people after this summer, that will be a Dementor. I want to see what your magic does when faced with something that feels similar, without the full danger. Draco looked at Harry. I do not like this, he said. When do you ever like anything that is not a direct advantage? Hermione muttered. I like not seeing Potter on the floor with his brain sucked out. Draco snapped. Does that count? Enough, Lupin said. All right, here is how this will work. I open the wardrobe. The boggart will come out. It will try to scare you. Your job is to change it, to laugh at it, to strip it of its power. The incantation is simple. Ridiculous. Hermione raised her hand automatically. It is Latin for laughter, right? Close enough, Lupin said. Now, normally I would not do this exercise with a student who has your history, Harry. But you are not normal. And after the train and the match, we need more information. Harry stepped forward. His heart pounded. The wardrobe creaked again, as if something inside it was scratching to get out. What do you expect it to show me? He asked. I am not sure, Lupin admitted. You tell me if you can. Harry licked his lips. A cage, he said, with chains. Around her, hermetically sealed chains. Hermione murmured, eyes wide. Draco's jaw clenched. The ministry, he said. Maybe, Harry said. Maybe just the idea of it. Her wings pinned. Her fire smothered. Lupin nodded slowly. All right. If that is what comes out, we handle it the same way. We turn it into something that undercuts its power. Are you ready? No, Harry thought. He stepped into the clear space anyway. Lupin lifted his wand. Remember, he said. It is not real. Harry stared at the wardrobe. He could feel the magic behind the wood. It rustled like leaves. It did not have the thick, oily taste of a Dementor, but it was curious and hungry. Lupin flicked his wand. The wardrobe burst open. For a heartbeat, there was nothing. Just darkness. Then chains spilled out onto the floor, clinking and twisting. They crawled like metal snakes, slithering toward Harry's feet. At the far end, an iron collar dragged across the stone, large enough to fit around a dragoness neck. Runes glowed faint red along its edges. Harry froze. The collar jerked upward as if yanked by invisible hands. It snapped around empty air, then turned, closing around a shape that was not there but that he could feel all the same. The chains pulled, dragging the invisible weight toward the wardrobe. He heard Xanthra roar in his head. Not the comfortable rumble of a mother shifting in her sleep. A furious, wounded sound. Heat surged up his spine. The room vanished. He was back in the cave, watching men push a collar toward his mother's throat. He could not move. His legs were weak. The air stank of fear and wet stone. The boggart shimmered, trying to twist into something else. A flash of green light. A hooded figure. The burn of a lightning-shaped scar. His occlumency flared. No. The dragon in his mind reared and slammed down, claws first. Images scattered. Fear tried to sink its teeth in and hit fire instead. His magic leaped to obey. The shield exploded outward. This time he saw it just for a moment. A shimmer in the air around him, like heat haze over rocks. The chains nearest him glowed red and snapped. The iron collar cracked. The shards dissolved into smoke. The force of the blast slammed into the far wall. Candles guttered. Desks rocked. The wardrobe tipped. Harry, Hermione shouted. Stop. He could not hear her. The boggart was not a Dementor, but his magic did not care. It had found a shape that meant threat, that meant his hoard might be taken. Pushed harder. A body collided with his side. Draco. He shoved Harry away from the epicenter of the heat. Teeth bared. Expression furious. You are not the only one in the room, Draco snarled. The edge of the shield flashed hot where it brushed Draco's arm. The smell of burning flesh hit Harry's nose. Draco hissed and stumbled, clutching his forearm. The blast flickered. Harry pulled it in, breathing hard. The shield shrank back to his skin, then further, coiling tight around his core. The room came back into focus. The floor near the wardrobe was scorched. The wardrobe itself lay on its side, door ripped from its hinges. Whatever had been inside had vanished. Hermione stood with her wand raised and her hair crackling with static. Her eyes were wide with shock and fury. Lupin was on one knee, one hand braced on the floor, chest heaving. Sweat dampened his hair. Draco leaned against a desk, arm cradled against his chest. His sleeve had burned away from wrist to elbow. An angry red burn marred the pale skin beneath, threaded through with thin lines of gold. As Harry watched, the edges of the burn shimmered, faint scales glinting in the candlelight before fading again. Draco, Harry choked out. He took a step toward him. Draco scowled. Do not you dare look at me like that, he snapped. His voice was tight with pain. If you had stayed where you were, you would have scorched your own brain out. I hurt you, Harry said. Draco rolled his eyes. Of course you did. That is what happens when idiots throw themselves between other idiots and wild magic. Lupin pushed himself to his feet and crossed the room in 3 strides. Sit, Lupin ordered Draco. Now. Draco opened his mouth to argue. Then his knees buckled and he let Lupin steer him to a chair. Hermione was already there, wand out, lips pressed together in a thin line. I'm calling Madame Pomfrey, she said. No, Draco said through his teeth. She will write it down. Then it will be in a file. Then some ministry pencil pusher will read it and decide to put Harry in a cage. She will not, Hermione protested. You do not know that, Draco said. Lupin hesitated. Harry hated that he hesitated. We cannot leave a burn like that untreated, Lupin said. Hermione bit her lip. I can cool it, she said. A little. And numb the pain. Madame Pomfrey can still look at it later, once we figure out how to write it up. Draco relaxed a fraction. Fine, he said. Granger, if you make this worse, I am haunting you. Hermione rolled her eyes, but her hands were gentle as she guided his injured arm forward. The skin was angry and raw. The faint glint of scales came and went with every twitch of Draco's fingers. Harry's stomach turned. This is my fault, Harry said. Yes, Draco said immediately. It is. Hermione glared at him. But, Draco added, meeting Harry's eyes, I shoved you. I knew exactly what would happen if the shield hit me. I did it anyway. What was I supposed to do, Harry asked. His voice shook. Let you burn yourself down to your bones. You jumped in front of a blast you did not understand, Draco said. Next time, aim it properly. There will not be a next time, Harry said. Throat tight. We both know that is a lie, Draco replied. Hermione muttered under her breath and tapped his arm with her wand. Cool magic sank into the burn. Draco exhaled slowly, shoulders sagging. Lupin watched all of it with that same intent gaze from the train. Harry, Lupin said quietly. We learned something important today. That I am dangerous, Harry said. We already knew that, Lupin said, not unkindly. We learned that your magic does not distinguish between real and imitation when it comes to threats against your hoard. And we learned that people you care about will throw themselves into the line of fire without thinking. Draco snorted. He is not something I care about, he said. Hermione made a rude sound. Ron, who had slipped in halfway through and stayed near the door, raised an eyebrow. Sure, Ron said. That is why you flung yourself at him like some kind of heroic idiot. Draco flushed. Shut up, Weasley. Lupin sighed. Draco, you need the hospital wing, Lupin said. Hermione has bought us time, but Madame Pomfrey needs to see that burn tonight. We can all agree on that. Draco looked like he wanted to argue. Then a tremor ran through his hand and his fingers curled in pain. Fine, Draco said. But I am not explaining it. Lupin nodded. I will. Draco looked at Harry. Come with me, Draco said. It was not a request. Harry moved before his brain caught up. Madame Pomfrey fussed. She gasped when she saw Draco's arm, clucked her tongue, and muttered under her breath as she pulled potions from shelves. This is not a normal burn, she said. The pattern is wrong. And these faint lines. Merlin, they look almost like scales. What did you two do this time? Lupin offered a careful version of the truth. Practice session. Boggett. Harry lost control. Draco stepped in. Madame Pomfrey shot Harry a sharp look, then one at Lupin that could have stripped paint. You let him experiment with untested magic in a closed room, she said. Inside my school. It was controlled, Lupin said. Harry flinched at the word. Clearly not enough, Pomfrey snapped. She smeared a pungent salve over Draco's arm. It hissed on contact. Draco sucked in a breath and bit his lip hard enough to whiten it. Harry gripped the back of the chair until his knuckles hurt. It will leave a mark, Pomfrey said at last, stepping back. But it will heal. You are lucky it was you, Mr. Malfoy. Anyone with less magic saturation in their system would have lost the limb. Draco swallowed. Great, he said faintly. Always wanted to hear that sentence. Pomfrey conjured a sling and settled his arm into it. Hemlock infusion before bed, she said. Twice daily. No dueling for at least a week. I do not duel, Draco lied. Madame Pomfrey snorted. And I am a muggle dentist, she said. And no more secret lessons in defense. Remus. My infirmary has enough regular customers. Lupin had the grace to look guilty. Harry walked beside Draco as they left. The corridors were quiet at this hour. Torches crackled. The air felt thick with the echoes of their steps. You should be in bed, Harry said. Do not order me around, Draco replied. His voice was softer than usual. The sling pulled his shoulder forward. His face was pale. The burn had taken a lot out of him. They reached a corner where the light dimmed. The castle seemed to breathe there. Old stone rising and falling with the weight of centuries. Draco stopped. Harry, he said. Harry turned. Draco stared at him. I need to say something, and if you interrupt me, I am going to hex you with my good hand. Draco said. All right, Harry said. Draco took a breath. Let it out slow. I do not like the Dementors, Draco said. They are wrong. They make my skin crawl. They make me remember things I do not want to think about. But when they are near you, I feel something else too. Harry frowned. What territory, Draco said. You remember that first night in the Slytherin common room, when you paced along the walls like you were mapping the cave? Harry did. You made this place yours, Draco said. Not because you wanted a house. Because you wanted somewhere you could keep safe. When the Dementors come near, you do that again. Your magic wraps around everything and everyone you think belongs to your horde. It hurts people, Harry said. It hurt me, Draco agreed. Because I forced my way to the front. Because I could not stand the idea of you burning alone. Harry stared at him. Draco stepped closer. His injured arm was pinned to his side. He reached up with his good hand and grabbed the front of Harry's robes. You are not just something the Ministry can use, Draco said. You are not a weapon they can point. You are not a monster they can toss back into the dark when they are bored of the story. You are mine. The last word rang in the air between them. Harry's heart slammed against his ribs. Yours, Harry echoed. Draco's mouth twisted. That came out badly, he said. I do not mean like a pet. Or a trophy. I mean that from the moment you walked into the common room dripping cave water and growling in that awful Parseltongue of yours. My life has rotated around you. Around your temper and your stupid noble streak and your dragon mother who would probably roast me if she could fit into the castle. Harry thought of Xanthra watching him leave for school every year, eyes glowing. He thought of the way she had rumbled when Draco's name floated through his head. She does not hate you, Harry said softly. She thinks you are loud. Draco let out a shaky laugh. Of course she does, he said. Listen, I pushed you tonight because the idea of you losing yourself scares me more than any boggart. I took the hit because if something is going to scar you, I would rather it mark me too. Harry reached up. His hand trembled as he touched the edge of the bandage around Draco's arm. You are marked now, Harry said. Draco glanced down. The outline of scales etched in faint gold under the healing skin caught the light. Suits me, Draco said. Dragon scion. Dragoness idiot mate. Very poetic. That was almost a metaphor, Harry said. Do not tell Granger, Draco replied. Silence stretched for a moment. Harry stepped closer. The ember in his chest flared, but this time it did not leap outward. It reached forward, toward Draco, as if sniffing his scent and deciding he belonged. I do not know how to be human first, Harry said quietly. I know how to be her child. I know how to guard a nest. I do not know how to be a boyfriend or whatever you think you are claiming. I am not asking you to be normal, Draco said. His voice dropped. I am asking you to let me stand at the edge of your fire without flinching away. Harry exhaled. All right, he said. Draco's eyes widened the slightest bit. Then he leaned in. The kiss was not neat. Their noses bumped. Harry tasted rain and salve and a hint of something sweet from Madame Pomfrey's potion. Draco's good hand curled at the back of his neck. Harry's fingers dug gently into Draco's shoulder. Heat flared, sharp and bright, but he kept it under his skin. The corridor stayed stone, not molten. When they pulled back, Draco's cheeks were pink. If you ever tell anyone that I did that in a corridor, Draco said, I will deny it. Harry smiled, small and sharp. You just kissed a dragoness scion, he said. There is no going back. Good, Draco said. Later, much later, Harry found himself on the shore of the Black Lake in the dark. The Dementors hovered by the far trees, little more than shadows now, kept at a distance by a combination of Dumbledore's fury and the gossip about what had happened on the train and the pitch. The Ministry was wary of a student who could burn their guards. The moon hung low, shining on the ripples of the water. A large black dog sat at Harry's side, panting quietly. You are not just a dog, Harry said after a while. The dog huffed. Harry looked down at him. You smell like prison and old regret, Harry said. And something familiar. Not blood. Not Xanthra. Something from the night I do not remember. The dog turned his head away. Run if you want, Harry said. I will still know you. The dog shuddered. Bones shifted. Fur sank into skin. A thin man with wild hair and hollow cheeks knelt where the dog had been. His eyes were bright and dark at once. You sound more like her than James sometimes, Sirius Black said. Harry's heart stuttered. You know my parents, he said. Sirius barked a short laugh. I was there when you were born, he said. I was supposed to be your godfather. Then everything went to hell. Harry stared at him. Why did you come here, Harry asked. Sirius looked toward the distant line of Dementors. They want you, Sirius said simply. Your mother. The dragon. They want any excuse. You burn their guards, you threaten their power, you remind them that not all magic bends for them. I could not stay away. Everyone says you want to kill me, Harry said. Do I look like I want to hurt you, Sirius asked. Harry thought of the way the dog had thrown itself between him and a group of Dementors earlier that evening. Of how Sirius had snarled, teeth bared, until silver light from Lupin's wand drove the creatures back. No, Harry said. You look like Pac. Sirius blinked. Did Remus tell you that? He asked. He did not need to, Harry said. You smell the same. Different shapes. Same root. Wolf and dog. Both understand what it is to run toward danger instead of away from it. Sirius laughed. Rough and broken. Merlin, he said. James would have loved you. Harry did not know what to do with that either. Remus says you need control, Sirius said after a while. He is right. But he also forgets that control without purpose is another kind of cage. You are not meant to be tame, Harry. You are meant to choose where to direct the fire. And if I choose wrong, Harry asked. Then your pack drags you back, Sirius said. Kicking and screaming if needed. Harry thought of Draco shoving him away from the blast. Of Hermione standing with her wand raised. of Ron cracking a joke in the middle of a fight just to make him breathe. You think you are Pac now, Harry said. I always was, Sirius replied. They just took a long time to let me back in. Footsteps crunched on the shore behind them. Talking to strays again, Lupin said dryly. Sirius rolled his eyes. Says the man who sheds every full moon. Harry looked between them. How did you two survive school without killing each other, he asked. We did not really, Lupin said. We just came close a lot. Sirius sobered. They are going to keep the Dementors as long as I am officially a threat, he said. You know that. Harry nodded. Then we need to make sure you are less afraid of them than they are of you, Lupin said. Harry glanced at the lake, at the dark line of trees, at the distant, hovering shapes. I am not afraid of them, he said. You are afraid of what you become when they are near, Lupin corrected. Harry could not argue with that. Sirius crouched down until his eyes were level with Harry's. You are the child of a dragon, Sirius said. You are allowed to be angry. You are allowed to protect what is yours. You just have to remember that we are not the enemy. We, Harry repeated. Me, Sirius said. Remus. Your friends. Even the Malfoy brat with the new decoration on his arm. Harry snorted. He will hex you for that. I hope he tries, Sirius said. It would be nice to spar with someone under 50. Lupin shook his head, but there was a small smile on his face. Come on, Lupin said. We have work to do. Patronus lessons, Harry guessed. Yes, Lupin said. Sirius shifted back into the big black dog with the cracked bark of a laugh. He bounded ahead, paws kicking up stones. Harry followed, the ember in his chest burning steady. The Dementors lingered at the edge of the grounds, but for the first time since he stepped onto the train, their presence felt less like a constant threat and more like a problem he could solve. He had Pac now. He had a boy in a sling with a dragon scar on his arm who called him his. He had a tired professor who understood the pull of the wild. He had a godfather who had crawled back from a prison full of monsters to stand between him and the dark. The wind over the lake was cold. The fire in his blood was not. Harry tightened his grip on his wand, thought of Xanthera curled around her hoard under distant stone, and stepped into the circle Lupin drew on the grass. He would learn to shape his fire, not because the Ministry wanted a weapon, because his pack needed him and dragons took care of their own. The first time Harry tried to cast a Patronus, the lake froze. Not the surface. Not really. The water kept moving, dark and restless under the moon. But the air above it went sharp and brittle, like a thin sheet of ice had formed between the world and the sky. Harry stood in the middle of Lupin's chalk circle, wand in hand, breath smoking in the cold. He could feel Lupin and Hermione at the edge of the circle, just outside the reach of his magic. Ron sat on a rock with a blanket around his shoulders, looking miserable. Behind a boulder, half hidden, a big black dog watched with bright eyes. Again Lupin said quietly, but slower this time, do not shove the magic. Invite it. Harry wanted to snap that his magic did not do invitations. It hunted. It flared. It burned. Instead he closed his eyes and tried. Expecto Patronum. The words felt wrong on his tongue and right at the same time. Old Latin laid over something older still. He reached down for a memory that made him feel safe. Warm. Whole. Not the night he had killed the basilisk. That memory burned too sharp, wired with adrenaline and fear. Not the moment the Dementor had recoiled from his shield. That had been rage. He reached further back. A cave lit by a low red glow. Silver scales wrapped around him like a wall. Heartbeats like distant thunder under his ear. The smell of ash and old stone and green leaves. Xanthera humming. Not words, just sound. Contentment. The ember in his chest swelled. Heat rose under his skin, fast and fierce. Harry snapped his eyes open and forced it into the shape Lupin had been trying to teach him, away from the wild roaring shield. Light burst from the tip of his wand. For a second it looked almost like the silver streams Lupin had shown them. Then the color shifted. The light turned molten, burning white at the core and deep gold at the edges. It rushed out in a crash, not a neat stream, and slammed into the empty air at the edge of the circle. The ground jumped. Frost bloomed across the grass in a ring around him. then shattered as the heat chased it away. The circle stones hissed. The air stank of steam and scorched earth. The light did not become an animal. It became a wall, a dome of thick, shimmering fire color that pulsed once, twice, then collapsed back into him like breath drawn in too fast. Harry staggered. Hermione grabbed his elbow to steady him. Her hand was hot, or maybe he was cold. Well, Ron croaked from his rock. That was something. Lupin stepped forward, boots crunching on the cracked frost. Do you feel like you are going to faint? Lupin asked. No, Harry said. His heart hammered. His skin tingled. But he did not feel empty, the way he did after some of the worst bursts. Just buzzed. That was not a proper Patronus, Hermione said, frowning. It did not take a form. It was more like your shield, Ron added. Only brighter. Lupin crouched and pressed his palm flat to the ground. Steam curled around his fingers. You called up the right kind of magic, Lupin said. You used the right memory. But you let it expand the way it does when you protect. The Patronus needs focus, not range. It should be a point, not a dome. Harry scowled. The dome works. Pushes them back. Yes, Lupin said. But it also scorches your friends and the furniture. And it will make the Ministry very nervous if you throw it around in public. The big black dog padded closer, keeping just outside the chalk line. His ears were pricked. His nose twitched. Felt different, Harry said slowly. Not like when the shield goes up on its own. This listened when I told it to stop. Good, Lupin said. That means we can shape it. Again. Smaller. Think of that memory, but do not let it hit your skin. Let it sit just in front of you. Give it a shape. Harry breathed out. The dog huffed, as if in encouragement. All right, Harry muttered. Again. He centered himself in the circle. His muscles ached. His burns pulled faintly along his ribs where Fawkes' tears had healed them months ago. Expecto Patronum. Xanthera again. Her tail curling around him while thunder shook the mountain above the cave. Her rumbling laugh when he tried to mimic her hisses and fell over his own tongue. The first time she had let him climb up onto her back and feel the air rush past. The ember swelled. This time he kept it smaller. He felt the shield want to leap outward and slammed mental claws around it. The way he imagined Xanthera had when he was too small to control his own fire. Just in front of me, he thought. Not everywhere. Not the whole nest. One doorway. One tunnel mouth. Light flared. A shape emerged, fuzzy at the edges at first, then sharper. It was not silver. It was pale gold, like sunlight caught in smoke, edges tipped orange. It hung in the air about an arm's length in front of him, a ball of light the size of his head. Better, Lupin murmured. The ball wobbled. Harry ground his teeth and pushed. The light stretched. A neck, a snout, two stubby wings, a tail that flickered like a candle flame. The tiny dragon hissed at him, soundless but clear, then stretched itself larger with a pop, until it was as long as his arm. It coiled once in the air, wings beating slow and steady, and opened its mouth in a silent roar. Harry's knees trembled. The little light dragon darted toward the black dog and circled around him once. The dog yelped and jumped back, first standing on end. Ron burst out laughing. It likes you, Padfoot, he choked. The dog shot him a betrayed look. Lupin cleared his throat. That is enough for tonight, he said. Let it go, Harry. Harry clung to it for a heartbeat longer. The dragon shape flickered, then unraveled into sparks and vanished. The sudden absence made his chest feel strange, like he had taken a deep breath and then lost the air without exhaling. He swayed. Hermione was already there with a chocolate bar. She pressed it into his hand without a word. He bit down. The sweetness grounded him. That was amazing, Hermione said softly. I have never seen a Patronus like that. It is not actually a Patronus yet, Lupin said. Not fully formed. But it is a very strong start. It is a dragon, Ron said. Of course it is a Patronus. What else would it be? Harry looked at the spot where the light had been. It did not feel like my shield, he said. Felt clear. Clean. Like fire without the burning. Lupin nodded. That is the point, he said. Patronus is not meant to hurt. It is meant to protect by filling the space with something Dementors cannot feed on. Joy. Hope. In your case, the bond with your mother. Harry thought of the Dementors hovering by the gates, of their empty hunger, of the way they had reached for the ember inside him. They will still try, he said. Yes, Lupin said. But now you have something to put between you and them that does not scorch anyone standing too close. The dog padded over and bumped Harry's hand with his nose. Harry scratched him between the ears automatically. You saw that, Harry said to him. Tell me you are not going to make jokes about it. The dog's tongue lolled out in a canine grin. Hermione gave him a quick scratch too. We should go, she said. Curfew. Ron groaned. If Filch catches us, he will have us cleaning trophy cases for a week. If Filch catches us, I will tell him to stand still while Harry practices his Patronus, Hermione said. Ron brightened. Worth it. They headed back toward the castle, crunching over frost that had not quite melted yet. Lupin walked with them partway, then peeled off toward his office. The dog trotted at Harry's side until they reached the shadow of the entrance hall. There he stopped. Bones shifted, fur sank away. Sirius straightened up, shivering. Is it always that cold when you practice? He asked, rubbing his arms. It is not the spell, Hermione said. It is the lake. And the Dementors not far beyond. And Harry, Ron added. He makes everything weird. Sirius snorted. He gets that from James, he said. And Lily. And probably the dragon. Harry rolled his eyes. So all of them. Exactly, Sirius said. He sobered. The hollows under his cheekbones deepened. That thing you called up, Sirius said. That little fire lizard. Do you feel like it is you? Or her? Harry thought about it. The memory he had used had been Xanthra's warmth. Her nest. But the light had not felt like her. Not entirely. Both, Harry said. Like when I use her senses. I am still me. Just more. Sirius looked relieved at that in a way Harry did not understand. You will need it, Sirius said. They are not going to give up just because you scared them once. They, Harry repeated. Sirius jerked his head toward the gates. The Ministry. The Dementors. Anyone who looks at you and sees a weapon they did not make. Harry remembered Fudge's pinched face at the train. The way the man had looked at him like a problem in need of a file. They can look all they want, Harry said. They are not taking her. He did not mean only Xanthra now. He meant the dragon. His friends. This strange, damp castle that had become another den. Sirius smiled then. It made him look younger. Less like a man who had spent years with the things at the gates. You really are Lily S., Sirius said. She would have set the Ministry on fire for half the reasons you have. Stop getting sentimental, Harry muttered, feeling his ears heat. Sirius turned toward the stairs. Get to bed, he said. If McGonagall catches you out past curfew again, she is going to skin me, not you. You do not even officially work here, Harry said. Exactly, Sirius replied. No protection. He shifted back into Padfoot with a crack of bone and fur and bounded up the steps, tail high. Harry watched him vanish around the corner. The ember in his chest beat in a new rhythm now, one that matched more than one heartbeat far away. The Slytherin common room was nearly empty when Harry stepped through the wall. The greenish light from the lake painted everything in underwater colors. A handful of older students sat near the fire, trading gossip in low voices. Someone had left a chessboard set up in the corner, pieces slumped in mid-game. Draco occupied the armchair nearest the flames. His sling was gone, but his arm still lay across his lap, palm up, as if he was not quite ready to trust it. A thin strip of bandage wound around his forearm. The skin peeking out from under it glimmered faintly in the low light, as if something metallic lay just beneath the surface. He looked up as the wall slid shut behind Harry. You are late, Draco said. I was about to send Pansy out to drag you back by the ear. Pansy is in bed, Harry said. I heard her snoring 3 corridors away. Draco sniffed. That is rude, he said. And true. Harry crossed the room and dropped onto the sofa opposite him. The fire heat soaked into his bones. It was the only warmth in the castle that ever came close to the cave. How is it? Harry asked, nodding at Draco's arm. Draco lifted it. The bandage slipped a little, revealing a thin line of pale, almost pearly flesh where the worst of the burn had been. It itches, Draco said. Madame Pomfrey says that is good. Does it still look? Harry trailed off. Like a dragon raked her claws down my arm, Draco said dryly. Yes. He unwound the bandage completely. The burn had healed into a pattern of raised, pale gold lines, running from his wrist halfway to his elbow. When Draco flexed his hand, the lines shifted. For a heartbeat, unmistakable scale shapes shone under the skin, then faded. Harry swallowed. I did that, he said. We did that, Draco corrected. I shoved you. You burned. Now we match. Harry blinked. Match? Draco rolled his eyes. Do not make me say sentimental things twice, he muttered. He reached over and grabbed Harry's wrist, turning his hand so the pale scars from the basilisk's fang caught the light. See, Draco said. You have one from killing a snake. I have one from standing in front of a dragon. It is very poetic. Granger would write an essay. Harry snorted. You keep calling things poetic for someone who hates metaphors. I hate bad metaphors, Draco said. This is different. His fingers lingered on Harry's wrist. The touch sent a little spark up Harry's arm. Nothing to do with magic and everything to do with the way Draco looked at him. So, Draco said lightly, were you successful? With the shining lizard. Harry leaned back, letting his hand stay where it was. I made something, he said. Lupin says it is not a full Patronus yet. But it had wings. Draco's eyes lit. I knew it, he said. Did it roast anything? Chased Padfoot, Harry said. Draco blinked. You sent a baby light dragon after an illegal animagus dog. It seemed appropriate, Harry said. Draco huffed a laugh. I wish I had seen that, he said. You will, Harry said. Next time. That slipped out without thought. He had not realized he had decided that yet. Draco's grip on his wrist tightened just a fraction. Next time, Draco said slowly, I am coming too. Lupin is not going to like that, Harry said. Lupin can file a complaint with the appropriate department, Draco replied. My department. I am the one who gets scorched. Harry searched his face for a hint of a joke. There was one, but under it was something steadier. You do not have to stand in front of me every time, Harry said. I have a shield. Your shield does not know the difference between Dementors and friends, Draco said sharply. Yet, Harry flinched. Draco saw it and immediately softened, expression twisting. I did not mean it like that, Draco said. I know you would never. Merlin Potter, why do you think I keep doing these insane things? It is not because I want to be crispy. Harry stared at the fire. You said mine, he said quietly. Before. In the corridor. Draco went very still. I remember, Draco said. Harry looked up. Does that still stand? Harry asked. Draco exhaled. The tension in his shoulders eased into something else. Yes, Draco said simply. He stood, crossed the small space between them and dropped onto the sofa beside Harry instead of opposite. The cushions dipped. Their knees brushed. He took Harry's injured hand properly this time, fingers threading through. Harry could feel his pulse beating in his palm. All right, Harry said. Then next time you stand in the circle with me. Absolutely not, Draco said at once. I like my face. Harry snorted. Then at least stand closer, he said. If I am going to drag the entire common room into my hoard every time I light up, you might as well get the good seats. Draco made a strangled sound that might have been a laugh or a cough. You say the most terrifying things, Draco muttered, and somehow make them sound like invitations. Harry leaned in. I do not know how to be normal, Harry said, but I can learn how not to burn you. Draco looked at his hand, at the faint glimmer of scales under his skin, then back at Harry's face. I will help, Draco said, if only because I like my eyebrows. He shifted even closer. Their shoulders pressed. The fire crackled. Someone across the room laughed at a joke Harry did not hear. Draco tilted his head. Harry met him halfway. The kiss was deeper this time, less startled. Draco's hand tightened around his. Harry felt the now familiar flare of heat inside and held it tight to his ribs, refusing to let it leak out into the air. When they broke apart, Draco's cheeks were pink. His smugness lasted exactly 3 seconds before it slipped. You taste like chocolate, Draco said. Lupin, Harry said. Draco wrinkled his nose. Do not say that right after kissing me, he said. There are limits. The ministry arrived a week later. They did not send Dementors this time. They sent something worse. Cornelius Fudge waddled into the great hall in the middle of lunch, flanked by 2 Aurors and a woman Harry had never seen before. She wore a mauve cardigan and a string of pearls. Her hair was curled tightly around her plump face. She smiled a lot. The smile never reached her eyes. The air around her smelled faintly of perfume, ink, and something Harry had learned to recognize early: self-satisfaction. Dumbledore met them at the doors. He said something in a low voice. The hall quieted as if someone had charmed the air. "Students," Dumbledore said, "the Minister for Magic has come to speak to me about security matters." His gaze flicked to Harry for a heartbeat, then away. "That is all," Dumbledore added. "Please return to your meals." They did not. Heads turned. Whispers buzzed. Ron craned his neck. Hermione's fork stopped halfway to her mouth. Draco's jaw tightened. "Who is she?" Pansy whispered. "Dolores Umbridge," Blaise replied, voice flat. "Undersecretary, last I heard. Loves rules. Hates anything that does not fit into a neat box." "Great," Draco muttered. "Another one." Harry tried to go back to his stew. His skin crawled. The ember in his chest shifted uneasily. At the staff table, Umbridge beamed at Dumbledore and patted his arm. Fudge smiled and nodded and talked too fast. The Aurors scanned the hall with professional eyes. One of them paused on Harry. His gaze sharpened. Harry met it, unblinking. The Auror looked away first. Umbridge sat down beside McGonagall and immediately began to talk. McGonagall's mouth went thin. Snape listened, expression unreadable. "They are here for you," Hermione whispered. "Obviously," Draco muttered. "Between the basilisk, the dragon, the dementors, and the train, they are probably drawing lots in the Ministry cafeteria for who gets to poke you with a stick." Harry pushed his bowl away. "I am not a stick," he said. Hermione touched his arm. "Eat," she said. "You cannot fight anyone on an empty stomach." "I am not fighting anyone," Harry said. Yet Ron added. Harry scowled. "Stop doing that." He forced a few mouthfuls down. They sat in his stomach like stones. After lunch, Dumbledore sent for him. McGonagall appeared at the end of the Slytherin table, robes swirling. "Mr. Potter," she said, "the headmaster would like a word." Draco started to rise too. McGonagall's eyes flicked to him. "Alone," she added. Harry squeezed Draco's bandaged hand under the table and stood. The walk to Dumbledore's office felt longer than usual. The gargoyle leapt aside at McGonagall's sharp password. The spiral staircase carried them up into the warm, cluttered office he had come to know too well. Dumbledore stood behind his desk. Fudge perched in a chair, hat in his lap. Umbridge occupied another, hands clasped, smile fixed. One of the Aurors leaned against the wall, arms crossed. Lupin and Snape stood off to one side, separate but aligned. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Thank you for coming." "Sir," Harry said. Fudge cleared his throat. "Harry, my boy," Fudge said. "We meet again. Unfortunate circumstances, this black business, Harry said nothing. Fudge fidgeted. "Yes, well," he said. "The thing is, the Ministry has been hearing reports." "Leaks," Snape muttered. Fudge colored. "Reports," he repeated. "About certain unauthorized magical entities within the grounds of Hogwarts." Harry stared at him. "You mean my mother," he said. Umbridge's smile tightened. "Now, Mr. Potter," she said in a high, girlish voice that made the hair on the back of Harry's neck rise. "Dragons are classified as dangerous creatures for a reason. Keeping one so close to a school, it raises questions. About judgment, about safety, about influences on young minds." Harry's hands curled into fists. "She is not hurting anyone," he said. "She stays in the forest. A 40-foot fire-breathing reptile is hardly a neighborly pet." "Dear," Umbridge said. "And then there is you. Such a special boy. So much potential." The way she said potential made his skin crawl. Lupin shifted. "Dolores," he said quietly. "Harry has more control than any adult wizard I have ever seen with this level of power. Aside from the occasional scorched furniture," Snape said. Lupin shot him a look. Snape raised an eyebrow, unrepentant. Umbridge fluttered her eyelashes. "I am sure Professor Lupin is doing his best," she said. "But some things are beyond the scope of a schoolteacher." She looked back at Harry. "The Ministry," she said. is very concerned about the possibility of your unusual upbringing, leading to unfortunate incidents. The Dementors on the train, for example. Quite a display, I hear. They attacked us, Harry said. I made them stop. You burned part of the carriage, Umbridge replied, and nearly melted a ministry asset. Tried to eat my soul, Harry snapped. The Auror by the wall flinched at that. Fudge sweated more. Harry, Dumbledore said gently. Dolores and Cornelius are here to assess the situation. Nothing has been decided. Yet, Umbridge added, smile still fixed. Harry took a breath. The dragons inside his head snarled. He pushed them down. What do you want? He asked. Umbridge folded her hands primly. We would like to see a demonstration, she said, of this Patronus you are supposedly learning, and of this dragon fire of yours, in a controlled environment. Controlled by you, Harry said. Controlled by the adults in charge, Umbridge corrected. Snape snorted softly. We have all seen how well the Ministry controls Dementors, he said under his breath. Fudge shot him a glare. This is official business, Severus, Fudge said. We cannot have Hogwarts harboring a creature that might go off at any moment. Or two. Harry held Umbridge's gaze. You want to see what I do to Dementors, he said. Fine. Bring one into the courtyard and I will show you. Dumbledore stiffened. Harry, he said. That is not necessary. It might be, Lupin said quietly. Everyone looked at him. If the Ministry insists on keeping Dementors near children, Lupin said, they need to understand what happens when those children are not helpless. Umbridge's smile thinned. We do not respond well to threats, she said. That is not a threat, Harry said. It is a promise. If they try to touch my pack, I will stop them. You can either know how that looks in advance, or you can find out when it happens. The Auror in the corner shifted. Dolores, he said, voice rough. With respect. If he is going to blow, I would rather he did it where Dumbledore can stop him. Dumbledore's eyes crinkled, but they were cold. Very well, Dumbledore said. One Dementor. Wards in place. Staff present. If we must do this, we do it properly. Umbridge did not look pleased. But she saw the Auror's face. She saw Lupin's and Snape's and even Fudge's unease. Very well, she said at last, sweet as poison. This afternoon, then, after classes, she stood, smoothed her cardigan, and walked out with Fudge at her elbow. The Auror hesitated. He caught Harry's eye. Name is Shacklebolt, he said quietly. Do not make me regret this, kid. Harry nodded once. When the door closed behind them, Dumbledore sagged slightly. I am sorry, Harry, he said. It is not your fault, Harry said. Blaise wrote a letter. He is scared. They were always going to find out. Snape made a thoughtful noise. The boy is not stupid, Snape said. Short-sighted, perhaps, but not an idiot. Short-sighted is enough to get people killed, Lupin said. Harry thought of Blaise on the Ollery floor, hands over his ears. I will handle it, Harry said. Harry, Dumbledore said sharply. You will not confront Ministry representatives alone. You will not go near a Dementor without Lupin or myself present. I meant Blaise, Harry said. Snape's mouth twisted. Of course you did. The Dementor waited in the courtyard like a stain. Clouds gathered overhead, as if drawn by its presence. The flagstones around it glimmered with thin frost. Students watched from the archways and windows, pressed together, whispering. Harry stood in the center of the open space, Lupin to his right, Dumbledore to his left. Snape lurked in the shadows of a pillar. McGonagall stood near the main doors, wand out. Umbridge and Fudge watched from the steps. Shacklebolt stood beside them, jaw tight. The Dementor did not move. Harry could feel it anyway. As hunger grazed his skin, reaching. It recognized him. He closed his eyes for a second. The ember in his chest pulsed. He thought of the cave, of Xanthra's heartbeat, of Draco's hand squeezing his wrist, of Hermione's stubborn chin and Ron's ridiculous jokes, of Sirius curled up in the dorm in dog form, snoring. He opened his eyes. Ready, Lupin murmured. As I will ever be, Harry said. Lupin stepped back out of the circle chalked on the flagstones. The Dementor glided closer. The temperature dropped. Breath smoked. Whispers died. The world narrowed to the swaying black shape and the cold eating at the edges of Harry's mind. He did not let it in. Expecto Patronum. He did not shout it. He did not have to. The words slid into the space between his teeth and the ember flared. The shield rose. For a second it tried to explode outward, dome-wide. He slammed mental claws down on it, the way he had by the lake. Smaller, he told it. Through the wand. 1 point, the magic obeyed. It roared down his arm and burst from his wand in a stream of molten light. The little dragon shot out of the tip, already larger than before. It unfolded mid-air, wings flaring, claws hooked. Light spilled off it in waves. It was not silver. It was dragonfire turned safe, heat without burn, gold-white and fierce. Students gasped. The Patronus dragon streaked toward the Dementor with a silent snarl. The Dementor reached out, clawed hand grasping. The dragon slammed into it. There was no sound, but Harry felt the collision. The cold buckled. The Dementor lurched back as if struck by a physical blow. Its ragged cloak flapped. It recoiled, trying to retreat to the edge of the courtyard. The dragon did not let it. Light wrapped around the shadow. For a heartbeat, the Dementor's outline burned in stark relief, like a hole cut in the world. Then the Patronus roared. The roar echoed in Harry's bones. In the stones under his feet, he heard Xanthra answer in his head. Proud and sharp. The Dementor fled. It shot up into the air, cloak smoking, and vanished over the wall. The dragon wheeled once above the courtyard, passed over the watching students, trailing warmth. Faces lifted, shoulders loosened, laughter broke out, shaky and disbelieving. Then it circled back and dove toward Harry. For an instant he thought it would hit him. Instead, it slowed, hovering in front of his chest, looking at him with eyes of bright, blind light. Go, Harry whispered. The Patronus flicked its tail and dissolved into sparks that rained down on his shoulders and vanished. Silence held for a long beat. Then Ron whooped from the Gryffindor archway. Did you see that? Ron yelled. That was brilliant. The tension broke. Voices rose. Slytherin, Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, all shouting over each other. All saying the same thing in different words. Dumbledore's mouth twitched. Umbridge's smile had finally cracked. A muscle jumped in her cheek. Well, she said, voice thin. That was impressive. Shacklebolt let out a long breath he had probably been holding since Harry cast the spell. You see, Lupin said quietly to Umbridge. Control. Umbridge smoothed her cardigan with shaking hands. One demonstration proves very little, she said. We will still need to review the dragon situation. She glanced pointedly toward the forest. Harry stepped out of the chalk circle. You have seen what happens when something like that comes near me, he said, nodding at the distant wall where the Dementor had vanished. Multiply it by 100 if anyone goes near her with chains. Is that a threat, Mr. Potter? Umbridge asked. It is a fact, Harry said. She is older than your laws. Dumbledore laid a hand on his shoulder. It was a light touch, but Harry felt the warning in it. That will do, Harry, Dumbledore said softly. Harry shut his mouth. Fudge dabbed sweat from his forehead. I think we have seen enough for today, Fudge said shakily. Yes. Very good. Very effective. He hurried away without waiting for Dumbledore's reply. Umbridge followed, steps tight, pearls rattling. Shacklebolt lingered. Just so you know, he said quietly to Harry, there are some of us who do not like the Dementors either. You are not the only one who wants them gone. Harry blinked. Then why keep them? Shacklebolt's mouth twisted. Because fear is easy and reform is hard, he said. Stay alive, kid. We will need you when someone finally realizes that. He strode after the minister. The courtyard slowly emptied. Students drifted off in excited clumps. Hermione and Ron pushed through the crowd to reach him. Draco was right behind them, eyes bright, face flushed. You insane, incredible idiot, Draco hissed. You did not even wobble. I wobbled, Harry said. You hit it, Hermione said approvingly, which was almost worse. Ron threw an arm around Harry's shoulders. You should have seen Umbridge's face, Ron said. I have never wanted to frame an expression before, but that one. Ron, Hermione said. What? Ron protested. We could hang it in the common room. Not helping, Hermione said, but she was smiling. Draco reached for Harry's hand, then thought better of it in the middle of the courtyard and settled for brushing his fingers against Harry's wrist. quick and light. Come on, Draco said. Before Snape decides to assign you a 20-foot essay on restraint. I heard that, Snape said dryly from behind them. They all jumped. Snape gave Harry a long look. For what it is worth, Snape said slowly, that was contained. Harry did not know if that was praise. From Snape it probably was. Thank you, Harry said. Snape sniffed. Do not let it go to your head, he said. You still brew potions like a concussed troll. He found Blaise in the Ollery that evening. The tower smelled of damp straw and droppings. Owls shifted on their perches, eyes blinking in the half-light. Blaise stood by an open window, a roll of parchment in his hand. He did not flinch when Harry stepped inside. You knew they would come, Harry said. Blaise did not turn. I suspected, Blaise said. Mother writes to me. Between her complaints about her latest husbands, she drops hints about what the ministry whispers over brandy. Harry walked closer, boots crunching on fallen pellets. The letter you sent, Harry said. Did she answer? Blaise laughed, short and humorless. Oh yes, he said. She wrote about opportunity, about how valuable it is to be the first with news, about how someone who delivers a dragon and a living weapon to the ministry's doorstep will never have to fear poverty. Harry's stomach twisted. And you, Harry asked, do you want that? Blaise finally turned. His eyes were tired. I want to live, Blaise said simply. You scare me, Potter. She scares me. Those things at the gates scare me. The difference is that you sometimes look at me and do not see food. Harry flinched. I am not, I know, Blaise cut in. Intellectually, my instincts are slower. I grew up being told that anything too powerful to be controlled would eventually be killed or tamed. You walk in and the room bends around you. Dragons do not fit in that logic. Neither do you. Harry thought of Blaise on the floor, clutching his head, his own threat hanging in the air like smoke. I should not have hissed at you, Harry said. Blaise arched a brow. You think? Harry grimaced. I was scared, he said. For her. For once we agree, Blaise said. He looked back out at the dark sky. Mother told them enough to make them curious. She did not give them everything. She is not stupid enough to put all her eggs in one basket, even if that basket breathes fire. Do they know exactly where she is? Harry asked. Not yet, Blaise said. But after today, they know what you will do if they find her. Harry leaned his shoulder against the stone. You could send another letter, Harry said. Tell her she was wrong. That the dragon is not a tame weapon. That trying to collar her will only get people burned. Blaise snorted. You think she will listen to a schoolboy? I think she will listen to her son, Harry said. Blaise looked at him, long and searching. I am not your friend, Blaise said quietly. Not the way Weasley and Granger are. Not the way Malfoy is trying very hard to be. I am selfish. I watch for angles. I do not trust anyone. I know, Harry said. And yet, Blaise said, lips quirking, I do not want to be in the splash zone when you finally lose patience with the ministry. Harry huffed out a breath that was almost a laugh. So you will write, Harry said. Blaise sighed. Yes, he said. I will write. I will tell her that some beasts are safer left alone. And that for once we should not be the first to sell information. Thank you, Harry said. Do not make me regret it, Blaise replied. He whistled softly. A sleek barn owl swooped down. Harry watched him tie the letter on, watched the owl vanish into the night. The tension in his shoulders eased a fraction. Do you still think I am a monster? Harry asked quietly. Blaise considered. I think you are a dragoness child in a world that likes cages, Blaise said. If you were truly a monster, you would not be up here asking. He walked past Harry without waiting for a reply. Besides, Blaise added over his shoulder, if you were going to burn me alive, you would have done it in second year. Later, when the castle slept, Harry slipped out to the edge of the forest. The trees loomed, dark and humming with old magic. The Dementors lurked far beyond the line now, kept at bay by new wards and Dumbledore's temper. Their presence was a distant ache rather than a knife in his lungs. He stepped past the first row of trunks. The world changed. The air grew warmer, thicker. The earth under his boots felt different, more alive. The sounds of the castle faded. Leaves whispered. Something watched from the undergrowth and slunk away when it caught his scent. He walked the familiar path without thinking. The route wound between ancient oaks and younger saplings. Roots tried to trip him. He stepped over them easily. The lair lay in a hollow between two ridges, hidden behind a stand of thorn bushes and a tangle of protective charms. He felt her before he saw her. Her mind brushed his like a mountain wind. Heavy, solid, warm. The grumble in his chest that had been restless for weeks smoothed out. Child, Xanthra's voice rumbled. Not in his ears but in his bones. You come with strange taste on your skin. Ministry, Harry said aloud. Dementors, wolves and dogs and fools. He stepped into the clearing. Moonlight spilled across silver scales. Xanthra lay coiled in the center of the hollow, vast and impossible to mistake for anything but what she was. Her wings folded close, scarred from old battles. Her eyes glowed bright in the dark. She lowered her head until her snout was level with his chest. He pressed his hand to the warm scales. You felt them, he said. She huffed. Cold things. Dead things that walk. They reached for you. I burned them in the sky until they fled. He blinked. You what? Far away where they nest around their rock, she said. I sent fire in the dream. They will not like the taste. Images flickered through his mind. A far northern sea. A prison rising from it like rotted teeth. Dark shapes swirling around it. A sudden flash of heat in a world of endless cold. Harry shivered. You should not poke them, he said. You poke them, she said calmly. With light. With the small flame that walks outside you. I do the same. He could not argue with that. He leaned his forehead against her snout. The familiar smell of smoke and stone and age filled his lungs. The ember in his chest settled completely for the first time in weeks. They came to the school, he said. Fudge. Umbridge. They want to decide what to do about you. Xanthra snorted. The gust of breath ruffled his hair. They will decide to fear, she said. It is all they know. They might send hunters, Harry said. The words tasted like ash. Let them, she said. He jerked back. You cannot fight all of them, he said. They will bring wards. Curses. Chains. Chains, she agreed. Her eyes narrowed. The ancient anger in them made his skin prickle. I have broken chains before. He thought of the boggart. Of the collar on invisible scales. I do not want you hurt, he said. I do not want you to have to kill for me. She tilted her head slightly. Child, she said. I killed to keep you alive the day they dropped you into my nest. I killed to keep their hands from your skin. I will kill again if they come with iron. That is not a burden. That is what I am. He squeezed his eyes shut. This is different, he said. Now they know I am here. They know I am yours. They will not just come with chains. They will come with laws. With stories. They will call you monster until enough people believe it and no one raises a wand when they hurt you. She was silent for a long moment. They will call you the same, she said at last. They already do. He thought of whispers in the corridors. Slytherin-S monster. Dragon-S scion. The way Umbridge had looked at him like a dangerous artifact. I can take it, he said. A low sound rolled through her chest. It might have been laughter. Or sorrow. You are small, she said. And loud. And too soft in some ways. I set a Dementor on fire, he pointed out. Soft here. She tapped his chest with the edge of her snout. He swallowed. His eyes stung. I do not want you to die for me, he said. She shifted, scales scraping rock. Then we do not die, she said simply. We adapt. We move. We hide our hoard. Dragons have done this long before wizards learned to wave sticks. You want to leave, he whispered. Not yet, she said. Her gaze moved, as if she could see the castle through the trees. There is still sky here I like. There are still stones that remember older fires. But you must be ready. If they make their cage too tight, we fly. He pictured it. Leaving Hogwarts. Leaving the friends who had become pack. Leaving Draco standing at the foot of an empty bed. His chest hurt. Cannot, he said. Not yet. There are things here that need fixing. Dementors. Lies. Sirius. Sirius, she repeated. The dogman. He smells of old chains. Yes, Harry said. Pack is not only in caves, she said. Sometimes it runs in strange halls. You stay as long as you need, child. When you call, I will come. If you fall, I will break stone to reach you. He laughed. A little broken. Promise, he said. Promise, she rumbled. A twig snapped at the edge of the clearing. Harry turned, wand in hand. The big black dog stepped out of the shadows, ears low. You know your stealth is terrible, Harry said. The dog shifted. Sirius stood there, hands raised in surrender. Hard to be sneaky when you are following the scent of a dragon, Sirius said. She smells like an entire volcano. Xanthara watched him. Her eyes narrowed. This one is loud, she said. You too, Sirius said. Merlin, it is like being told off by two mums. Harry snorted. Why are you here? Harry asked. You should be hiding from Aurors, not strolling into the forest. Shacklebolt is decent, Sirius said. He is running interference. And I wanted to talk to the one creature in Britain who hates the Ministry more than I do. He looked up at Xanthara. They will not stop, Sirius said to her. Not with rumors. Not with letters. Not with single demonstrations. They will keep pushing until they either have you on a chain or you are ash. Xanthara bared her teeth. The temperature in the clearing rose. Helpful, Harry said dryly. Sirius shrugged. I am not here to be comforting, he said. I am here because if they force you into a corner, you need more than fire. What else is there? Harry asked. Information, Sirius said. Leverage. People in the Ministry who owe your parents favors. People who are tired of Dementors, like Shacklebolt. Harry frowned. You think we can make them scared of the dragon in a different way? I think, Sirius said slowly, that if enough of the right people remember that Lily Potter once saved their careers, they might decide that hunting her son's mother is bad politics. Harry blinked. That is a lot of ifs. Welcome to grown-up war, Sirius said. It is mostly ifs and shouting. Xanthara rumbled. Humans make everything complicated, she said. You have no idea, Sirius said. Harry looked between them. Cannot leave her, Harry said. And I cannot let them cage me. So we do both. We train. We plan. We make it too expensive for them to try. For now, Sirius said. For now, we throw them off balance. You show them you can control your fire. We find out who in that building full of cowards might be willing to talk. And if they do send chains. He trailed off and looked at Xanthara. She smiled, slow and terrible. We melt them, she said. Harry smiled back, small and sharp. I will not let them touch you, he said to her. Any of you. The ember in his chest flared. Not wild this time, but solid. Chosen. Behind him, the castle loomed. Ahead, the forest shifted. Above, the stars burned. Indifferent and distant. Harry stood between dragon and school, between old magic and new laws, and for the first time he did not feel like he was balancing on the edge of a cliff. He felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be, somewhere far off, near the gates. A Dementor drifted too close to a new ward and recoiled with a hiss. Harry felt it. The Patronus dragon stirred in his chest. Waiting. Soon, he thought. He reached up and laid his hand against Xanthara's snout again. Let them come, he whispered. We will show them what happens when they try to collar a dragoness son. The graveyard always began with the smell. Damp stone. Wet grass. Harry stood where the cup had dropped him. The night wrapped around him. Cold crawled over his skin. The statue of the angel loomed ahead. Wings dark against a colorless sky. His scar burned. The ember in his chest burned harder. Ropes snapped around his arms and chest before he could move. They bit into his skin. Someone laughed close by. High and thin. Bind him to the stone. Rough hands shoved him back. The angel pressed against his spine. The rope tightened. He could not lift his wand. He ground his teeth. Behind the fear, something older rose. The part of him that had learned to fight in a dragon nest. That part measured the distance to every sound. The scrape of claws on stone. The whisper of robes. Wormtail moved through the circle, hands shaking, breath wheezing. A cauldron smoked in the center of a crude mark carved into the ground. The air around it felt wrong. Thick, greasy. Harry could taste metal in the back of his throat. Bone of the father, Wormtail whispered, voice shaking. Unknowingly given. He ripped something from the grave. Harry could not see it, but he felt the surge of old magic. The air trembled. Flesh of the servant, Wormtail choked. Willingly given. There was a wet sound. A scream. A thud. Harry flinched. The ember in his chest answered the wrongness with a low growl. Far away, under another sky, another heart beat faster. Scales shifted. Xanthara stirred. Blood of the enemy. Wormtail limped toward him. His face was slick with sweat. One sleeve hung loose and empty. Forcibly taken, he pressed the knife to Harry's arm. Harry hissed, not from the pain but from the way the knife felt. It was not normal steel. It whispered against his magic. He thought of Xanthara snapping a chain in her jaws. The blade cut. Warm blood slid down his skin. It dripped into the cauldron. The smoke turned red for a second, then black. The world bent. The smell grew worse. Rot and snake and burned air. A tiny shape rose from the cauldron, pale and shriveled. Fell, then rose again. Bones stretched. Flesh wrapped around it. Limbs straightened. Skin smoothed. Voldemort stepped out of the steam. Thin. Hairless. As like fresh blood. Lines on his face that had nothing to do with age and everything to do with spite. Harry stared back at him. His heart hammered. The ember flared so bright it hurt. Harry Potter, Voldemort said softly. The dragon's foundling. His gaze dropped to the faint glow under Harry's ribs, as if he could see through skin and cloth. You smell of old fire, Voldemort said. Interesting. Harry said nothing. He focused on the ropes, on each knot, each twist. The bond with Xanthara pulled tight. He did not want her here. Not in this graveyard, 2 worlds away from the forest. Not in this circle of wrong spells and dead eyes. But the ember had already carried the message. Child. A voice rumbled inside his bones. Where? Harry shut his eyes for a breath. Do not come, he thought at her. Too far. Too twisted. Just listen. Voldemort called his followers. Masks appeared out of the dark, circling the cauldron. Death Eaters dropped to their knees. Names were spoken. Excuses made. Lies told. Harry barely heard them. He heard the crackle under his skin. That sound had nothing to do with the cauldron. When Voldemort finally turned back to him, wand in hand, the ropes felt lighter. Now, Harry, Voldemort whispered. We bow. He flicked his wand. The ropes fell away. Harry stumbled forward. His legs shook from the cold and the blood loss. He still raised his wand. He did not bow. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. Stubborn, he said. Like your father. Let us see how far that stubbornness goes when you stand without your dragon mother to hide you. He moved first. Avada Kedavra. Green light rushed toward Harry. The embers surged up. Harry did not have time for words. Fire exploded out of him. It did not look like the Patronus dragon. It was older than that shape. It was pure force. Bright gold at the center. Orange at the edges. Tinted with the color of dragon flame. It hit the green beam halfway between them. The spells met with a crack that made his bones ring. For a heartbeat, a thin gold line connected wand to wand. Sparks rained down on the grass. The Death Eaters gasped. Several stumbled back. One fell. The graveyard trembled. Harry felt the pull at his wand. The pressure of Voldemort's magic. Pressed hard. It wanted to crush him. To push his fire back into his ribs. He thought of Xanthara curling around him in her nest. Of her standing between him and a wizard with a chain. Of her telling him that fire could shield as well as burn. He pushed. The line brightened. Gold crawled along the green, eating it. Nonsense. Voldemort snarled. You are a boy. Harry bared his teeth. The circle around them broke. Some Death Eaters ran. Others tried to move closer, wands raised. The fire noticed them. A ring of heat rolled out under Harry's feet. It raced over the ground. A low wave that set dry grass smoking and knocked several masked figures flat. One mask melted. Flesh beneath it blistering. The smell of burned cloth rose into the cold. This is what they fear, Xanthara murmured in his head. Good, Harry thought fiercely. They should. The cup lay forgotten near a fallen figure. Cedric. Harry's chest squeezed. He saw empty eyes and still hands. He saw the way the boy's body lay, careless, as if the ground had shrugged and dropped him there. The fire stuttered. Voldemort felt the momentary falter. His grin stretched. First kill hurts, he said. You get used to it. Harry wanted to scream that he had killed before, that he had watched a basilisk die, that he had felt bone crack under dragon claws. Instead, his anger surged. It grabbed the fire and dragged it back to focus. He flung his free hand toward the cup. Flame leaped from his fingers, not hot enough to burn, but sharp enough to kick the cup into motion. It flew across the grass and slammed into Cedric's body. The world twisted again. The connection between wands snapped. Voldemort's spell hit empty air and blew a clean hole through a gravestone. Harry grabbed the cup. The graveyard spun. The last thing he saw was Voldemort's face, lit gold and green, eyes wide and furious. Then the world yanked sideways. Harry woke with a shout. He sat up so fast that his vision blackened at the edges. His chest heaved. His shirt clung damp to his skin. The dark room smelled of old dust and cooking smoke seeping under the door. Grimmauld Place. His hands shook. He stared at them until they steadied. The door creaked open. "Harry," Sirius said softly. "You all right?" He stepped inside, one hand on the frame. His hair was tied back. His eyes were shadowed, but awake. "You were shouting," Sirius added. "Again." "Graveyard," Harry said. His voice came out rough. "Voldemort. Cedric." Sirius crossed the room and sat on the edge of the bed. The mattress dipped. Harry felt the warmth of him through the thin blanket. "Same place," Sirius said. "Same place," Harry agreed. He rubbed a hand over his face. "The cup dropped us right in front of him," Harry said. "They had a circle, a ritual." He was already half there. Sirius listened. He did not interrupt. He did not tell Harry to stop. He did not say it was only a dream. He knew better. Harry took a breath. "When he came out of the cauldron," Harry said, "he called me Dragon Foundling." Sirius's mouth tightened. "He could smell her on you," Sirius said. Harry nodded. "Then he tried to kill me," Harry said. "Again. And the fire did that thing. The wand link. Only bigger this time. It knocked his people over." Sirius let out a low whistle. "And you still got away," he said. Harry snorted. "Barely." He looked down at his hands. "They would have killed me if I had just been a boy," Harry said quietly. "You are not just anything," Sirius said. "You never were." He leaned back, bracing his hands behind him. "They are downstairs right now, you know," Sirius said. "Moody, Kingsley, Molly, Arthur, all arguing about you." "About me or about the scar?" Harry asked. "Both," Sirius said. "They keep saying weapon, liability, asset. That last one makes me want to throw them out the window." "Dumbledore," Harry asked. "What does he say?" Sirius hesitated. "He says that you are a child," Sirius said, "and that they should not be talking about you like that. He also says there is a larger design, a piece of information you are not ready for yet." Harry's jaw clenched. "That would be the thing he is hiding in his office," Harry said. "The thing that makes my scar burn when I get too close to his desk. The thing the Order keeps whispering about when they think I am asleep." Sirius looked guilty. "You have been listening at doors again," he said. "Your house," Harry said with a shrug. "Your bad influence." Despite the mood, Sirius snorted. "He is going to tell you," Sirius said. "He has to. You are the one standing in graveyards, not him. And until then," Harry said, "I am supposed to sit here and be good. Wait for the next time Voldemort calls me out." Sirius met his eyes. "You are allowed to be angry, you know," Sirius said. "Lily would already be shouting. James would have hexed half the kitchen." "Xanthera wants me to fly," Harry muttered. "She says if the cage gets too tight, we burn it and leave." Sirius grimaced. "Tempting," he said. "But if you go, who pulls the rest of us out when the fire starts from the wrong side?" Harry lay back slowly. His heart was still beating too fast, but the panic had faded to a dull throb. "I do not know how long I can stay polite," Harry said. Sirius looked toward the door as if he could see the Order through it. "Then stop trying to be polite," Sirius said. "Start demanding answers." Answers did not come at Grimmauld Place. They came at Hogwarts. Or rather, they tried very hard not to. The new defense teacher arrived with the first carriage. Dolores Umbridge took her place at the staff table with a smile that made Harry's finger twitch toward his wand. The pink cardigan, the pearls, the wide eyes. He remembered her in the courtyard. Her voice when she had watched him drive off a Dementor with a dragon made of light. She remembered him too. During the welcome feast, her gaze flicked to him again and again. He felt it like a draft on the back of his neck. Draco sat beside him at the Slytherin table, shoulders a little tense. His sleeve hid the faint gold scales under his skin, but Harry knew they were there. "She smells of sugar and poison," Harry muttered. Draco snorted into his goblet. "Do not say that where she can hear you," Draco said. "She collects grudges like Pansy collects gossip." "I already burned one of her pets," Harry said. "She can get in line." Draco kicked him lightly under the table. "Try not to set the High Inquisitor on fire during the first week," Draco said. "I just got my eyebrows back." Harry sighed. "I will try," he said. No promises. Umbridge's defense class was not defense. She made them copy ministry-approved notes about calm responses and trust in authority. She told them practical spells were dangerous without supervision. She talked about dangerous creatures that had to be registered and controlled. Her gaze kept drifting to Harry when she said that. Harry copied the notes with tight fingers. Across the room, Hermione's jaw kept clenching. Ron's handwriting grew more and more messy as he muttered under his breath. Draco sat rigid, quill-scratching neat lines. He did not speak. His eyes were cold. At the end of the class, Umbridge called Harry to her desk. "Mr. Potter," she said in her sweet voice. "A moment, dear." The rest of the class paused. She clapped her hands. "Off you go," she said. "No need to worry. The ministry simply likes to have little chats." Draco looked at Harry. Harry gave him a tiny nod. Hermione hesitated at the door. Harry met her eyes. "Go," he mouthed. They left. Umbridge waited until the room emptied. She folded her hands on the desk. "I have heard some very wild stories about you," Umbridge said. "Dementors, dragons, graveyards. Such nasty tales for such a young boy." Harry said nothing. "Of course," Umbridge went on, "we cannot have panic at a school. So when you tell your fellow students that he who must not be named is back, you cause trouble." "He is," Harry said. "Back?" Umbridge's smile did not shift. "No," she said. "He is not. The ministry has found no proof." "Maybe because they did not look in the right graveyard," Harry said. Umbridge's eyes sharpened. "There it is," she said softly. "That little streak of defiance." She opened a drawer and took out a long quill. "You will do a little detention for your lies," Umbridge said. "Tonight. 8 in my office." "For telling the truth," Harry said. "For disrupting order," she replied. 8. "Do not be late." Her office was even more pink than he remembered. Plates with kittens mewed from the walls. Lace covered every flat surface. The air smelled of tea and cheap perfume. Umbridge sat behind her desk, hands folded. "Sit," she said. Harry sat. "Now," she said, "you will write lines." She pushed a piece of blank parchment toward him. The quill beside it had no ink bottle. "How many?" Harry asked. "You will write," Umbridge said. "I must not tell lies." Harry stared at her. "I am not lying," he said. Her smile did not move. "Then this will be very quick," she said. "Begin." He picked up the quill. Felt wrong. Cold. The feather trembled, as if alive. He pressed it to the parchment and wrote the first sentence. "I must not tell lies." There was no ink. A second later, pain scratched across the back of his hand. A thin red line appeared, forming the words he had just written. He looked down. The skin burned. Blood welled up, then sank back into the flesh, leaving the letters behind. He looked up. "What is this?" he asked. "A little reminder," Umbridge said. "Every time you decide to shout horrible stories, you will remember this. Keep writing." "No," Harry said. He set the quill down. The room cooled. "Not from Dementors this time, but from him." "I will tell you about graveyards again if you like," Harry said. "I will tell every student in this castle that he is back. You can carve it into my hand as many times as you like. It will not change what happened." Umbridge's smile crumpled slightly. You will do as you are told, she said, or I will send you home faster than you can run to your dragon's nest. The words hit like a slap. Heat rose in Harry's chest. She saw it. She leaned forward. Yes, she said sweetly. We know about that. Very irregular. Very dangerous. Very interesting to certain departments. There are people who would pay a great deal to know exactly where that creature sleeps. The ember roared. Harry barely felt himself stand. Do not talk about her, he said. Umbridge laughed. Oh dear boy, she said. You are precious. But you are not in charge. The ministry is. We are here to bring the school. And you, back under control. She reached for his hand again. The fire broke. It leaped out of him. Not as a Patronus. Not as a neat shield. It flooded the room. The air went bright. Every candle flared. The edges of the lace smoldered. The kitten plates yowled and cracked. The wooden legs of the desk glowed cherry red for a moment before the heat slid away. The pain in his hand disappeared. The carved words burnt out, leaving clean skin. Umbridge screamed. She snatched her hands back. The quill in her fingers melted into a lump of dull metal. The desk between them had a black ring scorched into it. Harry stood in the middle of the storm. He kept the fire inside the walls. He felt it press against glass and wood, then turn aside. The heat licked the edges of everything and did not burn through. He held it there with teeth gritted. Stop! Umbridge shrieked. Stop this at once. You wanted control, Harry said. His voice sounded strange even to himself. Watch! He closed his eyes. Pulled. The fire obeyed. It drew back into him, into the ember at his core, leaving only scorched wood and the smell of smoke. Harry opened his eyes. Umbridge stared at him, chest heaving, hair frizzed around her face. Her cheeks were blotched red. Her pearls had cracked. You, she whispered. You are a threat to this entire country. Harry looked at his hand. The skin was unmarked. The quill lay on the desk, a useless lump. I am a student who came in here to tell you the truth, Harry said. You tried to carve it out of me. He met her eyes. If you touch me with that thing again, he said quietly, I will take your toys away before you even see them leave your hand. Her mouth opened and shut like a fish. Get out, she croaked. Harry turned and left. The corridor outside was full of smoke and students. Someone had smelt the heat and raised the alarm. The hall was lined with faces. Gryffindor scarves, Hufflepuff badges, Ravenclaw ties, Slytherin green. Draco stood near the door, pale and furious. What did she do? Hermione demanded as soon as she saw him. Harry, your hand. Let me see. Later, Harry said. I did not let it stay. Ron stared past him at the door. She looks like a toasted marshmallow, Ron whispered. Ron, Hermione hissed. This is serious. Ron swallowed. His eyes were still wide. What happened? Draco asked quietly. Exactly. Harry met his gaze. She threatened to tell hunters where to find Xanthra, Harry said. And she tried to cut a lesson into my skin. The crowd hissed. Someone swore softly. Draco's jaw set. Good, Draco said. Hermione stared at him in disbelief. Good, she repeated. Draco stepped closer to Harry. His voice dropped to a low murmur that still carried to the closest ring of students. You finally showed them what happens when they push, Draco said. Maybe next time they will think twice before playing with matches around a dragon. There were teachers now. McGonagall pushing through the crowd, hair slightly askew. Snape behind her, robes snapping as he walked. Both stopped when they saw the scorched doorway. McGonagall's eyes flew to Harry. Potter, she said sharply. Explain. Harry straightened. Professor Umbridge used a blood quill on me for telling the truth, he said. My magic reacted. I stopped it. Snape's gaze dropped to Harry's hands. He saw the unmarked skin. His eyes flicked to the desk behind Umbridge. He took in the ring of black on the wood, the cracked plates, the melted metal. For a second, something like grim satisfaction crossed his face. Then it was gone. McGonagall's mouth thinned. You will explain this fully to the headmaster, she said. All of you, Mr. Weasley, Miss Granger, Mr. Malfoy, come along. Now, the crowd shifted. buzzing. By the time Harry reached the stairwell, a whisper was already moving ahead of him. He gathered himself. They think I am a weapon, he thought. Let them see what side I choose. Dumbledore's office felt more crowded than usual. Fawkes watched from his perch. The portraits muttered. Dumbledore stood behind his desk, hands folded. Snape leaned against a bookcase. McGonagall stood near the door, lips pressed tight. Umbridge was already there. Her face was still flushed. Her hair frizzed worse than Hermione's after a day in the library. She pointed a shaking finger at Harry as soon as he entered. "This boy attacked me," she shrilled. "He unleashed dark magic in my office. He nearly burned down the school." Harry felt every pair of eyes slide to him. He breathed in. "I defended myself," Harry said. "You used a cursed quill on me. You threatened to expose my mother to hunters." The fire responded. "You admit it," Umbridge gasped. "You admit that you lost control." Harry met Dumbledore's gaze. "I kept the fire inside the room," Harry said. "Nothing outside the walls took heat. The students in the corridor were never in danger. She was never actually harmed." Umbridge sputtered. "I have a right to maintain discipline," she snapped. "The Ministry placed me here to bring order. I will not have some feral child set everything on fire every time he is asked to show respect." "That is enough, Dolores," Dumbledore said quietly. His voice was mild. His eyes were not. "You used illegal punishment on a student," Dumbledore said. "On this student. Knowing what you know about his nature." Umbridge's mouth twisted. "You refuse to see the danger," she said. "He is not a normal boy. He has already shown that he can drive off Dementors. He stands between us and an uncontrolled ancient creature. Now he burns Ministry officials who try to enforce rules." McGonagall stiffened. "You are not an official here," she said. "You are staff, and you are bound by staff rules. We do not allow blood quills." Harry's hand curled at his side. "So you knew what that thing was," he said to Dumbledore. "You knew it even before I said it out loud." Dumbledore looked tired. "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I did. I had hoped you would not encounter one." "You hoped wrong," Harry said flatly. The portraits rustled. "You cannot let this go," Umbridge snapped. "If you do, the Ministry will have to step in. You know what they will say. That you protect your weapon no matter what he does." There it was again. Weapon. The room spun in Harry's vision, just for a second. "You have made a very serious mistake, Dolores," Dumbledore said. "One that will be noted." He turned to Harry. "And you, Harry," Dumbledore said, "must find ways to control your fire that do not risk harm, even in anger. You did better this time. You contained it. But each flare brings new attention." Harry laughed once, short and harsh. "You put Dementors next to a school," Harry said. "The Ministry sent them. Then they sent her. They wanted a weapon. They wanted something to point at their fears. You hid information from me for years. Then you stand there and tell me to stay calm." Silence pressed down. Fawkes shifted on his perch. Dumbledore's face creased. "I have made mistakes," Dumbledore said quietly. "Many. Some of them concern you." "Then tell me," Harry said. "Tell me what the Order whispers about when they say my name. Tell me what you plan to do with the boy who survived your first mistake." The words hung in the air. Snape shifted minutely. McGonagall closed her eyes for a heartbeat. Dumbledore took a breath. "Very well," Dumbledore said. "Dolores, this conversation no longer concerns you. It concerns the Ministry," Umbridge said sharply. "No," Dumbledore said. "It concerns a promise made before you took your post. You may stand outside the door and listen if you must, but you will not stay in this office." He held the door open. For a second, Harry thought Umbridge would refuse. Then she realized how that would look, in front of 4 other staff and a room full of witnesses downstairs. She swept out, stiff with outrage. The door shut behind her. The air changed. Dumbledore sank into his chair. For the first time, he looked old to Harry in a way that had nothing to do with the long beard or the lined face. It was in his shoulders, in the way he held his hands, as if they might shake. "There is a prophecy," Dumbledore said, "about you, about Voldemort. It was spoken before you were born." Harry's throat went dry. He glanced at Snape, at McGonagall. They both looked grim, not surprised. "You knew," Harry said to them. "Yes," McGonagall said softly. "I told them what they needed to know," Dumbledore said. "Nothing more." "Years," Harry said. "You knew for years. While I was in a cupboard. While I was in a nest. While Voldemort tried to kill me again. You had the words, and you chose not to tell me." "I hoped," Dumbledore said, "to give you a childhood, however imperfect." Harry barked a laugh. "A childhood," he said. "You left me with people who hated my magic. Then you pulled me out of my nest with soldiers and lied about it. Then you sent me back into the same world that tried to chain her. Every year since, you have placed me on a line and waited to see which side the fire would take." "Harry," McGonagall said sharply, "that is not fair." "No," Harry said, "it is not." He turned back to Dumbledore. "What does it say?" Harry asked. "The prophecy." Dumbledore closed his eyes. "The one with the power to challenge the Dark Lord approaches," Dumbledore recited. "Born to those who have defied him, marked by the primal fire he will never command. One of them must end the other, for neither can thrive while the others will remain unbroken." The room felt very small. Harry swallowed. "So that is it," he said. "I am not special because of my scar, or because my mum died. I am special because some woman in a pub said a few lines about a baby and a man who is afraid of old magic." "It is more than that," Dumbledore said. "Your bond with Xanthera, the way the killing curse failed, the shield you carry. Voldemort cannot ignore it. He fears what he cannot own." "And you?" Harry asked. "What do you fear?" Dumbledore met his eyes. "I fear losing you to him," Dumbledore said. "In any sense. Death, corruption, despair. You are not a weapon to me, Harry. You are a child I failed." Harry felt something twist in his chest. It was not forgiveness. Not yet. It was recognition of something raw behind the old man's careful words. "So all this time," Harry said slowly, "you did not tell me that a war had already picked me as the tip of the spear. You did not tell me that my fire was the thing that frightened him most. You let me find out in graveyards and courtyards and offices with blood quills." "Yes," Dumbledore said. "I did." Harry stepped closer to the desk. "Do not ever again keep a piece of my life in your drawers," Harry said. "If there is another prophecy, if there is anything tied to my fire, to Xanthera, to the way he looks at me, you tell me. You do not decide for me what I can bear." Dumbledore's eyes shone. "I swear it," Dumbledore said. "On my magic." Harry felt the weight of the vow settle in the room. The ember in his chest eased, just a little. "But understand this too," Dumbledore added. "The more you show them what you can do, the more they will fear you. The Ministry, the Death Eaters, even the Order. You will need allies who see you as more than a prophecy and a dragon's son." Harry thought of Hermione's hand on his arm, Ron's laugh in the corridor, Sirius in the dark room, Xanthera in her hollow, Draco's fingers tightening around his. "I have them," Harry said. He turned and left before his anger turned into something else. He did not want a show in this office. Draco found him by the lake. The sky was thick with clouds. The water lay flat and dark. A breeze cut across the surface, cold enough to make his eyes water. Harry sat on a rock with his knees drawn up, hands hooked loosely around them. His head ached. His hand still remembered the ghost of the quill. He did not look up when footsteps crunched on the gravel behind him. "McGonagall is breathing fire in the corridor," Draco said. "She sent Umbridge to her rooms and told every student in earshot that any more use of illegal punishment would end in public hearings." Harry huffed. "Good," he said. Draco came around the rock and sat beside him. "You walked out of Dumbledore's office without hex marks," Draco observed. "That alone is impressive." "He told me," Harry said, "about the prophecy." Draco went still. "He finally shared the script," Draco said quietly. "What is your line?" Harry recited it. Draco listened, face unreadable. "Of course," Draco said when Harry finished. "Heard worse. Heard better. The words are built to make you feel trapped." "It worked," Harry said. "For a bit." "And now?" Draco asked. Harry watched the lake. Now I know, Harry said. He is afraid of my fire for more than the usual reasons. If I fall, Voldemort gains something he cannot grow on his own. If Voldemort falls, the part of the world that hates old magic will be very angry that the dragon child did it. Draco snorted. You are the rope, Draco said. Pulled from both sides until you snap. Harry looked at him. You are very comforting, Harry said dryly. I am honest, Draco said. There is a difference. He hesitated. When the news of his return reached Father, Draco said slowly, the house changed. New masks, old letters. Mother burned some things and hid others. Father drank more. He kept saying that this time would be different, that they had learned from last time, that they would not let Dumbledore decide the terms. He wrapped his arms around himself against the wind. Then he saw you on the Prophet front page, Draco added. The photo from the cup. You with the body. Fire around you. He did not drink that night. He just stared at the picture for a long time. Then he said that the Dark Lord had made a mistake. Harry frowned. By coming back? Harry asked. By letting the world see that he did not have every kind of power, Draco said. By proving that there is at least one thing he cannot command. The old fire. The dragons. You, the word sat between them. You. I am not a saint, Harry said. I burned Umbridge's office. I nearly roasted a train. I scared Blaise half to death. I make the Dementors pull away now. That is not normal. Good, Draco said. Normal is why we are in this mess. Harry turned to look at him fully. You are not scared? Harry asked. Not of me. Honest answer. Draco held his gaze. I am terrified, Draco said calmly. You stand in graveyards and talk back to the Dark Lord. You stand in offices and burn furniture. You stand in front of Dementors and make them run. You kiss me and hold dragon fire in your teeth, so you will not hurt me. Harry's breath caught. That last part does not scare me, Draco added. It makes me want to stay exactly where the heat is. He reached out. His hand hovered for a second, then settled against Harry's cheek. Harry leaned into it without meaning to. You know what everyone else sees, Draco said. A weapon. A new Dark Lord in the making. A boy who will either save them or destroy them. And they are not sure which they fear more. You know what I see. What? Harry asked, voice low. A boy who looks at a dragon and calls her mother, Draco said. A boy who drags half his year out of a lake instead of racing for a prize. A boy who burns a torture quill instead of letting it do its work quietly. A boy who is tired and angry and still keeps choosing the side that protects people who do not deserve it. Harry's throat closed. That is not dark, Draco said. That is dangerous. There is a difference. Harry swallowed. I do not know where the line is, Harry admitted. Between using what I am and letting it use me. Between burning chains and burning anything that looks like one. Between protecting my horde and becoming exactly what they fear. Draco shifted closer. Then we find it together, Draco said. That is the pact. The what? Harry asked. Draco rolled his eyes. The unspoken pact, Draco said. Only I am speaking it now, so it will not count as mysterious and romantic in Granger's notes. Harry blinked. You made notes about our romance, Harry said. Harry, Draco said patiently. Hermione Granger exists. Of course there are notes. He took a breath. I am serious, Draco said. If you start to slide, I pull you back. If I start to slide, you pull me back. If the world tries to chain you, I help you break the links in ways that leave the least rubble. If the dragon in you starts to see everyone as prey, I remind you of Cedric, of Ron, of Hermione, of me. He hesitated, then added very quietly. And if the day comes when the only way to keep you from being used is to stand in front of your fire, I do that too. Harry stared at him. That sounds more like a threat, Harry said, voice shaking. It is a promise, Draco said. Harry reached up. He covered Draco's hand on his cheek with his own. Then I make one too, Harry said. If your father pulls you toward him. If Voldemort offers you safety in exchange for me. If every pure blood in that drawing room tells you that you can have anything you want as long as you step aside and let them cut me apart for study, you step back instead. You come to me, even if the whole world calls you traitor. Draco's eyes shone. I already did that, Draco said. In second year. In the chamber. In every corridor since. This just makes it official. He leaned in. The kiss was not careful this time. It was not stolen in a hidden corner, quick and worried. It was slow and deliberate, with the weight of vows spoken without magic. Harry felt the fire stir. He held it close, tight, letting only warmth reach the surface. Draco's fingers curled in his hair. The wind tugged at their robes. The lake stayed flat. When they pulled back, both were breathing harder. Draco rested his forehead against Harry's. You are not alone with this, Draco said. Prophecy, dragon, war. None of it. Harry nodded. Then you are not alone either, Harry said. Dark mark on your family wall. Orders whispered at your back. I am here. And if they call me monster, I will make sure they say your name in the same breath as the one who walked into the fire with me. Draco laughed once, almost relieved. Enemies to lovers, Draco said. My mother would faint. Good, Harry said. She can join the ministry. They sat there until the cold sank through their robes. Far away, in the forest, a dragon lifted her head. Xanthra tasted the air, felt the shift in her child. 2 heartbeats now, not 1. 2 minds linked by more than blood. She rumbled approval into the night. Let them come, she thought. Let laws and dark lords and frightened men bring their chains. Her child was no longer alone. The fire in his chest was not the only thing that would stand between him and the cage. Draco's knees were already numb from the stone by the time Voldemort stopped pacing. He kept his eyes on the floor. The air in the manor's drawing room tasted of smoke and old spell residue, like burnt dust. Death Eaters lined the walls in a loose circle. Cloaks rustled. Someone shifted their weight. No one dared speak. Draco tried to breathe slowly. His heart did not listen. It rattled against his ribs. Malfoy, the voice slid over his skin. Draco lifted his head just enough to show attention without meeting those red eyes. Yes, my lord. Voldemort stood in the center of the room, bare feet pale on the dark floor, fingers tapping his wand against the side of his leg. He looked even less human than the last time Draco had seen him. The slit pupils flicked over the circle, then settled on Draco with sharp interest. You have done well with your small tasks, Voldemort said. Messages, portkeys, watching the headmaster. You have not disappointed me. A few Death Eaters shifted at that. Jealousy, doubt. Draco felt it like static. Bellatrix giggled quietly near the fireplace. Thank you, my lord, Draco said. His tongue felt too big in his mouth. But now, Voldemort went on, the time for small tasks is over. He lifted his wand, almost lazy, and a crack of red light struck the wall above Draco's shoulder. Stone burst. Dust rained down over Draco's hair. He did not flinch. He could not afford to. We are close, Voldemort said. Closer than anyone understands. I have broken death itself once. I will make it permanent. Do you know what a dragon heart is, Draco Malfoy? Draco swallowed. His throat felt dry. I know some, my lord. Some, Voldemort repeated. Listen then, and learn. Voldemort began to pace again. Slow steps. The hem of his robes whispered. Dragons, he said, are not simple beasts. They think. They hoard. They remember. Most importantly, they endure. Their hearts hold a kind of magic that is older than wandwork, older than any school. A dragon heart, bound properly, can shield magic from almost anything. The room felt smaller with every word. Draco kept his breathing steady as best he could. Certain objects of mine, Voldemort continued, are already hardened against harm, basilisk venom, curses, even that old fool's tricks. Yet there remain risks. There is one protection that would render my work untouchable. He stopped right in front of Draco. The wand tip pointed at Draco's chin. Draco forced himself not to lean away. The heart of an ancient dragon. Heat rushed to Draco's face, then drained away so fast he went cold. Xanthra, He did not say the name out loud. He saw it in his mind anyway. Pearl white scales, scarlet fire. Harry's eyes when he talked about her. When he smelled smoke no one else could smell and his entire body eased. Voldemort smiled, a small thin stretch of mouth. You know the one I mean, he said softly. The creature that raised the boy. Draco's jaw clenched. He locked his thoughts down. Not Harry, he told himself. The boy, Potter, dragon's brat, anything. I have heard rumors, my lord, he said. The Order hid her. They tried, Voldemort said. But nothing stays hidden from me. Not forever. I had two paths. I could find her through the headmaster, or through his weapon. Draco heard the word weapon and something twisted in his chest. The old man has been careful, Voldemort went on. Too careful. He shields his mind. He keeps secrets even from his friends. But the boy, Draco, the boy is attached. He stinks of smoke and scaled magic everywhere he walks. The Death Eaters laughed softly. Draco did not. You are close to him, Voldemort said. Closer than most. You have his trust. Draco could feel Bellatrix's eyes on the side of his face now. Hungry. Waiting for a mistake. Yes, my lord, he said. The words tasted like dirt. Good. Voldemort breathed. Then I will give you an honor. You will find the dragon. You will watch the boy, listen when he dreams, listen when he forgets to guard his tongue. You will follow any trace of smoke that does not belong to a fireplace. You will map his strange wanderings. When you find the place where the dragon hides, you will mark it. You will send word. Draco's hands were shaking now, but only slightly. He pressed his fingers into the stone hard enough that the nails hurt. And then, Voldemort said, voice light, I will come. I will take what I need. The dragon will serve me, in life or in death. My enemies will be helpless. Even death will not touch me. What if? Draco said before he could stop himself. What if the dragon resists, my lord? She is ancient. The boy is bound to her. He might sense someone near her. The room went silent. Voldemort's wand trailed from Draco's chin down to his shoulder, then to his chest. Press there. Tip right over Draco's heart. Then you will be clever, Voldemort said, voice still soft. You will lie. You will reassure him. You will be his friend. If you have to press a hand to his face while I cut his bond, you will. That is what it means to serve me, Draco Malfoy. Draco's heartbeat slammed against the wand tip. Yes, my lord, he whispered. The wand lifted. Rise. Draco stood too fast. His legs wobbled for a moment. He steadied himself. You will return to the school, Voldemort said. You will watch and listen and hunt. You will not fail. I chose you for this because you are bound on both sides. You understand the boy. You understand fear. Fear makes people useful. Voldemort leaned in slightly. Red eyes bored into Draco's gray ones. Do not disappoint me, he said. If you do, there is always another family I can wipe out to make a point. Draco nodded. His stomach lurched. I will not fail, he said. He did not trust his legs until he was out of the drawing room and through the heavy doors. Only when the door closed and muffled the murmur of Death Eaters did he let himself exhale. His hands shook harder now. Smoke. Scales. Harry's laugh when he forgot to be careful for a second and shoved Draco against a stone wall, teeth at his throat. The feel of Harry's fire pressed against his palms in the room of requirement. Find Xanthra. Hand her over. No. Draco leaned his forehead against the cold wall of the corridor and shut his eyes. He had one skill Voldemort did not understand. He knew the sound of Harry's other tongue. Not the snake hissing one that made most people flinch. The deeper one. The rumble that came from somewhere in Harry's chest when he spoke to the dragon. Draconic. He could use that. Maybe. If he was careful enough not to die. Idiot! Draco muttered at himself. Absolute idiot. He pushed off the wall, straightened his robes, and walked toward the apparition point. He needed to get back to Hogwarts. He needed to warn Harry without warning anyone else. Hogwarts felt wrong even before Draco stepped through the gates. The sky above the castle was low and heavy. Clouds pressed down on the towers. The wards hummed in the air like distant bees. As he crossed the grounds, the hairs on his arms lifted. Somewhere in the distance, he could smell wood smoke that did not belong to any of the chimneys. Tugged at him like a hook in his ribs. He did not follow it. Not yet. Students clustered at the entrance hall in noisy groups. Someone shouted about homework. Peeves cackled near the ceiling, throwing bits of chalk at anyone who passed under him. The normal noise almost made Draco laugh. Felt fake. Then, he climbed the stairs to the Slytherin common room, nodded at a few people without really seeing them, then dumped his bag on his bed. His hands finally began to steady. A quiet knock came a moment later. Not a pounding. Pattern. One knock, then two, then one. Draco let out a breath he did not know he was holding. He opened the door. Harry stood there in a loose shirt and worn trousers, barefoot on the stone, hair a mess from the wind. He smelled like smoke and cold air, and Draco's chest eased just a bit. "You look like hell," Harry said. "Nice greeting," Draco replied. "Do you speak to all your friends like that?" Harry's mouth twitched. "No. Just the ones who disappear for a day with no warning while the wards scream." Draco glanced past him down the corridor, then shut the door and locked it with a flick. He layered a few silent privacy charms. No glowing lines, just the faint taste of metal on his tongue as the magic settled. Harry watched his hands. "So," Harry said, "was it him?" "Yes," Draco said, gathering his little flock, giving out jobs. "And yours?" Harry asked, eyes narrowing. Draco met his gaze. It was like trying to stare into a bonfire. He could not tell the truth. He could not lie in a way that would make Harry drop it. He needed a third line. "Point me at the right wall," Draco said lightly. "And I am supposed to open doors for people." "Cabinets again," Harry guessed. "Or the vanishing network in the dungeons." "Something like that," Draco said. Harry stepped closer. The room felt smaller again, but in a different way. "Draco," he said quietly, "do not play with me. Not on this." Draco's hand moved on its own, catching Harry's wrist. His fingers brushed the raised scar on Harry's forearm, the one left by basilisk venom years ago. Harry's skin was warm. Faint heat pushed out from his veins. "I am not playing," Draco said. "I am trying not to get you killed." Harry's jaw tightened. "You are not the only one who gets to make that choice." Draco almost said "you are," actually, because if you die, all of this ends. Instead, he breathed in and out and forced himself to think. Cryptic, draconic. Words that could be written off as strange private talk if anyone overheard. Words Voldemort did not speak. "I need to say something," Draco said. "And you need to listen. Do you understand me, Spark?" Harry's eyes flickered. His pupils widened. The nickname hit like a touch on the bond between them that had no proper name. "Yes," Harry said slowly. Draco dropped his voice into the lower register Harry used when he spoke to Xanthra. The sound felt wrong in his throat, but he had listened enough to copy pieces. The words came rough and uneven, but they were there. "Blood of fire," Draco said. "Nest mother. Old smoke. Hunt eyes. Danger. Hunt you." Harry went very still. For a moment all the light in the room seemed to pull toward him. "Say it again," he said. "Blood of fire," Draco repeated, still in Draconic. "Nest mother. Old smoke. Hunt eyes. Danger. Hunt you. Dark one wants heart. Wants her." Harry closed his eyes. His hands clenched. The faint smell of heat sharpened around him, like the air just before a match flared. "How do you even know those words?" he asked quietly. "Because you never shut up when you dream," Draco said. "You talk in that language. You reach for her. You whisper about fire and scales and sky." I listened. Harry opened his eyes again. They looked almost gold in the low light. "He wants her heart," Harry said. "To wrap around his soul." It was not a question. Draco nodded once. "Yes, he called it a ritual. Dragon heart. He thinks if he uses her, nothing can destroy what he has hidden." Harry began to pace. Short steps between the bed and the desk. His bare feet made soft sounds on the stone. The air in the room grew warmer with each turn. Sweat prickled on Draco's neck. "He will have to find her first," Harry said. "She is deep under the mountains. Wards. Old magic. Dumbledore hid the path. I can feel her when I sleep, but even I cannot just walk to her without calling. He wants to use you for that, Draco said. He gave me the job of watching you, tracking where you go when you drift. He thinks I can point him to the smoke. And can you? Harry asked, stopping dead. Yes, Draco said. If I wanted to. When you call her in your sleep, the wards around the castle respond. I can feel them now that I know what to look for. There is a pull toward the Forbidden Forest. Old stone paths. If I follow them enough, I could probably stumble onto the right ridge. Or near enough for him to smell her himself. Harry stared at him. And are you going to do that? He asked. Draco felt sick. No, he said. I am going to make sure he hits stone every time he reaches for her. I am going to bury the trail. I am going to look like I am helping while I am only ever leading him in circles. Harry's shoulders eased a tiny bit. Only a fraction. You cannot keep that up forever, Harry said. He will notice. I know, Draco said. So we need another plan before he does. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Sweat darkened the roots. His fingers trembled. You are telling me this now, Harry said slowly. Because you want me to do what? Draco took a breath. This was the part that mattered. Stop calling her from here, he said. At least for now. You keep reaching for her every night. The wards around you flare. If he comes close enough, he will taste that. You need to quiet it. Harry's eyes flashed. She is my mother, he snapped. If I sense a threat, I call her. That is not something I can just switch off. I know, Draco said, voice low. But if you do not try, you might bring the threat straight to her door faster than he could manage alone. I am not asking you to stop caring. I am asking you to be smart about how you reach for her. Harry looked like he wanted to punch something. He did not. He breathed hard for a few seconds, jaw tight. Draco stepped closer. So close that the heat of Harry's skin washed over him. Spark, he said quietly, still in Draconic. Pack safe. Hunt careful. Do not flare. Hide fire. Harry closed his eyes again. The word pack seemed to hit him harder than any argument. He nodded once. Fine, Harry muttered. Fine. I will try. Draco reached up and wrapped his hand around the back of Harry's neck. The gesture was rough and strangely careful at the same time. Harry leaned forward until his forehead rested against Draco's. Their breaths mixed. You should also know, Draco said softly, that Dumbledore is moving pieces of his own. He is planning something. He did not tell me on purpose. Which means it probably involves you. Harry snorted. Everything involves me lately. I mean more than usual, Draco said. He is dying, Harry. That curse on his hand is eating him alive. He knows it. He is building the ending he wants. Harry's throat worked. He will not tell me all of it, Harry admitted. Just enough to make me mad. Well, Draco said, if the old man is setting up a board and the Dark Lord is setting up a hunt, then we are stuck in the middle. Again, Harry huffed a short laugh that sounded nothing like humor. You know what we do with being stuck in the middle, Harry said. What? Draco asked. We set it on fire, Harry said. Despite everything, Draco smiled. Yes, he said. We do. Harry pulled back enough to look him in the eye. The anger was still there, but there was something else under it. Fear. You are still on my side, Harry said suddenly. Right? Draco did not answer with words at first. He leaned in and kissed him. It was not gentle. His hand tightened in Harry's hair. Harry made a small sound deep in his throat and pressed back, heat rolling off him in waves. For a moment Draco forgot about Dark Lords and rituals and old men with plans. There was just this, the taste of smoke and the shape of Harry's mouth and the way his own chest hurt with how much he wanted the stupid feral boy alive. When they pulled apart, both of them were breathing hard. I am on your side, Draco said. Even if it kills me. Harry swallowed. His fingers brushed Draco's cheek. Do not say that like it is a joke, Harry muttered. I am really bad at losing people. Then do not lose me, Draco said. Hold on and do exactly what I tell you when everything goes wrong. Harry stared at him, then nodded once. Deal, he said. The school did not slide into disaster all at once. Crept. Draco moved through the following weeks like someone walking a tight rope in wind. By day he was a Malfoy heir, cool and sharp, eyes always watching. By night he was crawling through the hidden spaces of the castle, fingers tracing old stone, testing cracks in the wards, following faint hints of smoke only he and Harry could feel. He made sure any trail that felt too strong bent back on itself. He redirected ward lines with clever little charms that looked like maintenance. When he had to report to Voldemort, he spoke of echoes and half-formed paths, always promising he was close, never close enough to give a straight answer. At the same time, Dumbledore took Harry out of the castle more and more. They disappeared into the night, always under the cover of some flimsy excuse. Draco did not follow. He did not have to. Harry came back pale and shaking, smelling of graves and strange magic. Horcruxes, Harry said one night in the room of requirement, voice flat. Bits of his soul stuffed into objects. We have to find them and destroy them. Dumbledore has a list. Draco sat cross-legged opposite him, wand spinning in his fingers. The firelight from the conjured hearth flickered over Harry's tired face. How many? Draco asked. Enough, Harry said. More than any sane person would ever try. The diary, the ring, the locket, I think the snake, something else tied to the school. Maybe more. I keep losing track. He just keeps breaking himself and hiding the bits. Draco watched Harry's hands. They trembled when he spoke. And he wants Xanthra's heart, Draco said slowly. To wrap around whatever is left when the normal protections fail. Yeah, Harry muttered. He thinks if he uses her, nothing will burn him out. No basilisk. No fiend fire. No dragon fire. Except he does not get her. Harry's voice sharpened on the last sentence. You sound sure, Draco said. Harry glanced up. She is mine, he said simply. He does not get her. Draco believed him. He also knew belief would not be enough. Dumbledore knows about the Dragonheart ritual, Draco said. Harry blinked. What? He is not stupid, Draco said. He knows what Voldemort is capable of. He has spent half his life reading about old magic. I heard him talk to Snape about dragon wards outside his office the other day. He mentioned you, and smoke, and sacrifice. Harry's jaw clenched. I am so tired of him doing things with my name when I am not there, Harry muttered. Then corner him, Draco said. You already ripped his office apart once. Do it again. Make him talk. I might, Harry said. He did. 2 nights later, Harry stormed into the office at the top of the moving staircase again. Draco did not see the fight, but he saw the aftermath. Dumbledore walked through the halls with his cursed hand wrapped in more bandages than before. His face looked drawn. His eyes were still bright, but there was a weight behind them. He called Draco to his office alone one evening. Mr. Malfoy, Dumbledore said as Draco stepped inside. Sit. Draco sat, spine straight, every sense on edge. Harry trusts you, Dumbledore said without preamble. In a way he does not trust many others. He is not very smart, then, Draco said. Dumbledore smiled faintly. On the contrary, I think he is finally learning to choose his pack wisely. The word pack struck Draco harder than he expected. What do you want, Headmaster? He asked. Dumbledore's blue eyes were sharp. I want you to understand what is about to happen, he said. And I want you to know that when it does, you have a choice. Draco's stomach tightened. You are planning your own death, Draco said flatly. There was a small silence. Harry is very observant, Dumbledore replied. He has mentioned your shared suspicions. Yes. The curse on my hand is not something that can be undone. I have weeks at best, possibly days. I will not spend them waiting to fall apart. I prefer to choose the moment and the method, in a way that will protect as many children as possible. Draco's throat felt tight. You want me to kill you? He said, almost choking on the words. No, Dumbledore said calmly. You are not a murderer by nature, Mr. Malfoy, despite what your relatives would like. Your heart is bound to someone else. I will not ask you to betray that bond. But the Dark Lord has given you certain tasks, has he not? Draco's fingers curled into fists on his knees. I am not stupid, he said. I know he wants me to open the castle to his people, to prove my worth, to watch you die. He wants to see if I can do it. And can you? Dumbledore asked softly. Draco looked away. If it is the only way to keep him from tearing apart everyone I care about, Draco said, then yes, I can open doors. I can stand there and not stop him. I can watch. But I am not doing it for him. Dumbledore leaned back in his chair. Honest, he said. That is good. I will need your honesty. And your acting. Draco frowned. Acting. Tom Riddle enjoys a show, Dumbledore said. He wants witnesses. He wants fear. He thinks in symbols. If I simply vanish in my sleep, he will take no lesson from it. He must believe that he has beaten me on his own terms, that his plan worked. It will make him arrogant. Arrogant enemies are easier to defeat. You are crazy, Draco muttered. Possibly, Dumbledore said, still mild. But listen, on that night when he sends his followers through whatever hole you open, I will be there. I will be weak and he will think me trapped. He will expect you to act. Instead, I will make sure the real act comes from someone he does not suspect. Snape, Draco said. Dumbledore smiled properly now, tired but real. You are very quick, Mr. Malfoy. Draco's chest hurt. He made an unbreakable vow, Draco said, to help me, to do it if I cannot. Yes, Dumbledore said quietly, and I intend to let him fulfill it. There is power in that kind of promise. It will bind the story in the way I need. What matters for you is this. When that night comes, you must look frightened and proud and cruel all at once. You must look like a boy who might kill and who might not. You must not, under any circumstances, try to stop Severus. Do you understand? Draco stared. You want me to stand there while he kills you? Draco said. And just watch. Yes, Dumbledore said. Because while he is doing that, I will be doing something else. And I need both your hands free. He held out his cursed hand. Dark veins crawled up his arm. The smell of burned flesh hung faintly in the air. I will die anyway, Dumbledore said. This way I die on a night of my choice, at a time that will protect you and Harry. I will wrap what little power I have left around the two of you. I will shield you from the worst of the Dark Lord's attention. He will see a broken school and a dead old man and think he has won. He will not see two boys ready to run with a dragon. Draco's breath caught. You are planning for us to run, he said. Yes, Dumbledore said simply. Harry will never be safe in this school again after that night. Nor will you. You will both be targets. But you will also be free from the daily eyes of your enemies. Free to hunt Horcruxes on your own terms. Free to reach Xanthera before the Dark Lord does. Free to make choices that are not bound by my timetable or his. Draco swallowed hard. You are insane, he said again, voice hoarse. Perhaps, Dumbledore said. But I have great faith in one thing. Fire spreads. Once lit, it finds every crack. Harry is fire. Xanthera is fire. You, Mr. Malfoy, are a boy who has stood in that heat and not run. That matters. Draco looked down at his hands. There was a faint scar on his left palm where Harry's uncontrolled fire had kissed his skin during a training session months ago. Prickled now. What do you need me to do? Draco asked quietly. When the night comes, Dumbledore said, I need you to lead the Dark Lord's people where I want them. I need you to stand on that tower with your wand pointing at me. I need you to say certain words that will make them believe what they are seeing. And when Severus raises his wand, I need you not to flinch. After that, you run. You and Harry both. You will know where to go. Dumbledore's eyes gleamed. I have already arranged it, he said. In the rocks beyond the Forbidden Forest there is a path only Harry can open. A path carved by dragon fire long ago. That will be where you begin. Draco let out a long breath. And if I refuse? He asked. Then the Dark Lord will still come, Dumbledore said calmly. He will still find a way in. He will still try to turn this castle into a spectacle of fear. The difference is that Harry will not be ready. You will not have a plan. And Xanthera will be hunted without warning. Draco shut his eyes for a moment. Fine, he said. We do it your way. But understand this. I am not doing it because I believe in you. I am doing it because I believe in him. I would expect nothing less, Dumbledore said softly. The night came faster than Draco expected. It broke with alarms. He was in the common room when the first shudder of wrongness ran through the stone. The air tasted sharp. The ward screamed. Somewhere, a distant crash sounded, like a giant door hitting the ground. Did you feel that? Someone gasped. Draco was already moving. He tore through the corridor, wand out, heart thudding. The castle was alive with shouting. Spells cracked in the distance. The air filled with the smell of fear. In the stairwell, he nearly collided with Harry, Ron, and Hermione. All three looked wild-eyed. Harry grabbed his sleeve with burning fingers. Death Eaters! Harry shouted over the noise. They are inside. The wards cracked. How? Draco could not say because of me out loud. Does not matter, Draco said. They are here. You three need to get out of the main halls. Now, like hell, Ron yelled. We are not hiding in a broom cupboard while this happens. Ronald, Hermione snapped, voice shaking. Think, if Harry gets caught in the middle of this, they will drag him straight to Voldemort. Draco flinched at the name, but only a little. Harry's eyes were bright with fury. I am not hiding either, he said. Where is Dumbledore? Not here, Draco said before he could stop himself. Harry's head snapped toward him. What do you mean not here? Draco swallowed. There was no time. He went out with me, Harry realized aloud, voice hollow. We were at the tower. We got back by broom. He is weak. He told me to go fetch Snape and then meet him. I got cut off when the alarms went off. Draco, Harry grabbed him with both hands now. Where is he? Harry demanded. On the tower, Draco thought. Waiting. I think he is still at the top, Draco said. If Death Eaters are in the castle, that is where they will corner him. That is where they will want to make a show. Harry's face went white. I am going, he said. No, Draco snapped. Harry's head jerked back. You do not get to tell me not to go, Harry said. You do not understand, Draco hissed. He wants this to happen. He planned it. If you run up there, you will blow everything. He will die anyway, and you will die with him. Hermione's hand flew to her mouth. He what? She whispered. Draco did not have time to explain. Spells flared down the hall behind them. Shouted curses. Screams. Harry, Draco said urgently. Look at me. Right now. Look. Harry did. Dumbledore knew this was coming, Draco said fast. He knows he is dying. He set it up so that when it happens, it protects you. Protects us. He told me to make sure you run, not climb toward him like some hero in a story. If you disobey that, you waste what he is trying to do. Harry shook his head. I cannot just leave him to die. You already did, Draco said, and the words tasted like blood. When you agreed to that curse on his hand, when you went with him to get that locket, when you watched him drink whatever that was. This is part of that same path. You cannot fix it by throwing yourself at the end of it. You can only honor it by living through it. Harry stared at him, breathing fast. His hands shook. Is this your plan? Harry asked, voice low. Just run. Let him fall. No, Draco said. The plan is this. He dies. We run. We get to Xanthra first. We stop the Dragonheart ritual before it even starts. We destroy the rest of those soul bits. Then we come back and burn down everything that is left of the Dark Lord's new world. But none of that happens if you die on a tower tonight because you needed to see the body. It was cruel. It was true. Harry closed his eyes for a second. When he opened them again, there were tears at the edges. I hate you, he said quietly. I know, Draco said. Come on. He grabbed Harry's hand and pulled. Ron and Hermione fell in behind them, wands out. Where are we going? Hermione demanded. Forest, Draco said. There is a path in the rocks. Dumbledore made sure Harry could open it. We start there. How do you know that? Ron asked, panting as they ran. Because the old man talks too much when he is tired, Draco snapped. Harry, you will smell it when we get close. Smoke that is not smoke. Stone that feels like scale. When you do, you speak in that other language of yours. You call the door. Harry stumbled for half a second, then caught himself. "You are serious," he muttered. "Yes," Draco said. "And if we live through this, you can yell at me later for not letting you die on a tower." They burst through a side door and into the cold night air. The castle loomed behind them, windows lit with flashes of spell light. Somewhere above, a bright green light flared against the sky. Harry stopped dead. Draco turned. The tower silhouette stood out black against the clouds. For a moment, one shape was visible at the top, arms spread. Then a flash of green lit it up. The shape tumbled over the edge. The sound that tore out of Harry's throat did not belong to a human voice. It rolled across the grounds, a raw, furious roar that made the air vibrate. The smell of heat flooded the night. Every hair on Draco's arms stood up. "Harry!" Hermione sobbed. Ron swore under his breath. Draco grabbed Harry's face in both hands and forced him to look away from the tower. "Spark!" he said sharply, dropping into Draconic. "Look at me. Fire eyes. Look here." Harry's gaze snapped to his. His pupils were huge. His breath came in ragged gulps. "He is dead," Harry rasped. "He fell. I heard it. I felt it." "Draco." "I know," Draco said. His own voice shook now. "I know. He chose it. He wrapped whatever magic he had left around you when he fell. You felt that too, did you not?" Harry swallowed. His eyes glassed for a moment. "There was a push," he whispered, "like someone shoved me in the chest. And then the link to him just went silent." "Good," Draco said, even though nothing about this felt good. "That was him doing what he said he would. Now we do our part." Harry stared at him. Something in his expression shifted. The raw pain did not fade, but it focused. "Run," Harry said. "Yes," Draco said. They ran. The forest swallowed them in a few minutes. Branches whipped at their arms. The smell of damp earth mixed with the faint scent of smoke that only Harry and Draco seemed to notice. "There," Harry said suddenly. "Do you feel that?" Draco did. The air grew warmer between two jagged stones up ahead. The rocks themselves seemed to hum. The shape of them tugged at something in his memory. A pattern he had seen in Dumbledore's office, sketched on an old map. Harry walked toward the stones slowly. His shoulders were shaking. He lifted his chin and spoke in the deep, rough tongue he used for Xanthra. "Nest path," he said. "Pack blood. Open." The stones shuddered. A thin line of red light traced itself between them, then widened into a narrow gate. Behind it, the air glowed faintly, smelling of warm scales and old fire. Ron swore softly. "That is mental." Hermione's eyes were wide and wet. "Ancient magic," she whispered, "carved by dragon flame. It is real." Harry turned back to Draco. For a second, with the light behind him and the night around them, he looked like something pulled straight out of a dragon's dream. "This is it," he said. "Once we go through, there is no school, no classes, no Quidditch, no pretense. It is war." Draco stepped up to him. The red light painted Harry's face gold. "That stuff was already gone," Draco said quietly. "We were just pretending otherwise." Harry huffed out a choked laugh. "You do not have to come," Harry said suddenly. "You could still go back. Pretend they forced you. Claim you had no choice. Save yourself." Draco stared at him. Then he reached out, grabbed the front of Harry's shirt, and pulled him in. The kiss this time was slower, deeper. All the anger and fear and grief poured into it until Draco's knees felt weak. Harry's hands clutched at his shoulders like he was afraid Draco would vanish. When they parted, both of them were shaking. "You are an idiot," Draco said softly. "If you think I am walking back into that castle without you." Harry's throat worked. "Say it," he whispered. "Say it properly once, before everything gets worse." The night seemed to hold its breath. Hermione and Ron turned away, giving them space without a word. Draco swallowed. The words sat in his chest like hot stones. He had never said them to anyone before. "I love you," he said. Harry made a small, broken sound. His eyes flooded. "Say it in her tongue," Harry whispered. Draco took a breath and dropped his voice low again. "Fire heart," he said in Draconic. "Mine." Harry let out a shaky laugh that turned into a sob halfway through. He pressed his forehead to Draco's. Obsessed, Harry muttered. You are completely obsessed with me. Yes, Draco said. Stay alive and you can complain about it for a very long time. Harry nodded. Come on, he said. Before he finds this path without us. They turned toward the glowing gate. Behind them, the school burned in pieces. Ahead of them, the air smelled of smoke and scales and a future no one had written yet. Hand in hand, they stepped through. Sources. The world on the other side of the gate was already burning. Heat hit Harry in the face the moment he stepped through. It was not the steady warmth of Xanthara's nest that he knew from childhood. This was wrong. Came in sharp waves. It tasted of curses. Stone rang with distant spells. The air shook with the deep roar of an enraged dragon. Move, Harry said. His voice came out hoarse. Ron and Hermione stumbled through behind him, wands already out. Draco followed last, turning on the spot as soon as he cleared the red shimmer, wand raised, eyes scanning. They stood in a narrow tunnel carved through mountain rock. The floor was scorched. The ceiling flaked where heat had licked it. The passage bent away ahead of them. Light flickered at the far end, orange and sick green. Smell that, Draco said quietly. Harry did. Beneath the smoke and spell stink there was another smell. A sharp, metallic scent that clawed at his throat. Blood. Dragon blood. His stomach lurched. Xanthara, Harry whispered. He ran. Harry, wait, Hermione called. But he did not slow. His bare feet slapped the rock. The floor shuddered as another roar rolled through the tunnel. The walls rattled. Dust fell in a thin curtain. They burst out into the open nest. The cave was huge, the size of the great hall. The roof arched high above, cracked in places where rock had fallen. The far wall opened on a wide mouth that looked out over endless dark sky and jagged peaks. Wind howled through the gap, and in the center of the cavern, bound in a web of black magic and chains of light, Xanthara fought. She sprawled against the stone, sides heaving. Her pearl-white scales were streaked with black scorch marks. Spears of cursed light pinned her wings. Runes crawled under her claws and along her neck, twisting and tightening whenever she tried to move. Death Eaters circled her in a rough ring. Their masks gleamed in the light of their own spells. Red, green, and purple bolts slammed into Xanthara's sides and washed over her scales. Some slid off. Some sank in and made her roar. Closer to her chest, perched on a raised spur of rock, Voldemort stood. He looked smaller next to her, but the air bent around him anyway. His robes whipped in the wind from Xanthara's struggling. His pale feet were planted near a stone pedestal that jutted up from the nest floor. On that pedestal, held in a cage of black light that dripped like tar, sat a small golden cup. Harry's scar flared so hard he almost dropped his wand. The Horcrux. The snake-eyed gaze turned toward the tunnel entrance. Potter, Voldemort called. His voice echoed off the rock. Right on time. Every masked head snapped toward Harry. Wands swung. Harry stepped forward. He barely felt Ron grab his sleeve and drag him behind a jut of rock. Spells hit the stone a heartbeat later, sending shards flying. Draco shoved Hermione down beside them and threw up a shield charm that buzzed like bees against his wand. Of course he already knows, Draco muttered through his teeth. Why would we ever walk into a place where he does not already know? Harry did not answer. He peered around the rock. His chest burned. Xanthara's eyes found him. They were not bright and sharp as he remembered. They were dull at the edges, glazed with pain. Black lines crept across the pale gold of her irises from the center, like cracks in glass. Child, her voice rumbled in his skull, ragged and slow. Harry's throat closed. I am here, he said. His own voice sounded small even to him. Voldemort laughed. Beautiful, Voldemort said. The family reunion. I was worried you would make me fetch you. Harry dragged his gaze away from Xanthara and focused on the cup. Even from here he could feel it. A greasy, rotten pressure that pushed against his own magic. Another one, he said. He could not help it. How many pieces did you cut yourself into? Enough, Voldemort replied. Though this one is special. I thought it deserved a better shield than some old curse. He turned to Xanthara and stroked the air above her chest with his wand. The runes on her scales flared. She snarled, jaws straining against the magic that held them shut. I offered her a deal, Voldemort said lazily. Keep your boy close. Lend me your heart. You will outlive every wizard in this world and rule the skies. She declined. So now I will take what I need, and she will still serve me. Harry's nails bit into his palms. You will not, he said. Voldemort smiled, thin and sharp. Watch me. He raised his wand. The runes around Xanthara's chest glowed scarlet. The black light around the cup thickened, threads of it sinking into the stone and then into her scales. Hermione grabbed Harry's arm. If he binds that thing to her heart, she hissed, he will be untouchable. You heard Dumbledore. Dragon hearts make magic almost impossible to crack. You remember what we read. Harry remembered. Long nights in Grimmauld Place. The four of them bent over books that smelled of dust and old spells. Hermione with her quill tapping as she explained pages of theory. New Zealand Opali flame, Hermione said fast. Pure scarlet flame. It burns soul residue clean. It does not cling like that cursed fire in the room of requirement. It does not stay. Cleans and fades. That is why dragon keepers use it to purify metal for blood wards. It is the only thing I have ever found that can burn Horcrux fragments without spreading them. Ron stared at her. You knew that and did not tell us the second you read it, he demanded. Hermione snapped back. I wanted to check it 3 times before I suggested we use Harry's mother as a spell torch. Harry tore his eyes away from Xanthara long enough to glare. I am standing here, he said. Hermione's face twisted. I know, she said. I hate this, but listen. If he finishes that binding, we lose. There is no curse in the world that will get through a Horcrux wrapped in that kind of heart magic. If we hit it from outside, we risk ripping her apart. The only safe way is from inside. Draco wiped dust off his face with the back of his hand. His eyes were fixed on the pedestal. You want to use her flame from the inside of the bond, he said. Use Harry as a focus. Let him aim it. Yes, Hermione said. If he can link to her heart the way he does when he flies with her, he might be able to pull that scarlet flame and push it straight into the Horcrux. No spill, no spread, but it will pour through both of them. Meaning, Ron said slowly. She burns, he burns, the cup burns. Brilliant. Love the way your brain works, Hermione. She rounded on him. Do you have a better plan? Ron opened his mouth, shut it, and did not answer. Draco looked at Harry. You said once she would burn the world if it tried to kill you, Draco said quietly. If you tell her this is the one thing that keeps him alive, she will let you do it. Harry felt sick. If I do nothing, he said. Voldemort tears her heart out and stuffs his soul in it. He watched Xanthara strain against the chains, the runes biting deeper. He tasted blood where he had bitten his tongue. She always told me that fire is a promise, he said. If you light it, you see it through. He took a breath. Fine, he said. We do it the hard way. Ron swallowed. That is the only way we ever do anything. Another roar shook the cavern. The runes around Xanthara's chest flared bright as Voldemort began to chant. The words were thick and ugly. They tasted like iron in Harry's mouth. Death Eaters moved into tighter positions around the nest. He saw Bellatrix near the left wing, hair wild, eyes bright with delight. Lucius nearer the pedestal, face pale under his mask. Others he barely knew, but their masks were the same. Harry turned to Draco. He trusts you, Harry said. At least more than he trusts most of them. Can you get close? Draco breathed out slowly. He thinks I am his best leash on you, Draco answered. If I walk you out there with your wand down, he will let me. He will want to see you helpless. He wants a show. No, Ron snapped. You are not handing Harry over like a tied dragon egg. Hermione looked between them. If Draco can get you to Xanthara's side, she said, we can cover you. Ronald and I will take the Ring of Death Eaters. We will get as many Order members on their feet as we can. There have to be some here. Harry scanned the cavern more carefully. Behind a low ridge he saw a flash of dark red hair and dragon hide. A figure lay on the stone, unmoving. Another form slumped beside a fallen boulder, wand still in hand. Charlie, Ron breathed. Mum will kill him if he died before she could shout at him again. He is not dead, Hermione said, more hope than certainty in her voice. We do not have time to check everyone. We get Harry to Xanthara and we trust that the people who made it as far as this nest can survive a little longer. Harry nodded. His hand shook as he shifted his grip on his wand. Right, he said. So this is the plan. Draco walks me out. I play along until I can reach her. Hermione and Ron wait until the right second and then turn this entire place into a mess. While Voldemort is distracted, I link to her heart and throw everything at that cup. Draco caught his wrist. You cannot just throw, Draco said. You saw what happened in that office. You nearly burned it flat. This is more than that. If you pour fire into that thing without focus, you might take her whole core with it. You need to aim. You said that already, Harry snapped, then took a breath. Fine. How? Draco's steps in the room of requirement came back in a rush. The drills. The way he had made Harry stand in the middle and breathe while he flicked spells at him. The way he had forced Harry to learn how to push his fire into thin streams, not wild waves. Same drill, Draco said. You do not light the whole nest. You breathe in, find the ember, and push it into a single point. The cup. Nothing else. That is the target. When everything goes bright, you keep thinking cup. You do not think dragon or me or the Death Eaters. Only the cup. Harry swallowed again. His mouth was dry. Cup, he repeated. Cup, Draco said. He squeezed Harry's wrist and let go. Harry turned to Ron and Hermione. If this goes wrong, he said. Get out. Not happening, Ron said flatly. Hermione's chin lifted. We came all this way, she said. We are not leaving you in a hole in a mountain with a mad snake man and your dragon mum. Harry almost laughed. Came out as a cough. He nodded once, then stepped around the rock. Draco walked at his side, shoulders back, mask of cold Malfoy calm dropping into place. Harry lowered his wand, not enough to drop it fully but enough that from a distance it might look like surrender. They walked out into the open. The roar of spells hit them full force. Curses cracked against the stone near their feet. The air hummed with trapped heat. Xanthara's breaths came out in rough, rattling bursts. Stop! Draco shouted. His voice carried in a way Harry had never heard before. My lord, I have brought you what you asked for. Voldemort's chant paused. The runes dimmed slightly. All eyes swung toward them. Harry felt naked under that many stares. He squared his shoulders anyway. Look at that, Bellatrix purred. Our little dragon pet walked himself in. Silence, Voldemort said without looking at her. He took a few steps forward on the rock spur, wand still pointed at Xanthara's chest. The black threads between the cup and her scales twitched, restless. Draco Malfoy, Voldemort said, and Harry Potter, hand in hand. Fitting, they stopped halfway between the tunnel and the nest center. Close enough to see the cracks in the stone around the pedestal. Close enough to smell the scorched meat scent of spells on scale. On your knees, Voldemort said. Harry did not move. Draco dropped to one knee at once, as if the ground had yanked him down. His hand caught Harry's sleeve on the way down, pulling Harry with him just enough that it was not a direct refusal. Harry knelt. He did not bow his head. Very good, Voldemort murmured. You learn. He flicked his wand. 2 Death Eaters strode forward, wands guarded. They flanked Harry and Draco, but did not touch them. The air around their shoulders tingled with a containment charm. Do you see, Harry? Voldemort asked. The dragon was always the answer. Dumbledore hid her, used her fire once in a while when he thought no one was looking, but he was a coward. He could not do what needs to be done. What you think needs to be done is always horrible, Harry said. Voldemort's smile widened. That is the difference, he said. You see horror. I see victory. He gestured with his wand at the cup. Inside that little trinket lies a piece of me, he said. It has already survived poison, curses, and time. Today I wrap it in something even older. Dragon heart fire. Once the binding is complete, no one will ever reach it. Not even you. Harry forced his voice to stay flat. You talk a lot for someone who calls this easy, he said. Murmurs rippled through the masked circle. Several wands tightened. Voldemort's eyes flashed. You think words will save you? He asked. No, Harry said. I think my family will. He looked at Xanthra. Her eyes met his again. The black cracks in them pulsed in time with the runes around her chest. He dropped his voice into the dragon tongue. The words came from deep in his chest. Mother, he said. I am here. He wants your heart. He wants your fire. Let me use it first. The cavern shook. Some Death Eaters flinched at the sound of that language. Voldemort's head snapped toward Harry. You speak that as well, he hissed. The old tongue of flame. Of course you do. Xanthra's answer rumbled through Harry's bones. Child, she growled, tired and furious. Foolish child. You should have run. I did run, Harry said in her tongue. I ran to you. Her chest heaved. The chains dug deeper. Blood seeped around some of the cursed spears. Esteemed where it hit the stone. You bring the war to my nest, she said. After all my hiding. I brought myself, Harry said. He was always coming. If he takes you, he wins. If we burn that thing on his pedestal, he bleeds. You told me. Fire is a promise. There was a pause long enough to make his lungs ache. Then Xanthra drew in a ragged breath that shook the floor. Then we keep the promise, she said. Harry closed his eyes for a second. Draco, he said softly, back in human speech. I know, Draco answered. He shifted his knee just enough that his shoulder pressed against Harry's. To anyone else it looked like a nervous movement. To Harry it felt like a grip. Voldemort was watching them closely now. What are we whispering about? He asked. Planning to die in a more interesting way. Harry opened his eyes and met the red gaze. No, he said. Planning to make your life much shorter. He did not wait for a response. He moved. He surged to his feet with a shout and threw himself forward. The two Death Eaters on either side lunged to grab him. The containment charm flared. Harry's fire flared harder. It ripped through the weak spell like a knife through cobweb. Curses spat from his wand as he ran. He did not bother with words. Pure gold light slammed into the ground in front of him and burst in a shock wave that made the nearest Death Eater stumble. Now, Draco shouted. Ron and Hermione exploded out from behind their cover. Stunning spells, shield breakers, and jinxes flew from their wands. Hermione sent a net of bright ropes crashing down on the left flank. Ron hit the right with a barrage of red and blue curses that sent masks spinning and bodies sprawling. On the far side of the nest, someone stirred. Charlie pushed himself up on one elbow, hair singed, face streaked with ash. He took in the chaos in one shocked glance, then lifted his wand and started firing at masked figures with grim focus. Get the dragon free, he bellowed hoarsely. I will handle this side. Other shapes moved among the rocks. Kingsley, cloak burned at the edges, came out throwing shield charms that snapped into place in front of Fel Order members. Tonks, limping, hair a dull patchy brown from magical exhaustion, grinned through blood and sent a curse straight into a masked chest. The Order of the Phoenix was not gone yet. Voldemort reacted with a flick of his wand. A dome of dark light snapped into place around the pedestal and Xanthra's chest, blocking Harry's path. Enough, Voldemort hissed. Avada Kedavra. The curse shot toward Harry in a straight line. He did not think. He lifted his wand. The fire surged up from the ember in his chest, eager and wild. He grabbed it with both hands in his mind and forced it thin. Not a wave. A line. Gold met green again. The clash rocked the cavern. The line between them burned brighter than last time. Sparks rained down on the stone, hissing where they landed in patches of dragon blood. The pressure shoved against Harry's arms, tried to crush his magic flat. He dug in his heels. Cup! Draco shouted behind him. Harry, cup! Harry dragged his focus away from Voldemort's sneer and fixed it on the small shape at the center of the dome. The golden cup shook on its pedestal with every tremor. The black light around it writhed. Cup! His fire responded. The golden line thinned, then forked. Part of it held the green curse. The other part slid sideways, scraping along the edge of the dome. The dome sizzled where the fire touched it. Cracks spidered through the dark shell. Voldemort's eyes widened. He broke the spell and leaped back. The killing curse fizzled. "Stop him!" he screamed. Curses flew at Harry from 3 sides. Draco flung himself in front of Harry, layers of shields snapping into place with sharp, clear sounds. Spells exploded against them in bursts of color that burned his eyes. Ron and Hermione shifted, adjusting their fire. They began a pattern that had become second nature since Grimmauld Place. Hermione layered shields over Draco's from the flank. Ron picked off anyone who tried to flank Harry from behind. "Choice, Harry!" Draco yelled through gritted teeth. "You wanted to choose something. Choose the cup." Harry took one more step forward. The heat pressed at his skin from every direction. He spoke to Xanthera again in the dragon tongue. "Give it to me," he said. "Give me the heart fire. I will aim it." The runes around her chest pulsed. The black cracks in her eyes brightened. "It will hurt," she said. "I know," Harry answered. "We do it anyway." "You are my foolish child," she growled. "And you are my ridiculous mother," he said back. The world dropped away. For a second Harry was not in the cavern. He stood in darkness lit from within by a single bright point. Xanthera's heart hung in front of him, huge and slow, suspended in nothing. It glowed gold and red, each beat sending waves of warmth through the space. Veins of light stretched out from it in all directions, like rivers. Some flowed toward the edges of the nest. Some flowed toward him. Wrapped around one side of that heart, like a leech, was a lump of blackness. Pulsed out of time with the heart. Every beat of the heart made it swell and clutch tighter. The cup, the Horcrux. Harry could feel it even here. Slippery, wrong, cold. He stepped closer. His feet did not touch anything, but he moved anyway. "You do not get to live here," he told it. Pulsed, and his scar screamed. Visions tried to claw their way into his head. His body on the stone in the graveyard. His parents dying again. Ron lying still with empty eyes. Draco burned to ash. The images hit him in short, sharp flashes. He pushed them away like smoke. "You talk too much," Harry said to the lump of soul. "Your master does as well." He reached for the ember in his chest. It answered. Warmth rolled up through his ribs and into his throat and hands. It felt like the first time Xanthera had wrapped around him in her nest, only sharper. It hurt. "Scarlet," he whispered. Now, the fire that came was different from his usual gold. It was deeper, red at the core with a bright white edge. It roared out of him in a stream and wrapped around the black lump. The Horcrux screamed. There was no other word for it. The sound had no mouth, but it still screamed. It tore across the space, sharp and high, full of rage and fear. The lump writhed as the scarlet flame clung to it and seeped in. Harry held the stream steady. His arms shook even here where he had no body. The blackness tried to ooze away. It reached for the heart muscle underneath, looking for shelter. The flame chased it. "No," Harry said through his teeth. "You do not get her. You do not get me. You do not get anyone else." The scar on his forehead throbbed. A thin line of pain shot across his skull. He felt something inside it tug, as if a thread from this lump was tied to that scar. For a second he saw Voldemort's face overlaid on the heart, screaming with it. He did not let go. He thought of Cedric's body on cold stone, of Sirius slipping through a curtain of light, of Dumbledore falling from a tower, of Ron's hand on his shoulder in a freezing forest, of Hermione's furious eyes when she fought for House Elves, of Draco's voice shaking when he said "I love you" at the gate. He poured all of it into the fire. The lump shrank. The scream got thinner. Scarlet flame wrapped around it until no black showed. Then it compressed, small and smaller, until it was no bigger than his thumb. One more push. The lump flared, then burst. The sound cut off. The heart shuddered. For one terrifying second the light in it flickered, as if it might go out. "Stay," Harry said. The beat steadied. Gold pushed back into the veins. The red light pulsed more slowly. The scar on his forehead burned like a fresh cut. then settled into a dull ache. Harry breathed out. The space around him swayed. "Done," he whispered. The nest rushed back around him. He came back to his body on his knees next to Xanthra's foreleg, both hands pressed to her scales. His wand lay on the stone by his thigh. He must have dropped it. His whole body shook. Every breath rasped in his chest. The dome around them was gone. The pedestal was cracked straight down the middle. The golden cup lay on its side at the base, twisted and blackened. It looked empty, dead. Voldemort was on his knees on the rock spur, clutching his head. Blood ran from his nose. His red eyes were wide and unfocused. "No," he whispered. "No, not that one. That one was safe." Harry tried to push himself upright and nearly fell. Draco was suddenly there, catching his shoulder. "You did it," Draco said. His voice shook. "You crazy, ridiculous, perfect idiot. You did it." Xanthra's chest rose and fell under Harry's hands. Each breath sounded like it scraped her lungs raw. The runes along her sides had dimmed, but some still flickered. The cursed spears still pinned her wings. "We are not done," Harry croaked. "She is still bound." Around them the battle raged. Ron had taken a cut across his cheek, but he was still standing, eyes bright, wand moving in sharp arcs. Hermione's hair was wild, face smudged. One sleeve burned away, but her shield work was steady and strong. Charlie was bleeding from a wound at his side, but he kept moving, guiding Tonks and Kingsley into cover as they fought. Several Order members lay still. Others were on their knees but breathing. Bellatrix screamed as a stunner from Hermione hit her full in the chest. She crumpled over a pile of rubble. Lucius staggered back with half his mask melted from his face. He vanished in a whirl of black smoke with two other Death Eaters when a gout of dragon flame from Xanthra's throat snapped free and washed over them. The Horcrux might be gone, but Voldemort was not. He pushed himself to his feet on shaking legs and glared at Harry. "You," he spat. "You ruin everything." Harry wiped blood and sweat from his eyes. "You did that yourself," he said. "I just keep cleaning up after you." Voldemort raised his wand. This time Harry did not bother to meet the curse head-on. He grabbed Draco's hand and dragged him sideways, tumbling behind the broken pedestal. The killing curse hit the rock where he had been a second before and blasted it apart. "Stop yelling at him and help me pull these things out," Harry shouted at Draco over the roar of the nest. "He cannot use her if she is not trapped." Draco blinked once, then moved. He aimed his wand at one of the cursed spears that pinned Xanthra's wing and whispered a string of sharp, precise Latin. Dark magic coiled around the spear and unwound it from the runes, like pulling a thorn without tearing more flesh. The spear dissolved into glittering dust. "Next," Draco said through his teeth. Harry moved to the spear that pierced the base of her neck. His own magic was raw and thin after the Horcrux fire, but it was still there. He wrapped his fingers around the shaft. Heat burned his skin, but he did not let go. "Leave my mother alone," he snarled. The spear cracked. The runes along it sputtered. With a roar Xanthra jerked, and the spear tore free. Her scream shook the mountain. Voldemort staggered back as the sound hit him. "Stop them," he shouted to the Death Eaters. "Kill the boy. Leave the dragon alive." Spells flew toward Harry and Draco again. Ron and Hermione shifted position, covering them as best they could. "Remind me," Ron shouted, "to never complain about boring summers ever again." "You will," Hermione yelled back. "You always do." Harry and Draco moved from spear to spear. Each one they freed gave Xanthra a little more room to move, a little more strength. Blood stained the stone in wide pools now, steaming in the cold air, but her eyes were clearer. The black cracks in them were shrinking. One last spear pinned her chest near the place where the Horcrux had been linked. The runes around it were thicker than the others. Harry reached for it. A jet of green light hit the stone between him and the spear. It blew a hole straight through the rock. Harry fell back, arms windmilling, and slammed into Draco. Voldemort stood on the rock spur again, wand held with both hands now. His face was twisted with rage. "You think you can cut every chain," he yelled. You think a dragon and a boy will end me? Yes, Harry panted. That is the point. Voldemort drew in a breath and raised his wand higher. At his feet, something moved. The snake that had been coiled near the base of the pedestal, half hidden in the shadow of the rocks, uncurled and rose. Nagini was huge, her scales dark and glossy. Her tongue flicked toward Harry, then toward Xanthara. Harry's scar twinged. Another Horcrux. Ron! Harry shouted. The snake. Ron glanced up, saw where Harry pointed, and swore. We do not have anything left that can kill that thing properly, Ron shouted back. Sword, basilisk venom, anything with that kind of bite is back at the castle or under rubble. Harry's mind raced. They were stretched thin already. Xanthara needed that last spear out. Voldemort needed to be kept away from that heart. The snake needed to die. Charlie, Harry yelled. Can you handle a snake? Charlie dodged a curse and looked. His face paled. Not that one bare-handed, he shouted. You keep its master busy. I will see what I can do. Harry looked at Draco. If we take out that last spear, can she stand? He asked. Draco glanced up at the massive body. She will stand if she has one breath left, Draco said. She will not fly, but she will stand. Then we give her that breath, Harry said. He charged the last spear. Voldemort shouted a curse. A jet of sickly purple light streaked toward Harry. Draco swore and threw himself between them. The curse hit Draco full in the chest. He screamed. His back arched. For a second Harry saw his ribs through his skin, lit from inside by ugly light. Then the curse shattered, broken by something inside him that refused to twist. Draco collapsed to his knees. Draco, Harry shouted. I am fine, Draco wheezed. Liar. Go. Harry hesitated only a heartbeat. He grabbed the spear with both hands. The metal was so hot it made his skin blister at once. He gritted his teeth. His vision narrowed. Let go, he whispered to the runes. She is not yours. The spear trembled. The runes flared in one last attempt to hold. Xanthara dragged in a breath that sounded like it ripped her lungs. You keep pulling, she growled, and I will push. Harry dug in his heels. He pulled. Power surged up through his hands from her chest. Not into him but along his arms, into the spear. The metal wailed, a thin sound that cut past all the other noise in the cavern. With a crack like thunder, the spear shattered. Fragments flew in all directions, sizzling as they hit stone. A line of raw white burned along Xanthara's chest where the spear had been. For a terrifying second nothing moved. Then she pushed herself up. The chains of light around her snapped one by one as she flexed. She shook her head, sending sparks from her horns. Her wings sagged, full of holes where the cursed spears had been, but she spread them as far as she could. Voldemort stumbled back. No, he whispered. Xanthara's gaze locked on him. The sound that came from her throat was nothing like the roars Harry knew. It was low and cold. You dared, she said in the dragon tongue. Voldemort did not understand the words, but he understood the intent. He raised his wand to cast another curse. Harry down, Draco shouted. Harry dropped flat. Xanthara exhaled. Scarlet fire poured from her mouth. It was not the wild, sweeping flame of a dragon playing in the air. It was a focused stream, honed by pain and rage. It hit the rock spur and wrapped around Voldemort and the remains of the pedestal. For a second the fire hid everything in front of them. Harry felt the heat even on the floor where he lay. It burned the air out of his lungs. He pressed his face into the blood-wet stone and thought of nothing but breathing. When the flame finally cut off, the rock spur was black. The pedestal was gone. The cup was a twisted lump. Nagini lay twitching, her scales charred and cracked. Half her body burned open. Voldemort was still there. His robes smoked. Skin peeled from one arm in strips. One side of his face was raw and red. His eyes blazed. He looked less like a snake and more like a man with the skin stripped away, bare and furious. You think you have won, he rasped. You think one dragon and one boy can end me. I will rebuild. I will grow again. I still have pieces you have not found. Harry pushed himself up on shaking arms. He met the red gaze. You have won, Harry said. I can feel it. It is in me. I am tired of carrying it. Voldemort froze. For a moment his expression shifted. Fear flared, then anger drowned it. Then I will rip it out with the rest of you, he spat. He lifted his wand for another curse. Xanthra moved. She stepped forward, one massive claw coming down between Harry and Voldemort. Stone cracked under her weight. She looked down at Harry, then at Draco, who knelt a few feet away, breathing hard, a hand pressed to his chest. Then she looked at Voldemort. You do not touch my child again, she said. She lunged. Voldemort vanished with a crack, pulled away by his own magic at the last second. He left a smear of burned air and the faint echo of his laugh. Silence fell. No one moved for a long breath. Then the nest filled with coughing, groans, and the soft sounds of wands lowering. Harry sagged back against Xanthra's leg. His whole body trembled. It is not over, Hermione said quietly as she limped toward them. Her eyes were red. There were streaks of tear tracks on her dirty cheeks. He is still out there. Yeah, Harry said. His voice was almost gone. But he is lighter. He touched his scar. Still hurt, but the pain was different now. Less crowded. Ron dropped down on the stone beside Draco and Harry. He winced as he moved his split cheek. Well, he said, almost cheerful. That was horrible. Draco huffed out a laugh that turned into a cough. You are welcome, he said. Xanthra lowered her head. Her breath washed over them, hot and shaking. Up close Harry could see how bad the damage was. Scales around her chest were blackened and cracked. Some along her wings were missing entirely, leaving raw patches of flesh. Blood still leaked from several wounds. You are hurt, Harry said. I am alive, she answered. Her voice was softer now, but steady. That is more than the small fire pieces can say. Her eyes closed for a second, then opened again. You did what you had to, she said. Her gaze slid to Draco. And you kept your promise, small pale one. Draco blinked up at her. I tried, he said hoarsely. There was a lot of screaming in the middle. That is normal, she said. Charlie staggered over with Kingsley at his side. Tonks limped behind them. Is she stable? Charlie asked, eyes wide as he took in the wounds. Everything in his tone was professional dragon keeper now. Heart is strong, Harry said. She is in pain, but she is not fading. Xanthra flicked her tail in irritation. Stop discussing me like I am not here, she grumbled. Charlie's mouth fell open. She talks to you in full sentences, he whispered. Yes, Harry said. She also complains. Ron snorted. Kingsley looked around the nest, taking in the burned stone, the fallen Death Eaters, the wounded Order members. His shoulders sagged. We lost a lot of people getting here, he said quietly. More outside, holding the line when he took his first shot at her. This is not the end. But it is the closest we have been. Harry met his gaze. We burned one more piece out of him, Harry said. He felt it. He will not forget it. Kingsley nodded once. We need to get everyone who can move back to a safe location, Kingsley said. We cannot hold this nest if he comes back with fresh forces. Not in this state. We need to regroup and plan. Harry looked up at Xanthra. You cannot fly, he said. For now, she said. I am not leaving you alone up here, Harry said. Her eyes warmed. Then do not, she said simply. He leaned his head back against her leg. The heat from her scales soaked into his skull. It made his eyes sting. Draco slid down beside him and let his shoulder rest against Harry's. You know he will come here first next time, Draco said quietly. He will want what he lost. He will want you. He will want her. He will want to finish that ritual. Harry nodded. Then we make sure we are ready, he said. No more secrets. No more old men hiding prophecies. He wants the last piece in my scar. He does not get to decide how that ends. Hermione sank down on Harry's other side. Ron sat beside her, close enough that their knees touched. So, Ron said, voice rough. What now? Harry looked at the three of them, at the dragon behind him, at the broken nest, at the burned spot where Voldemort had almost died and did not. We heal, Harry said. We bury our dead. We take everyone who is still with us and we build something that he cannot understand. He wants soldiers and servants. We build a pack. Draco smiled tiredly. You sound like her, he said. Harry did not argue. He reached up and rested his hand against Xanthara's leg again. She lowered her head until her snout touched the stone near his feet. Her breath puffed over their faces in a slow warm gust. For the first time since the tower, Harry let himself close his eyes without forcing them open again at once. The war was not finished. Voldemort still walked somewhere in the world with a shredded soul and a vicious need for control. The last shard in Harry's scar still pulsed. But Xanthara was alive. The cup was dead. The nest still stood. And Harry was not alone. He let the sound of his friends breathing, the faint mutter of order voices, and the slow, steady thump of Xanthara's heart fill his ears. Just for a little while he let himself rest in that. The mountain nest smelled of smoke and healing potions. Harry sat on the warm stone just under Xanthara's front leg and watched the bandages on her chest rise and fall. The white cloth was stained pink in places, but it was not soaking through the way it had that first night. He could feel each slow beat of her heart through the rock at his back. Her eyes were half closed. Thin lines of gold showed under the heavy lids. Every now and then she shifted and a low sound rumbled in her throat. Not pain exactly, more like tired annoyance. Draco dropped down beside Harry with a soft grunt. His shirt was open at the collar, showing the faint echo of the curse that had tried to twist his ribs. The scar traced a crooked line across his chest, pale and raised. Madame Pomfrey had said it would fade. Harry was not sure he believed her. You are staring, Draco said. At your ugly chest, Harry said. Yes, someone should. Draco snorted. At least mine still works, he said. You keep rubbing your forehead like you are trying to scratch something out of it. Harry let his hand fall from his scar. The ache there had settled into a deep, steady throb since the battle. It was better than the sharp spikes he used to get. Still there though. Still wrong. Ron and Hermione came up the slope toward them, moving around scattered crates of supplies and sleeping Order members. Ron had a thin white line across his cheek now, pulled a little when he grinned. Hermione's arm was in a sling, her wand hand free. Kingsley walked with them, tall and tired, cloak torn at one edge. Charlie stayed near Xanthara's injured wing, talking quietly to a pair of dragon keepers Harry did not know well. Both wore singed coats and had the gray, shocked eyes of people who had seen too many bodies in too short a time. Ron dropped down on Harry's other side. Hermione sank to the stone just behind, leaning her good shoulder against the dragon's leg. Kingsley stayed standing, looking out at the distant ring of mountains and the dark sky beyond. How is she? Kingsley asked. Xanthara lifted her head and blew a short breath at him. Tired, she said in Harry's mind. But not dead. You can tell them that. They insist on asking every half hour. Harry smiled despite the ache in his chest. She says she is tired, he translated, and not dead, which is more than she can say for a lot of Death Eaters. Kingsley's mouth twitched. I will take that, he said. Hermione shifted and looked up at Xanthara's face. Her eyes are clearer, Hermione said softly. The black lines are almost gone. The cracks that had run through Xanthara's irises were now faint shadows, more memory than threat. Harry could feel the difference in her magic as well. It no longer scraped against his own when he reached for it. It rapped. What about Nagini and the cup? Ron asked. You said the fire burned the Horcrux. Both of them. Hermione nodded. I checked, she said. Twice. The residue on the cup is dead. There is no soul trace left in the metal. The snake is worse than dead. The scarlet fire went straight through her. There is no Horcrux there anymore either. Ron let out a low breath and leaned his head back against the stone. So it is really just him and you now, he said. Harry touched his scar again. Yeah, he said. Silence sat with them for a moment. Only the quiet clink of potion vials and the low murmur of voices from the lower ledge moved in the nest. Farther down the slope, someone laughed once, then cut it off fast, as if they felt guilty for it. Kingsley broke the silence. He is not hiding, Kingsley said. He is gathering. We have reports of giants moving in the north and Dementors drifting near the coast. His followers are calling him the Lord of Ancient Power. They think the dragon fight proved he owns everything old and dangerous in the world. Xanthra's tail twitched. Her claws dug tiny grooves in the stone. He owns nothing, she said. I know, Kingsley replied with a small bow of his head. They do not. And fear makes people stupid. Hermione's eyes sharpened. Then we use that, she said. They think he holds the old power. We show them he does not. We show them who actually does. Ron looked at Harry, then at the dragon, then back again. You want to make a show, Ron said. In public. With her. You remember how the last tea time with the wider world went. Harry thought of his first trip to Hogwarts, of the way teachers and students had stared when Xanthra's shadow passed over the castle, of wands raised and insults thrown and the year it had taken to get people to even stop flinching near him. He also thought of the moment in the nest when Voldemort had tried to rip out her heart and the way she had stood between him and the curse. People are going to look at us either way, Harry said. They can look at us and think monster, or they can look at us and think the thing that kept them alive. Draco tilted his head and studied him. You want to take the dragon and the last Horcrux out into the open, Draco said. Sounds simple. We just need a location, a plan, and the ability to not die. Hermione rubbed her forehead with her free hand. The last bit is important, she said. Our problem is this. The final fragment is inside you. He knows it. He will aim for it. The killing curse will try to hit both you and that piece. We need a way to let it burn what is left of him without killing you. We already did that once, Ron said. When you were a baby. Your mum did it with love and blood magic. I do not think we can redo that. Harry looked up at Xanthra. She already did it once as well, he said. In the nest. When she pushed her fire into the curse. It slowed. It broke enough to let us burn the cup without setting the mountain on fire. If she can wrap that curse again, but tighter, maybe it can hit the fragment in me without hitting the rest. Xanthra lowered her head until one huge golden eye filled Harry's view. You want me to catch it, she said. Again. Harry swallowed. Yes, he said. I know that sounds mad, but if he comes for me, he will use it. He always does. You told me once your fire can block soul fire if you focus it. You can bind heat and make it move the way you want. Her eye narrowed slightly. Memories passed between them in a brief rush. Heat and chains, old hunters in distant mountains. Her own near death under spells that wanted to split her open. Her first decision to live. Her first decision to shelter something small and human under her wing. Protective fire, she said slowly. Not wildfire. Exactly, Hermione said at once. Not the big sweeping blast. The tight one. The way you wrapped it in the nest. Only this time you focus it around him and the curse. Not the cup. Kingsley frowned. You are talking about letting the killing curse hit him, he said. On purpose. Harry's stomach twisted. His palms went damp. I am talking about making sure when it hits the thing sitting behind my eyes and not the rest of me, he said. We keep pretending I am not already carrying him. I am. If that piece stays, he keeps crawling back. I am tired of being a walking spare bit of his soul. Ron's jaw tightened. I do not like this, Ron said. I really do not like this. But I like the idea of him slithering out of the next war even less. Draco looked at Harry. If this goes wrong, you die, Draco said plainly. I know, Harry said. You always say that, Draco said. His voice shook. You say you know and then you run in anyway. This time if you die you do not get another chance. There is no dragon egg lying around the corner to raise you again. Harry met his eyes. You think I do not know that, he said, quiet but firm. I am not running in for fun. I am running in because every person in this nest and every person down in that valley and every dragon that still sleeps somewhere far from here is going to live with him or without him. If the only way to make that choice is to risk being the rope in the last tug of war, then fine. At least we know what we are fighting for this time. Draco looked away for a moment, blinking hard. You are an idiot, Draco said. I love you. I hate that I love you when you are like this. Hermione cleared her throat. So we set the field, she said. Somewhere we control the wards. Somewhere we can bring Xanthra in without hunters or random students underfoot. somewhere symbolic enough that when the dust settles, we can use the story to push through the changes we need. The edge of the Forbidden Forest, Kingsley said at once. Close to Hogwarts but not inside. We can clear a circle. Wards on the school side to keep students out. Wards on the forest side to keep the worst of the creatures back. Enough space for a dragon to move. Enough space for armies to see what is happening. Harry could almost see it. A ring of trees. The castle lights in the distance. The world watching from the safe side of the wards while he, his friends, and his mother stood in the open with Voldemort. It gives us a crowd, Ron said slowly, and a border. If we win, they see. If we lose, at least we know we did not give him the walls as well. Draco lifted his hand. I would like to request that we focus more on winning, he said. But fine. Forest Circle. How do we get him there? Kingsley's shoulders straightened. That part is my job, he said. I still have contacts in the ministry. Enough of them are sick of this war. We leak just enough. We let his people hear that the dragon and the boy will be at the edge of school grounds at a set time for some final ritual with the last Horcrux. He will not be able to resist. He is too proud. Xanthera gave a low, rough chuckle that shook dust from the ceiling. He is a hatchling, she said. He wants to prove he owns the sky. Bring him. I will show him who hatched first. Ron grimaced. I am never going to get used to her calling him that, he said. But I will admit it is funny. Hermione pushed herself to her feet with one hand and looked at Harry. We have a place, she said. We have a rough plan. We have a dragon mother with very strong feelings. We have a handful of people who still listen when you speak. You sure about this? Harry looked around the nest one more time. At the sleeping order members. At the stretchers with covered bodies near the back wall. At Charlie's careful hands on Xanthera's damaged wing. At Draco's pale face, Ron's scar, the tired lines around Hermione's eyes. He smelled smoke and blood and the faint clean bite of healing potions. He felt his scar throb. I am sure I am done letting him decide my story, Harry said. So yes, let us finish it. The clearing at the forest edge was not large, but it felt huge with the trees pushed back and the wards humming at the borders. Torches floated above the ground in a wide ring. Their light bounced off the pale trunks and off the waiting faces just beyond the ward line. Students, teachers, ministry officials, villagers from Hogsmeade. Order members in scorched coats. Families clutching each other. On one side of the circle, close to the school, McGonagall stood stiff and pale, her jaw tight. Beside her, Molly Weasley gripped Arthur's sleeve hard enough to leave marks. Ginny, Neville, Luna, and a handful of others clustered near the front. None of them had wands out. The wards would not let them through. Harry could feel their eyes anyway. Inside the warded circle, it was quieter. The air felt heavy, thick with magic. Kingsley stood near the southern edge with a small group of Aurors. They were armed and ready, but their orders were clear. Hold the line. Do not rush in unless things went past saving. Hermione and Ron waited to Harry's left. Draco to his right. All three had their wands in hand. Hermione had her hair tied back tight. Ron flexed his fingers over his wand every few seconds, as if checking it was still there. Draco's shoulders were straight, but his grip on Harry's sleeve gave him away. Xanthera coiled behind Harry, body wrapped in a loose circle. Her wings were folded close to her sides. Bandages still wrapped parts of her chest and neck, but her eyes were bright and focused. The scars along her flanks glowed faintly in the torchlight. Harry stood in front of all of them. The grass under his bare feet was cold and damp. The smell of the forest around them was sharp and clean, mixing with the faint scent of dragon smoke. He rolled his shoulders, trying to loosen the tight knot between them. His scar prickled. It had been doing that all afternoon. The closer they got to midnight, the worse it felt. You okay? Ron asked quietly. No, Harry said. That is sort of the point. Ron huffed out a breath. Fair, he said. Just checking. Hermione reached over and straightened the collar of Harry's shirt. You do not have to say anything fancy, she said. If he tries to talk, you let him. The more he talks, the more time we have to watch what he is doing. Remember what we rehearsed. You do not try to duel him like in classes. You keep your focus on the curse and on her. Harry nodded. I know, he said. Cup. Snake. Now me. Draco squeezed Harry's sleeve again. When the curse comes, you drop your wand, Draco said. Do not try to block it. You let it come in. You pull up your fire only enough to connect with hers. She does the rest. Sounds easy, Harry said. It is not, Draco said. Do it anyway. Before Harry could answer, the air on the far side of the clearing twisted. A line of figures stepped out of nothing, spells already humming at their wands. Death Eaters in masks. Giants, their huge shapes looming at the tree line behind them. Dark clouds moved overhead as if pulled by the same spell. In front of them all, Voldemort walked into the circle. His skin was still burned in places from the nest fight. One arm looked raw and shiny, covered in a thin layer of healing potion that caught the torchlight. His red eyes were bright and cold. He smiled when he saw Harry. Potter, he said. Always at the center. Harry swallowed once and stepped forward. His heart pounded hard enough that he could feel it in his throat. You invited yourself, Harry said. Again. Thought I would save everyone some trouble and meet you halfway. Voldemort's gaze flicked over Harry's shoulder to Xanthara's massive shape. I have to admit, Voldemort said, the view is pleasing. There is nothing quite like seeing an ancient creature chained to a child. She is not chained to me, Harry said. I am her son. Laughter spun around the Death Eater line. Sounded thin, forced. Voldemort tilted his head. You say that as if it were a proud thing, he said. You understand nothing. Dragons are tools, weapons. I tried to show the world the proper way to handle them. You turned one into a pet. Xanthara lifted her head. Smoke curled from her nostrils. I do not fetch, she said in Harry's mind. Harry smiled. She says no, he said. Voldemort's eyes narrowed. The final Horcrux rests in you, Voldemort said. A small, stubborn piece that has refused to come loose even when the others fell. You have done my work for me, destroying the containers that no longer served. I should thank you. You could try, Harry said. Voldemort ignored that. But you have made one mistake, Voldemort went on. You have walked into my circle with the last tether still inside your skull. You think your dragon will save you again. She will not. Her fire almost burned you down last time. This time I will make sure it finishes the job. He lifted his wand. Your mother died screaming, Voldemort said softly. Let us see what sound a dragon makes when it fails the same way. Ron swore under his breath. Hermione's mouth pressed into a hard line. Draco's grip on Harry's sleeve tightened until it hurt. Harry pulled his arm free and stepped forward on his own. Enough talking, Harry said. You want it. Come and take it. For a second, just a second, something like surprise flickered across Voldemort's face. Then his expression smoothed. So be it, he said. He raised his wand higher. The air around it turned green. Avada Kedavra, he said. The curse leapt across the space between them. Harry did not lift his wand. He did not try to shield. Every instinct in his body screamed at him to move, to dive, to throw up golden fire. His muscles tensed. His feet wanted to bolt. He forced himself to stay. He reached instead for the ember in his chest and for the roar of Xanthara's heart behind him. Now he sent to her. Her answer was not words. It was heat. Fire rose behind him, not outward but inward. It wrapped around him like claws and wings. He felt it as a tight band around his ribs and his skull. It was not the wild flood he was used to. It was narrow and hard. The green light hit it. For a moment the world turned white. Pain slammed into Harry's scar. It felt as if someone had pushed a hot spike straight through his head. He tasted metal and ash. His knees hit the ground. He could hear people shouting from far away, their voices muffled. Something inside his scar pulled. He felt very clearly another presence there. Nasty, thin, clinging. It had been with him for years. He had almost grown used to it. Now it writhed. The curse pressed. Xanthara's fire tightened around it and around him. Harry felt her rage and fear and stubborn love shove against the green light. Not my child, her magic said. The curse bent. It did not splash and burn everything. It pushed through in a thin line, straight into the place behind his eyes where the fragment hung. The pain peaked. Harry screamed. He could not help it. For a breath, he saw flashes that were not his. Cold stone floors. A little boy in a cupboard. A snake in a zoo. The dark of the chamber. The graveyard again. All layered on top of each other. All twisted. Then the fragment burned. It went fast once it started. The tight band of fire around his head dug in, and the thing that had always pulsed there shrieked and tore. The sound was not in his ears. It was inside his skull. Then it was gone. The world snapped back into shape. Harry lay on the grass, panting, every muscle shaking. His scar felt raw and tender, but light, empty. In front of him, Voldemort staggered. The hand holding his wand dropped. His eyes went wide. "No," Voldemort whispered. "No, that was mine." Xanthra moved. With the curse diverted and the fragment burned, her fire was free. She stepped forward, placing one massive claw between Harry and Voldemort, just as she had in the nest but now with full strength behind it. "You wanted ancient power," she said. "Here." She opened her jaws and released the rest of the fire she had held back. It was not a tight band now. It was a wave. Not wild, not uncontrolled, but firm and aimed. It roared across the clearing, straight at the broken man who had tried to carve himself into pieces. Voldemort raised his wand reflexively. The green light that leapt from it had no real form. It hit the oncoming fire and vanished. His own magic, thinned by the loss of the last tether, could not stand against the weight of hers. The fire struck him. There was no huge explosion, no shower of bone. He simply burned. For a second his outline shone, a thin figure of shadow inside the flame. Then it folded in on itself and collapsed. When the fire faded, there was nothing left on the grass but a smear of ash and an empty wand. Silence hit the clearing harder than any curse. The giants at the tree line froze. The Death Eaters stared. A few dropped their wands and ran. Most stood as if something inside them had been cut. On the school side of the wards, 100 people held their breath at once. Harry pushed himself to his knees. His head swam. His scar throbbed, but not with that old, familiar pull. It simply hurt like any other wound. "Is it over?" Ron shouted. His voice cracked. Harry looked at the patch of ash, at the empty wand, at the way the air around them felt. It was as if a constant pressure he had never fully noticed had suddenly gone. He reached inside himself, to the place where that cold bit of someone else had always sat. "Nothing." He laughed, came out shaky and a little wild. "Yeah," he said. "It is over." Draco dropped beside him at once and grabbed his shoulders. "Are you sure?" Draco demanded. "You are not dead," Harry wheezed. "Nice to know where your priorities are," he said. Draco stared at him for a second, then dragged him into a tight hug. "You idiot," Draco said into his shoulder. "Do not ever do that again." Harry let his head rest against Draco's. "That is kind of the point," Harry said. "There is no next time. He is gone." Behind them, Xanthra lifted her head and let out a roar that shook the trees. It was not a roar of challenge. It was a clean, bright sound that rolled out over the wards and up to the castle. The sound of a mother who had kept her child. The first cheer broke from the students near the front. Ginny punched the air. Neville whooped. Luna smiled, eyes shining, and clapped her hands. The sound spread. Adults picked it up. People screamed and cried and hugged whoever was closest. The giants at the far edge turned away, confused by the loss of their master and unwilling to fight a dragon without him. They lumbered back into the trees. Several Death Eaters threw down their masks and surrendered where they stood. A few tried to flee and ran straight into Aurstunners. Kingsley let out a long breath and lowered his wand. "It is done," he said quietly. Hermione stood very still for a second. Then she reached out, grabbed Ron's hand, and squeezed hard. "We have work to do," she said. "But yes, it is done." The Ministry atrium looked wrong without the fountain. In its place, a wide, flat stone platform spread under the high ceiling. The gold statues of wizards and witches on the backs of house elves and centaurs and goblins were gone. Instead there was just empty space. Rows of chairs filled the rest of the hall. The air buzzed with voices. Reporters from the Prophet and from smaller papers in other countries sat with quills ready. Representatives from goblin clans, centaur herds, werewolf packs, and mare communities occupied the front benches, next to heads of wizarding families and school staff. At the very center, facing them all, was a simple wooden podium. Harry stood behind it and tried not to fidget. He could feel eyes on him from every direction. He knew this feeling by now. It did not make his palms any less sweaty. His scar still twinged sometimes when he was tired, but there was no cold shadow under it anymore. Just the reminder of a burn that had healed. He adjusted the stack of parchment in front of him. Hermione had written most of the speech, of course. He had added bits where she left spaces for his own words. Hermione sat in the front row with a thick folder on her lap. Ron was next to her, tie crooked, hair still not tamed. Draco sat on Harry's other side on the small raised platform, looking neat and bored in a very deliberate way, as if he were daring anyone to call him out for being there. Kingsley stood near the back with a cluster of Aurors and international visitors. Xanthera could not fit inside the atrium. She waited outside the building in a specially expanded courtyard, lying in the shade and scaring pedestrians who forgot to look up before they walked. The ministry had reinforced the wards for her arrival. No one had dared to say no. Kingsley stepped up, raised a hand, and the room slowly quieted. "Today is not a trial," Kingsley said. "It is not a celebration either, though we have reason for that. Today is the day we admit that the way we have treated half the beings in this world was wrong. Today is the day we change that." "Harry," he stepped back. All eyes shift to Harry again. Harry took a breath and stepped forward to the podium. "Hi," he said. "You all know who I am, so I am not going to waste time on that." A soft ripple of uneasy laughter moved through the hall. "You watched a dragon kill the man who tried to rule all of you," Harry went on. "You watched that same dragon wrap her fire around the killing curse so it would burn the last bit of him out of my head instead of killing me. You have spent years calling creatures like her beasts. You wrote laws that said they do not think, do not feel, do not choose. You built a whole system on that lie." He looked at the goblin representatives, then at the centaurs, then at the werewolves and at the small group of mare who had come in enchanted water spheres. "I grew up in a dragon nest," Harry said. "I learned how to tell when fire is wild and when it is clean. I have seen dragons choose. I have seen centaurs choose. I have seen werewolves fight to protect strangers when they could have run. I have seen house elves break free from bindings everyone told them were permanent. I have seen goblins risk everything for a cause that did not profit them. I have also seen plenty of wizards act like monsters." He let that sit for a second. "The old beast and being rules were written by wizards who wanted control," Harry said. "They were scared. They called anything they could not easily predict a beast. It made it easier to chain and easier to ignore. That fear nearly got all of us killed. Voldemort used it. He tried to bind dragon hearts and he turned Dementors loose. He promised control. What he got was burned." His hands shook a little. He gripped the podium harder. "We cannot keep pretending creatures are furniture," Harry said. "We cannot keep pretending dragons are weapons you can aim and then lock away. You saw what happens when one of them decides she has had enough. You saw what happens when that creature loves someone." Hermione's gaze was steady on him. He could almost hear her voice pushing him on. "We are not here today to beg for kindness," Harry said. "We are here to write new rules. Hermione Granger and I, with help from people in this room, have drafted what we are calling the Creature Rights Act. It does 3 things. First, it scraps the old beast and being categories. Instead of one word for everyone that walks on 2 legs and one word for everything else, it looks at choice and voice. If someone can think, choose, and speak for themselves, they get a seat at the table. That includes goblins, centaurs, werewolves, mare, dragons, and more. Second, it creates a council where all of those groups have representation. Not as pets, not as mascots, as people who can veto policies that harm them. Third, it sets aside space. Real space. Draconic territory, centaur ranges, mare waters. Spaces that are not wizard property. You want to work there, you ask? You want to mine, you ask. You do not get to drop a school on someone else's hunting ground and call it empty. There was a murmur at that. Some wizards shifted in their seats. Tired old habits stirred. Harry saw it and did not step back. Some of you are worried this means wizards lose power, Harry said. You are right. You do. That is the point. You do not lose safety, though. You gain it. Because right now every creature that you push to the edges has a good reason to hate you. They have a good reason to ignore your warnings when the next dark wizard shows up. I would rather live in a world where the dragon at the border feels like it owes us a favor than one where it wants to watch us burn. He paused, then let a small smile slip out. Plus, he added, it is nice to have family with wings when trouble starts. This time the laughter was a little more real. Harry pushed the papers aside. He did not need the last lines. I am not asking you to like me, he said. I am not asking you to like her. I am telling you this. You saw what she did. You saw what we did together. That power is not going away. The only way you are going to live with it is if you stop trying to put collars on things that are older than your buildings and start treating them as neighbors. Sign the act. Build the new office that will manage it. Listen, learn, or keep pretending the war is over while the ground under you shifts. He stepped back. For a heartbeat, the hall was totally silent. Then a goblin in the front row stood. His name was Ragnok. Harry had met him once in Gringotts. I sign, Ragnok said. On behalf of my people. He moved to the large parchment on the stone platform and pressed one clawed hand to the bottom. The mark glowed. A centaur followed. Firenze. He bent, touched the parchment with 2 fingers, and nodded once. McGonagall rose, face pale but determined. On behalf of the school, she said. I support this. More followed. Werewolf leaders, mayor envoys, wizards and witches who had fought in both wars. There were still some who sat, arms crossed. But enough people moved that the weight of the room shifted. Kingsley came forward last. As acting minister, he said, I recognize this act. I authorize the creation of the Office of Draconic and Ancient Relations, called ODAR for short, and I ask Harry Potter to serve as its first head. The room buzzed at once. Harry blinked. You could have warned me, he muttered. Kingsley smiled. You would not have slept at all if I had, he said. You have been doing that job since you were 11. You might as well have a title. Harry shook his head, but a small, tired pride settled in his chest. I will do it, he said. On one condition. Kingsley raised an eyebrow. You give Hermione the legal authority to rewrite any dragon-related paperwork that crosses my desk, Harry said. Because I am not reading all of that alone. Hermione rolled her eyes. You are impossible, she said. Of course I will help. Ron leaned over and stage whispered, loud enough for nearby people to hear, she has been running the world for years already. Now it will just be on parchment. More laughter, softer and warmer. The tension in the room eased. For the first time in a long time, Harry let himself believe that this might actually work. The new draconic territory lay in a high valley that had once been marked on maps as forbidden. Now the signs at the base of the path said something else. Protected ground. Entry by invitation only. Harry walked up the familiar slope in the late afternoon light. The air was crisp. Snow still clung to some of the peaks, glowing orange where the sun hit it. The valley floor was warmer from the constant presence of dragon fire. Xanthera lay in the center of the nest, coils relaxed, wings spread halfway to catch the last of the heat. Scars still traced her chest and neck, pale lines against the white scales, but she moved easily now. Ron and Hermione walked ahead, arguing about something to do with goblin contract law. Hermione was waving a scroll. Ron was trying to steal it to see where his name appeared. You promised you would not sign anything that volunteers my kidneys, Ron said. I am not volunteering your organs, Hermione said. I am making sure if you insist on continuing to play chess with goblins you do not accidentally sell them the burrow in a side clause. They would take better care of it anyway, Ron said. At least they would fix the roof. Hermione swatted his arm with the scroll. Draco walked at Harry's side, hands in the pockets of his coat. The mountain air was cool enough that their breath puffed white. Harry could feel the warmth from Draco's arm even through the fabric. So, Draco said. Head of ODR. Harry groaned. Do not call it that out loud. It sounds stupid, he said. People will start making jokes. They already are, Draco said. I heard Seamus ask if the job comes with free dragon snacks. Harry snorted. He should know better, he said. You do not feed dragons. Dragons decide to eat you or not. That is what I told him, Draco said. He went a bit pale. They reached the lip of the nest. Xanthera lifted her head and watched them approach. Ron and Hermione climbed up first. Hermione stopped just short of her muzzle and bowed slightly. Ron waved awkwardly, then reached out to pat the side of her jaw. Hi, Ron said, looking less on fire. That is good. Xanthera breathed out over him in a gentle puff. You are louder than most prey, she said. It suits you. Hermione covered a laugh with her hand. Draco stepped up beside Harry and looked up at the dragon with a calm expression that did not match the way his fingers twitched. Still not used to this, Draco admitted. Your mum watching us walk in like we are late for dinner. Harry smiled. She likes you, Harry said. You keep bringing her reports about ministry idiots. It counts as entertainment. Xanthera rumbled. He is honest about his fear, she said. And he chose to stand like stone when the curse came. I approve. Draco's ears went pink. I understood that, he said. I think. Thank you. Harry moved closer to Xanthera's front leg and rested his hand lightly on the warm scales. You know the official stuff, Harry said. The act passed. The council is meeting without throwing chairs at each other. Nobody has tried to hunt a dragon in months. That is all in the reports. He paused, then looked up at her. What I have not really said out loud is thank you, Harry said. For everything. For the nest. For the fire. For not letting him take me. For letting me decide what to do with the bit of him that was left. For not eating half the ministry when they annoyed you during the treaty. Xanthera's eye softened. You are my child, she said. You should not thank me for breathing. It is what I do. Harry's throat tightened. Still, he said. She lowered her head until her snout nudged his shoulder once. A careful push that almost knocked him over anyway. You built something, she went on. Not just with me. With them. She tilted her head toward Ron, Hermione, and Draco. With the pack in the valley. With the ones in your stone house who argued all through the long nights. With the smaller creatures who came and demanded their own space. That is yours. That is your fire. Harry swallowed hard. Ron and Hermione had wandered over to a smaller ledge where new nests were being carved under Charlie's guidance. Hermione was already measuring something with her wand. Ron was pointing at a ridge and making suggestions that made Charlie bury his face in his hands. Draco stayed close. We did it, Draco said quietly. You know that, right? Not perfectly. Not neatly. But we did it. Harry nodded. We are still cleaning up, Harry said. There are still Death Eaters hiding. There are still idiots in the council who think creatures should be grateful for crumbs. But yeah, we did the main bit. Draco studied his face. And you? Draco asked. How are you doing? No noble rubbish. Just the truth. Harry thought about it. I wake up some nights and think I can still feel him in my head, Harry said slowly. Then I listen and it is quiet. Just me. It still surprises me. I am not sure that will stop anytime soon. But I am not waiting for his voice anymore. I am not waiting for a prophecy or a headmaster or a minister to tell me what to do. We are building something that is ours. That helps. Draco nodded. Good, he said. Because I am not doing this again. Doing what? Harry asked. Following you into wars you volunteered for, Draco said. From now on I would like to follow you into boring office days and the occasional dragon treaty. I think we have earned boring. Harry laughed short and real. Boring sounds nice, he said. Although with you and Ron in the same room I doubt it stays boring for long. I can be very calm, Draco said. You nearly hexed a council member last week because he called dragons beasts, Harry pointed out. He deserved it, Draco said. Harry stepped a little closer. The nest was warm under his feet. Xanthera watched them without comment, eyes half closed. Ron and Hermione were still arguing about nest design in the background. The mountain wind carried the sound of their voices and the faint clatter of tools. "Draco," Harry said. "Yes," Draco said. "I love you," Harry said. "You know that, right?" Draco's mouth curved. "I know," he said. "Say it again anyway." Harry rolled his eyes, then did it. "I love you," he said. "Good," Draco said softly. He reached up and cupped Harry's cheek. His hand was cool from the wind. Harry leaned into it. For a second, the noise of the valley faded. Draco leaned in and kissed him. It was not desperate or rushed, just steady, familiar. His lips were warm and sure. Harry kissed him back and felt the tight knot he had carried for years loosen another little bit. Behind them, Ron cleared his throat loudly. "If you two are done snogging under the dragon," Ron called. "Hermione says we need to decide where to put the joint living quarters for the pack. She has charts." Hermione swatted his arm again. "I do not have charts," she called. She paused. "I have one chart." Draco broke the kiss and rested his forehead against Harry's for a second. "This is our life now," Draco murmured. "War councils replaced with housing plans and treaty revisions, and trying to convince your mother that she cannot bite visiting ambassadors, even when they are rude." Harry smiled. "She will bite them anyway," he said. "But at least now they will know why." Xanthara snorted, a burst of warm air over their heads. "If they walk into my nest and insult my child," she said, "that is their choice." Draco laughed. "Fair," he said. Harry took one more breath of the warm, smoky air and looked around. At the dragon who had raised him. At the friends who had walked through fire with him. At the valley that would now belong to creatures who had never been allowed to own anything but their own rage. He was tired. He would probably always carry some of the war in his bones. But he was not alone. "I think we did all right," he said. Draco slid his hand into Harry's. Ron and Hermione came to stand on either side of them, their shoulders touching. Xanthara curled her body a little closer, drawing them all into the circle of her warmth. "Yes," Draco said. "We did." Harry leaned back against the familiar heat and let the weight of the day settle. He was a boy who had been raised by fire. For the first time, the world around him finally felt ready to live with that.